자신감으로 올라가는 시.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history. The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생기가 주는 자신감으로 올라가는 시.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history. The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
하나, 둘, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
이러니까 누구 닮지 않았어?
당연하다.
소리 뻥뻥
삼촌, 나 프로게이머 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥
둘, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. 오케이.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 칠 거야
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
알았지? 어?
장인어른,
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
하나, 둘, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
승리가 주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me, like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand, we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
이러니까 누구 닮지 않았어?
장인어른.
소리 뻥뻥
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥
둘, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. 오케이.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 칠 거야
승리가 주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me, like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand, we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
장인어른.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오래가는 시.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까 봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오래가는 시.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to KeSPA Cup 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and a Merry Christmas or Christmas Eve to you wherever you are. Absolutely so happy to continually do this every single year. And Wolf, it's your first time.
Yeah.
First KeSPA-mas.
It's my first time doing KeSPA Cup. My mic is really far away from my mouth. First time doing KeSPA Cup for Christmas. I've done a lot of Christmas broadcasts over the years. It's been a few years, though, and I'm glad I get to spend it with you and all the people watching at home, and this really cool tree hat thing that we have here as well.
I brought a hat with me, but I didn't have one for Wolf, so we had to just make it a Christmas tree. So we've got something to celebrate the festive season. Whether you're experiencing Christmas with your loved ones, or whatever you celebrate with your loved ones, or just hanging out with us on YouTube, that sounds absolutely fantastic to me. So
yeah,
glad you're here.
With you guys. You don't have to spend it alone. And even if you're not alone, you could still spend it with us too.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you've got your grandparents over or something like that, and you got KeSPA Cup in the background on the TV while you're enjoying Christmas dinner. Maybe that's a great way to spend your Christmas.
If she only knew, if your grandmother only knew what you were doing on your phone at the dinner table right now, she would appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Two idiots with a Christmas tree hat about to bring you some sweet esports. We do, speaking of the sweet esports, have a bit of an update. So Fred at Breon, there was a bit of a COVID situation that happened with their B team's director or coach. Everyone on the team has been tested. The main squad, no one has been infected by the virus, and no one has been in contact with anyone from KeSPA or VSPN. So us here at the studio are absolutely safe. So no things to worry about as far as the KeSPA broadcast is concerned. It was an isolated issue and has been taken care of, and thankfully all of the players are safe.
Yeah, it's good news for Christmas.
Indeed.
And, it's actually crazy how quickly, I mean, it's not really crazy for us, but I think for a lot of people it's crazy to know how quickly everyone was tested.
Yeah,
and how
right.
quickly the results have been given back, that we can actually give you guys this news on the broadcast. But yeah, everybody's safe, everybody's good. KeSPA Cup continues.
Indeed. And we've got two best of threes for you today.
That's right.
As the round of 6 begins. However, there's only 4 teams at this particular part of said round because 2 of the teams have got buys. Of course, Hanwha and KT, both of them all the way through 4-0. Absolutely phenomenal performances from both sides. KT winning with even their academy roster, sort of just, I don't know what's happened. KT just seem to be on a roll, and Hanwha are just gods of League of Legends at this point in time. It seemed like adding Khan made absolutely no difference to how extraordinarily dominant they were. So this is a team to keep your eyes on.
KT is getting people a little bit excited, myself included.
Don't say that. You just keep saying it. I know it's Christmas and I'm supposed to be, tolerant, but stop it.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue to play throughout the rest of this tournament, how they play against some of the stronger teams they will face, not only in LCK, but also the rest of this tournament, because their group was the easier one, I think most would argue, to get out of 4-0. Like, Hanwha's 4-0 and KT Rolster's 4-0. Definitely not equivalent.
No.
So,
yeah, the Group B was definitely not the group of death. In fact, one of the teams got eliminated early. Of course, Fred at Breon having to pull out. And then it was T1 Academy and Gen.G Academy. So not necessarily the high-octane group that you may have expected. Having a look at the nameplates, these are the groups as you saw. You can see that T1 was eliminated, but that was T1 Academy that was eliminated.
That's right.
For all of you who are excited about seeing T1 in the LCK, continue to be excited. Their elimination from KeSPA Cup was not necessarily indicative of how they're going to perform.
Yeah, Gen.G has also been playing their academy roster, but they made it into the round of 6, the playoffs. That's what the PO means there, and they will be playing against Hanwha Life later on. So essentially both second and third place teams from both groups play today. They didn't get that bye. The only reason I explain this 1,000 times is because it is confusing with the round of 6 terminology, but as you can see here, this is it visualized. The winners of today's matches will face off against Hanwha and KT, but not in that order. Obviously, the order was backwards.
Yeah, and so it's going to be within the same group that these best of threes are going to be held to decide who gets the right to go against the top team from the other group. So likely, we're going to see Hanwha Life versus Hanwha, which will be a bit of a flashback to, the World's quarterfinals and, of course, the summer final for the LCK as well, because Hanwha do look very similar to DRX, especially in their AD carry and mid lane positions. But we're not going to be talking about Hanwha just yet. Our first match is going to be NONGSHIM Red Force versus Liiv SANDBOX. And both of these teams are actually really interesting and really exciting to watch. I think that as far as what we learnt from Group A, these two teams were the ones that stood out to me as having a lot of potential and being teams to watch moving into the LCK.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, these are the teams in this group that were, you know, the most impressive next to Damwon, right? But we already knew what to expect from Damwon, even with Khan slotting into the top lane. NONGSHIM Red Force have been a really impressive team around Rich in a lot of ways, around Peanut as well. But Rich's ability to swap lanes quickly, macro, even in losing lanes, even in the Gangplank game he won where he was extremely down.
Yeah,
I
he
think
got
0-5.
dominated in that game.
Yeah, that was a nasty game for him, but he still was able to maximize value out of the Gangplank, still rotate correctly, and the macro play that we're seeing from this team is really, really good, and it's ironic when they played Twisted Fate that was actually the worst game of the group.
Yeah, I mean,
Bay
that was
on
getting
one.
their jitters out. Game number 1, Bay was doing some weird Messiah plays without having an active stopwatch and things like that, and just doing a little bit of casual inting. But that's absolutely fine. He did manage to turn it around and had some very good performances to follow that one up. Doctarm has always been great. Of course, formerly FaZe, the man that invented 200 years back in the KeSPA Cup. Last year, or this year, I think last year and this year at the same time, it was the 2019 KeSPA Cup, guys. It gets very confusing because we do go over the new year.
Yes.
For the finals. It will be on the 2nd of January for those playing at home.
I think everybody's ready to put a 1 on the end of what year it is currently.
I think so too. And done. A 1 and a done on the end of 2020. That would be absolutely fantastic. Liiv SANDBOX, though, will be their opponents, and I look at this roster, and all I see is Croco.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what everybody is looking at with this roster, but Root has kind of solidified himself as the bot laner now over Leo. I don't think we'll see Leo at all today. And the team has a clear path they've been taking through the group, and I think how they'll probably approach this series as well, which is running double tank, having an AP jungler going in is Croco. He's usually playing the Nidalee or the Talia if possible. He did play, obviously, that one really impressive game of Olaf as well.
Yep,
but
even though it was a loss. Yep.
The drafting is a little bit predictable. It's a little bit straightforward what they've been doing, but it has been working well enough for them to get them here. And the question is, do they diversify this evening against NONGSHIM Red Force, because they've obviously played against them already, or do they stick to the plan, what they've been prepping and what they've been playing? That's the big question. I think NONGSHIM has this awesome opportunity to just build counter drafts going to this match today and be well prepared for the constant double tank, the Alistair priority we've been seeing from Liiv SANDBOX. So I hope we see some more diversity here, Atlas, because otherwise might see a 2-0 here.
Well, and we'll see where they're going to be focusing, whether it's going to be the early game with the Renekton's and things like that, or whether the Ornn is going to crop up yet again. Renekton's a no-no, as NONGSHIM have just destroyed him immediately.
Liiv SANDBOX has played Renekton 3 of 4 of the games they've played so far in this tournament. It's been their first pick almost every single time as well. It's their, highest priority for the top lane, so very nice reaction here from NONGSHIM. Right away to take that from Summit.
Yep, the Graves being banned against Peanut is definitely a good one as well. Peanut was dominating on that if you were watching Worlds, especially in the play-ins.
And in this tournament.
Yeah,
it's been his highest pick, and their highest blue side first pick priority has been the Graves, just like Damwon, so it's a smart choice. But this leaves up in the Samara, so big question marks here about that one, and taking the Olaf away means, okay, you're targeted Peanut, you've taken away his best jungles.
Yep, Doctarm's going to show us the 300 years, man. This is what we were expecting. Liiv SANDBOX do have an opportunity to pick away things like the Aatrox and grab themselves Nidalees in the jungle, things like that. But the Alistair priority, and there is the Kai'Sa as well. So we've seen a bit of both of these, but I do like Kai'Sa in the preseason at the moment.
They have gone for this extremely high Alistair priority. It's their 5th Alistair pick. They've picked it every single game. Effort has only played Alistair throughout this entire tournament. 5 for 5 now, so picking up early here before the second ban phase, but also getting some flexibility for the top lane. As we saw, Rich gets his Aatrox here.
Yep, this is synonymous with Rich. He was very, very, very good at Aatrox. In fact, he had 3 champions that he was extraordinarily good at. It was the Lucian, the Aatrox, and the Jace. In 2020, I think that he might stretch his champion pool to about 5 champions moving into the next season, but we'll just have to see. There's a Rakan.
Okay.
Very interesting. This is going to be a lot of extra CC, and that's their decision to try and deal with this Alistar.
Yeah, and the normal response from most teams actually dealing with how Liiv SANDBOX has come into this has been kind of a support Galio style, and this is similar in different ways, obviously with the charm that can help you really disengage in those late game team fights. It can be nice for the lane as well. As Orianna will come in here for bait, it looks like he's played mostly Syndra, and despite Syndra being open here, he's going to take the Orianna. So we're seeing a bit of a change actually so far for Liiv SANDBOX, not just playing into that late game Syndra and having, you know, the AP jungler come through with that early Renekton. And part of that obviously comes from the ban here on blue side. But this is going to be the most unique game of Liiv SANDBOX so far.
Yeah, even though it does have the Alistar once again, like you were mentioning. Galio's still going to be banned here away from Bay. He had a decent game on it a little while back, but not going to be aimed towards Kellen in the bottom lane or anything like that. We'll see where NONGSHIM are going to focus. I believe top lane is going to be an option for them. And Jace is going to be taken away first from Summit. And I think limiting Summit's options into the Aatrox is going to be important. Jace Kennen could be what they decide to take away, for example.
Yeah, not to mention, Rich is probably just about tired of having bad lane matchups throughout this
yeah, probably.
Even though he's been doing great with them. There's the Silas removal here that has been rising in popularity, especially against Orianna, but taken out now. The question is, do we see that Cannon ban here? And if not, what's the idea?
Yeah, and what's the what are the other options top lane to be taken into the?
I mean,
Aatrox Camille is a decent one.
Gragas.
This is something that actually dominated Rich as well.
Gragas is available as well. The Camille gets taken away here, but you know, not a lot of great synergy with Orianna, I feel, in late game team fights. Like the Shockwave and the Exploding Cast don't always work together. Jarvan, we've seen this a lot in China recently.
Oh, yeah.
And it does lend itself towards Krako's playstyle, you know? It really does. Aggressive jungle that he's going to look to get picks with early. Works well with Orianna, with CC.
Yep. Also, yeah, great ball carrier, right? So going to be able to bring those shockwaves into the team effectively. This is a no-brainer, pretty much, on the side of NONGSHIM, with the Syndra being hovered. They do know what the mid lane matchup's going to be, though, so Bay could get a little bit more experimental, and it is going to be the Echo that's going to be locked in. This could be going into the hands of Peanut, just buying a bit more time to work out what they want to give over to Bay, or just allow some flexibility in their draft so that they can decide who's going to be playing the Echo and who's going to be playing what. But here's the Zoe, and so that is going to put Echo all the way into the jungle, most likely. Okay.
Set also being considered here. And this could be, I mean, it's pretty unlikely with Bay. It could be mid-set, could be jungle set.
Yeah,
but,
right.
They are going to go with the Syndra. I think the Syndra is the safest pick here in this case. And it is going to be that Gragas I was talking about here. And I think Gragas can be good with when you have Jarvan and the Orianna together.
Yeah, it's sort of like anti-synergy, but sometimes synergy at the same time. It just requires a bit more coordination.
When your wombo combo type stuff goes wrong with that, then you can kind of use them to disengage as well. Or you can cut somebody off and then set up for a nice grab. And it is going to be the Gangplank that Rich actually got totally owned on. Still won the game.
Still won the game, exactly. That's the main thing.
But yeah, this is a pretty decent matchup if you play it carefully into the Aatrox. It is Rich's Aatrox we're talking about here. I don't think we're going to see one of those top laners dominate the other, but you do have to play really carefully, I think, if you're Summit, with Peanut on this Echo as well. So I think it's going to be kind of the more passive side of play here for Liiv SANDBOX, and tell me more about the bot lane, the Kai'Sa and Alistar. Scary, though, against the Samira. I feel like NONGSHIM got everything they wanted here.
Yeah, they did. I feel like the coordination in team fights from Liiv SANDBOX is going to be much easier. You know, this is like a let's press our R buttons and jump into the circles together type team composition, which works very easily for teams that haven't yet really got their synergy together. Just grab a press R comp and plug and play, and it's probably fine. So late game team fights, I do like what Liiv SANDBOX have put together, but like you were talking about, a lot of comfort on the side of NONGSHIM. And Doctum's on Samira, so, I mean, there is a chance that he just pops off and wins the game by himself.
Yeah, certainly so. He's probably going to build that Immortal Shield Bow, as has been the way. And if the fight goes really poorly for the side of Liiv SANDBOX, they're kind of out there. They're kind of stuck, where Khan's got a lot of potential to kind of come in and sweep things up. And with Syndra's late game stuns, it can get really nasty, Atlas, in those late game team fights. If you miss the wombos, if that shockwave doesn't go your way, if you don't have that Jarvan fall off the way you wanted it to be.
Yeah. And I think that Aatrox and Samira team fighting together is also just terrifying, the amount of AoE damage that you do have to deal with. So, you know, if Rich and Dr. can get themselves coordinated, it will be a scary game. Let's see what happens. We hop into game 1.
You'll have to see that game 1 on the screen. It's the first series of the KeSPA Cup.
Yeah, exactly. This is exciting.
My first best of in League of Legends.
Achilles will be very happy because he was trying to say series all week. And
unfortunately,
they were best of ones.
I was too, a little bit on the first day.
Let's jump into our first best of one series. Oh, yeah. We're just trolling. Sorry, Seth. Hope you're having a wonderful Christmas with your family.
He no doubt is.
Well, with his wife anyway. Not able to get back, unfortunately, to America. Like a lot of us, difficult to go home when we're expats in Korea.
Yeah, I had my first Christmas since I moved to Korea last year. So glad I got that one before it happened in 2020.
Yeah, I managed to get home, but I was casting KeSPA Cup. So immediately afterwards, went back, visited my family. And then in January came back to Korea and was never allowed to leave ever again.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with, you know?
It's a
was
good place
better
to
than
be.
not being able to get back to Korea.
Yes, it's a good place to be.
I think so too.
Also, Rich did pick the best Aatrox skin.
Yep.
Just need to point that out.
Jaeger, the Jaeger Aatrox,
Yep.
which I learned from Pacific Rim. Thank you very much, Wolf, for looking that one up for me.
It also means hunter.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah.
What does kaiju mean then?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay. Thanks, man.
No, I'm like, Kaizo's the Super Mario Maker things that like nobody wants to play, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, right now in this game, you know, you can see the top matchup. I think the top matchup is kind of going to dictate a lot of where the pressure ends up being, because it's not a matchup that Rich necessarily dominates, but so far he's having a good go at it. And Summit does have to play passively because there's, you know, Gangplank's not, he's not locking anybody down with CC and beating him up super hard if Rich makes a mistake, so.
Yeah, I mean, the Crocker and Summit synergy will be there because with the passive, if you manage to line up ganks with Gangplank actually having his passive, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Especially early on, so. You know, Gangplank, you know, often you expect him to sit back and shoot and do a bit of that action, but
this is actually
can be scary. Speaking of which,
yeah, he's
traded. Rich, you need to not be turning around right now. The flash forward, that's the passive we were talking about. Rich is dead. First blood. So simply, and sometimes I just love when I talk about something and immediately it happens.
Yeah, I mean, he traded really well, Summit did, and made it look like he was going to overextend, and then Rich felt pretty good. And then that's when Crocker rotates up as we have a bit of a trade down here. And
yep, Effort decided to do that and didn't really win in that situation.
No. But yeah, I mean, if you, in that situation too, if Croco doesn't come up, like Rich can actually kill him, potentially, if he hits all of his CCs, but it's like really, really close, right? And Rich is the kind of player who does step over the line.
Ooh, Effort doing his best martyr impression, coming through at level 3 to try and grab Bay. There's the flash pulse. Oh, catches him after the flash. Bouncy castle. And Effort soaks up as many turret shots as he feels like, and that's a very comfortable second kill. Liiv SANDBOX are popping off.
Yeah, this is a very different look for them too, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of Nidalee in the jungle. We've seen Olaf, but this is a different type of aggressive jungle we're seeing from Croco. And he's just abusing the lane priority, right? Goes and kills Rich in the top lane, and then heads, you know, to mid where he can get that extra catch as well with all the extra CC. That was a really nice rotation as well. Yep, from Effort.
Bit of a classic Rich overextension as we have a look at this replay.
Yeah, see, he misses his second Q there, and then it's like, wait, why are you even second Qing?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's the thing, is like he can turn that trade around if Croco doesn't come, but he doesn't even have a ward in the river. And this is just a really nice setup with Effort and Croco together. Flash forward, overrise, and then the flag goes through.
Yeah, and Summit is now going to die. Peanut going to turn up. Phase Drive Resonance, actually predicting a flash that isn't actually available. It's very odd, but Peanut just making sure that he's in position, and they do guarantee that kill. So an answer back here by NONGSHIM, And giving some gold over to Rich is definitely a good thing as Croco is making his way down bottom lane. Kellen says, nope. Even though they didn't have vision, just checking some tells from Effort, I believe.
You know it's a
Now gonna back
Croco
away.
game when there's always something happening
Yeah.
in the early game. Effort loves to be aggressive on this Alistar as well. I think it's part of the reason why they picked it so far. I mean, it's great for running double tank comps, and that's what they have been running besides this game with their top laner, but with Summit. But in this case, just roaming. I don't think Kellen is going to be able to do much about this.
Nope. Didn't collect Smite, and does have Guardian, so can't even collect Smite.
Nope.
With a unsealed spellbook that some Rakans do like to go with. It's a good stun there from Bay, but barely gets through the shield, as we're going to have a look once again at the top lane replay.
Looks like Summit just overextending there, trying to shoot Rich in the face, and
Rich actually getting a perfect combo there as well.
Yep.
As Peanut, I believe, did something very strange. He still had vision in the brush, but it was not flash. Don't know whether he necessarily needed it, but
when you get
still
that
good.
When you get that really early sheen for Gangplank in this matchup, you feel like you're just supposed to win super hard all the time, and then you start spamming spells and trying to hit that Aatrox. That's when they catch up with you.
Yeah. You're not very tanky.
You're not
Just
tanky.
a sheen? Yeah.
You're a glass cannon. Or glass sword, perhaps.
Glass pistol
Yeah.
and a sword. Both of those. Sometimes a toy sword.
When you
depending
start
on which skin.
when you start thinking about why items in League of Legends make the champions stronger, you go down that rabbit hole. It gets
It does get a little bit confusing. Like, why does this Hextech biscuit that Peanuts picked up make him stronger? I'm not entirely sure. A small medallion. He's probably got enough medallions using the Louis Vuitton skin right there. As Peanuts just going to smite away the Rift Scuttler.
always a feels good man to the smiter in this case.
Mm-hmm. Effort moving down. Root's back in the lane here as well. So, you know, no issues for Liiv SANDBOX at the moment. NONGSHIM Red Force still behind in gold by just a little bit. But, I mean, their mid-game's still going to be very strong. They have so much pick potential if they are able to get these skirmishes working. Rich was comboing very, very well previously. Gets another couple there. As I believe that Umbral Dash will be available pretty soon if he wants to go any more aggressive. Really has got himself back into this lane quite nicely.
Yeah, he has. And, I mean, even in CS as well, taking a slight lead even. And the river is warded in favor of Summit, and he's still playing really respectfully, but you can see Croco is starting to make his way over.
Yep.
While
Peanut getting in there, not going to find the stun, but Effort's going to go down very low. Only level 5, so no unbreakable will. And there's a very happy Penguin from Peanut as he heads back into the river. So 2-2, and we're pretty close to being tied up between these two teams gold-wise as well.
yeah, this is a really awkward moment for Croco as well because the timing doesn't work out for him to try to make something happen on the top side. He just got his rocks. Rich stepped out of the lane, warded that Herald, as we're going to see this again. Dom going in, Kellen all the way through.
Yeah, no quickness required. Great grand entrance, and it's all pretty elementary for these guys. And Peanut getting a start like this is actually very, very good. Croco was well and truly on his way. But 1-0-1 now for both junglers. And Dark Harvest starting to stack up here for Peanut as well, who has started on his blue buff. This Rift Herald is going down relatively low. Rich is going to have to flash to get out of there. Peanut was just kind of ignoring him as blue buff's taken.
This is a big rotation up for Liiv SANDBOX. Everybody's coming in.
Yeah, Bay's moving on over. That's some decent damage, but Rich just dies immediately, just a little bit too early. Pulling the trigger as there is the ulti out of the gangplank. That's going to zone them away. And the Rift Herald goes over to Liiv SANDBOX very comfortably. A little bit of a misplay there from NONGSHIM. Rich going in a little bit earlier than he should have without flash.
Yeah, you know, you feel like if you're Rich in this case, you feel really frustrated too because I'm not even done yet here. What?
Peanut just getting thrown into his blue buff.
Okay.
Effort's pretty low, but Kellen has to flash. Battle Dance comes in. Effort flashes after him. Peanut gets himself a Dark Harvest stack, so that's pretty worth.
This is pretty nice for Dom meanwhile. Just getting some pre-farm down here under turret. But Rich warded that. You can see the ward fading away just now here. And then he thought he could come down here and deny Croco's.
Ooh, that time winder was pretty cute from Peanut.
This fight just never ends.
Yeah.
There's nothing to fight for anymore, guys.
It's over. Shelly's already dead.
It's gone. It's gone. Just let it go.
Well, I mean, Let It Go is a pretty good song.
It is.
Season
It
at the
is.
moment,
It is
so I don't
very
mind
seasonal.
that.
Peanut steals another buff. It's going to be the red one this time. Refresh that.
Yeah,
And
gets
Croco,
himself
it's like,
challenging smite as well.
yeah,
as,
you can't be here.
Oh, these time winders starting to really hurt with that extra blasting rod. Fate pretty close to having that shockwave back available, but doesn't have it just yet. It's still not level 6, as the trample will not affect the grand entrancing Rakan.
He's been roaming so much that he's lost a lot of passive minion experience.
Indeed.
But he's about to hit it.
Looks like Divine Sunder at the summit. Coming through pretty quickly, just needs to put that one together. As Rich is well and truly behind when it comes to the items, just has his not Ninja Tabis and the makings of a Pahage.
Okay. Indeed.
I like phonetic spellings.
You know, the Pahage is pretty good on Aatrox nowadays, I'd say. I like it a lot. I do miss the old icon as we've discussed before, but
yeah, me too.
Hammer
That
Bros
one confuses me because it just doesn't look similar.
It looks like a new item to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it's a different hammer, but not really.
It's funny because it sort of is exactly the same, like same background color and stuff like that, but it still just looks different enough to confuse the heck out of me.
It looks like it's the 2020 model, not the 1982 model. Like
yeah, exactly.
It's the same model, but it's like a different year, you know?
Yeah. Like they stole it from, E.T. On the Atari. No, it's not that bad.
Well, I mean, it's classic. I like it.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
old things.
Yeah,
personally.
you are a fan of the nostalgia trip, and I'm also a big fan of it. Peanut's got his dash cannon completed. First mythic to be put together by a player in this game, so Peanut pretty happy with how things are going at the moment. Turret plates falling down here on the bottom side as well, as Root's going to get tagged by a Q. He's not going to be too worried about it. Faye still has his ultimate available. As you can see, some orbs sitting here on the ground. Croco with Herald in hand, seeing what he can do. Stun going to come down onto effort here. He's finally level 6 and does have the Unbreakable Will available. Croco's moving down though, and here's the Cannon Barrage. Docdom trying to get damage in here. There's the Shockwave. Docdom just dives into it. Ulti comes out. Croco's going to survive as Peanut doesn't find the Time Winder. Croco trying to get out of here, but isn't able to. Rich trying to tidy up what was a very messy situation for NONGSHIM. Now Summit trying to run, but he's weirdly tanky at this stage of the game. And does flash his way out.
Gets away.
That's the couple of health items that really has got him in there.
Yeah, the Candle Gem as well he's got. He's just living through. Well, living the dream, you could say, as
Indeed.
Fate gets out of here. Well, that's going to be a Drake. Finally going over to NONGSHIM side, the Infernal Drake.
Yep.
It's pretty good for their comp, but not amazing.
We're going to be checking the replay out pretty soon. Keep your eyes on Docdom, who I believe dashed into a Shockwave. Just suboptimal. We're going to see a teleport in the mid lane first, though, as there's a headbutt pulve out of effort. Wants to get that trample stun, but isn't going to find it, as Bay is going to get shot in the back of the head by a Gangplank. And Shelly is going to put her noggin into this outer turret in the mid lane. So a couple of extra plates going over just before they do retire for the evening.
Not the most impactful mid-turret to grab for the comp they have. They don't have, crazy siege champ, not running Zoe or anything like that, but we'll take the gold. Very happy with that.
Yep. Do like what Peanut's been able to do this game. Has really been messing with Croco's jungle.
I don't know, and I guess we're going to take a look at this now, but and we don't have the items. I don't know if he actually had the Immortal Shield before this. I don't think he did.
I don't think so either, actually. I think he just had a little quiver.
But he was playing like he did. If you watch Docdom here.
Yeah,
he goes
the
right
dash
into it.
into the Shockwave. Bad news bears.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have it, so
yeah.
He has it now, but
means that next team fight could be much more scary, especially if he doesn't dash into a Shockwave. That will be very, very powerful. So Rich not able to get that last auto off, and the flash out there from Summit.
Playing Samira is kind of weird because you do have to eventually just kind of get in there. It's not like a lot of the other marksmen where you're kind of always at mid to long range for most of the fight.
Yep.
You kind of got to put yourself into the fight, but that's exactly why the Shockwave can be quite detrimental to your health.
Absolutely. Especially coming from one with, where Fate's been farming very, very well. About 10 CS ahead of the clock at the moment here at the 14.5-minute mark. And starting to build towards some big old items.
Yeah, his tier's getting far along too.
Yep. He should have his Ludens pretty soon if that's the route that he decides to go. A few different options though. Of course, you can go Leandri's if you feel like it.
I think he'll probably go Ludens in this case, but I think both are pretty viable.
Yep. I think that both Bay and Fate are doing the same thing as far as that's concerned.
I mean, they're both basically like these champions that shoot out orbs and...
Yeah, it's just balls. You know, balls in the mid lane.
Yep. It's ping pong going on.
Good knock up there under root, but Kellen just having fun. Shield bow, like you were talking about, some steel caps coming through pretty soon as well here for Dr.
Yeah, unfortunately for Root, his item power spike is just a few more minutes of gameplay away, whereas the shield bow up here for Inductom is going to be quite nice.
Yep.
In the next 2 team fights play before Root gets the opportunity to have those online.
Yeah, it should be a Kraken Slayer for the KeSPA. Has been the most popular choice so far.
No doubt.
Can use the Gale Force if you like as well. But I think Kraken Slayer just has so much synergy with her empowered Q.
Especially with the comp.
Too good, yeah.
With the, like you said, kind of like the, okay, we haven't figured this out yet, let's all just do the press R buttons composition they're running.
Yep.
It does work really well with that. Get that big damage when the big CC comes through. We haven't really seen crazy combos just yet, because we haven't had the big 5-on-5 team fights. Have kind of been extended skirmishes. But in the late game, that's what they can hope for, is those big fights.
Yep. It was double Leandri's actually out of our mid laners.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't mind it.
No, I think it's fine. I like Leandri's as an item.
When you get the shockwave off and then Darvin ults in, that can be a lot of extra damage.
Yep.
Kellen is going in.
Yeah, that's a big double knock-up. Quickness comes down as well, but another shockwave comes out from Fate. Bay does find the stun as Kellen makes it out somehow. Peanut dashing on forward, had to ulti back into the fray, and will fall down. Doctum, though, he has the ulti, he has the shield bow. There's the double kill as the Dark Sphere comes down and immediately eradicates the 2 CC bots from Liiv SANDBOX. And now Rich looking for the back of this pit. Summit not actually in the fight at all, apart from throwing down an ultimate, and that's the difference between a shield bow Samira and a not shield bow Samira.
Exactly. The we kind of called it right moments before that it's going to be a better fight. Also, the big engage there coming in from Kellen was quite nice. The knock up into the charm. I'll watch him do it again here, just right over the wall. And when you don't get to have like a wombo or an instant blow up on the side of Liiv SANDBOX, you lose a longer fight, especially when shield bow is ready, especially when Duckdom is at full health here on the side of the fight, and then he goes in. Like, he ults at full health, so he's not even afraid. Then he gets stuck, and he's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
The shield bow doesn't proc until like the fight's already over.
And he's still fine, just wandering out. Everything's A-OK. So 1-1-4 on the Samira now. We'll be able to go back and buy even more items. See what he does decide to put together. I do really like the Bloodthirst that we saw yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, really strong. I think it might be Collector into Bloodthirst or something like that.
That's what I'm liking to see as well. Collector is just so good with her though, especially when you're popping ult in the middle of everybody.
Yep. And
then the Bloodthirster just keeps you alive even more and more.
Bit of a hex slash there from Effort, right in Kellen's face.
Bit of one, yeah.
This is going to be the Mountain Drake going over to Liiv SANDBOX though. So a couple of Drakes for them, only one over on NONGSHIM's side, and they weren't really in position to challenge for that one, especially with Samira on the top side of the map and Summit with teleport available.
Pretty good Drakes for them, but I think if they had Infernal, that'd be even better, obviously.
Oh yeah.
That's a great color commentary point. I was like, they got the good ones. If they had all three, though, that would
it would be better if they had more, actually.
Yes. I mean, their comp has Effort is super tanky. Croco can be kind of tanky, but Core Drinker. So Mountains.
Yep.
It's handy. It's handy. All right, but it's not.
I think Croco will be going full tank after this as well. So this this Jarvan's going to be pretty strong. And, you know, the last time I saw a Jarvan was MLXG at All-Stars, and he was extraordinarily strong. I wanted him to unretire.
He's been played a little bit in the Demacia Cup from when I've been peeking in.
Yep.
The Divine Sunder is done for Summit as well. And, you know, with the more tanky items we're seeing coming in from Croco and the Divine Sunder, they do have some longevity in a team fight if they don't die to Samira just spinning through the team fight like a Beyblade.
Yep.
But if they live through that, you know, it's still a hard fight for them, but they're building towards more longevity. Whereas previously it was like, okay, if we don't kill somebody with the shockwave and do a follow-up effort pummeling his way in, it's just over. Yeah, they're kind of building towards that longevity.
Well, Kellen's looking for a bit of a flank play here as Bay's going to move on in. Peanut in position as well. Doesn't have the W out just yet. So not actually going to go for anything as Rich picks up this minion wave. He's got a Herald that he has to use pretty soon, actually. It's about 2/3 of its way through. Effort. Going to get a headbutt back onto Peanut there, but he's going to lose out on that trade as Rich rotates over. Samira will be able to take down that turret comfortably, so Docdom a bit more money in his back pocket.
Cullen's trying to get some in here.
Cataclysm comes down. This is the combo we were talking about. Bay goes golden, but I have a feeling he's just dead. Yeah, very comfortably taken down with command dissonance, and that's what this comp can do, right?
Yeah,
you can use that wombo combo just to get picks.
Exactly, it's pick-based, you know? I mean, this is not safe, though, where they are right now, even with the one-up. Summit's not here, and it's not a fight you want to take right here in the mid lane after using your most potent combo.
Yep.
Still on cooldown for quite some time.
These 3 ultis are definitely important to have up. As, okay, Peanut, he's going to have to ult out, does so.
This is actually really nice, though, for Summit. He's getting a lot of push done in the bot lane. Sure, you're going to, this Rift Herald's going to finish off your turret, but could be a lot worse. And pings keep coming down for Rich as he's trying to come down there and handle it, but a little bit too slow.
This mini wave is going to be eaten up, though, so it's just a shove into the turret, not actually the turret take. So that outer turret in mid lane is actually very valuable.
It's definitely a better trade
here for SANDBOX, so not bad. We're getting that even though their mid laner falls.
Yep. All they can get, you know, essentially. Or is the wave pushed into the turret in that bot lane push. Yep.
Seraph's Embrace now completed for Fate. We've got that Kraken Slayer done for Root as well, so he's pretty strong. Collector done on Docdom's side. We'll see whether he does build into that.
A Bloodthirster.
Bloodthirster next, exactly. I like the idea of Collector on, you know, reset champion as well. Just feels real good. Get that extra monies.
Yeah, a lot of money. I mean, we've seen already a pentakill on Samira this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Was that in the first Samira game that we had? I know it was Ghost, so it must have been day 1.
I believe so.
He quadred into Penta, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's a bit silly.
He got, yeah, that's right. I think in his first game he didn't quite get it, got stolen from, but then he got it later in the second game.
Give me a redo. Give me a redo on that one. Thank you very much, says Ghost.
Rich a little bit late to the party here, but this is just a push to try to grab the mid turret. He'll be here. Yep. On time, they're not even going to contest it. Totally fine.
All those buttons back available again, so you can see NONGSHIM giving them all the respect in the world.
And they basically have to, because in every fight that goes longer, they should have the advantage. That can change with the Kraken Slayer, but you know, unfortunately for Root, he kind of has to be in range enough to use it, and that's when he might not live very long, or get charmed, or there's a lot of things that can go wrong there.
Indeed. Ooh, Lichbane done for Peanut. He's actually very, very strong now with the new Lichbane.
And also awesome new icon.
Oh yeah, it's real rad. It reminds me of like a World of Warcraft epic item from like the Burning Crusade that has like really cool animations from space and stuff.
It's the coolest sword you could imagine, pretty much.
Yeah. It's real badass.
Like, give me a cooler sword. I'm waiting.
I don't know, Frostmourne? Yeah, no, probably not.
Frostmourne needs a new icon before we can talk.
What's Aragon's sword called? I guess it's pretty boring looking, actually. It's like it's cool and all, but it is pretty generic. There's Grocko's got the orb summit. Yeah, he's spotted on that ward, but looking for this flank opportunity, and he can just press R whenever he wants to. 2-man Shockwave does come through there as Battle Dance comes down, but the Cannon Barrage not exactly getting all the value, and this Drake is still alive. Down to 100, and it is going to be Peanut that picks up the smite. Just a little bit early there from Croco, I believe. No, actually didn't have a chance to get that one down. And so that is going to be a Mountain Drake apiece and 2 Drakes apiece, actually, for both teams. So very well done here from NONGSHIM, who still feel a little bit like they're on the back foot in this series.
Well, they're also just playing super passively because they're afraid of the style of play and the hard engage tools that Liiv SANDBOX has. But at the same time, in these moments where they just play it safely and slowly, Liiv SANDBOX can engage. The Shockwave wasn't that great. It wasn't able to set up for a combo. And then after that, Liiv SANDBOX was like, well, I guess we just can't fight. And they gave up the Drake. And that window of lead you were talking about for Liiv SANDBOX does feel like it's closing a little bit. The gap is certainly narrowing.
Peanut with
Peanut, how much has he
LGD
stolen?
representation.
He's 60 CS up right now. He's stolen so many buffs.
Yeah, Croco's really had a rough time getting too much out of his jungle. Admittedly, Peanut needs more money than Ajabin does. Like, he's just going to be a beefy boy now, so he doesn't really need a whole lot extra money, but still, it is definitely a good thing for Peanut.
He's being thrifty with those cloth armors there.
Yep, indeed. Parallel Convergence finds nothing as Peanut does still have the ulti available. Shockwave is going to be avoided there by Peanut's ultimate, but the dissonance is still going to connect, so Peanut struggling. Summits towards the bottom side, and he's getting work done here on this inner turret. As Rich can't really save this. It's really starting to get into danger zone territory when it comes to the Gangplank, who's very, very strong. He also has a very big lead.
Yeah, actually bigger than I even realized. Yeah, it's actually quite a lead he has. The other thing about Croco is that he was able to get a lot of picks done in the early game, so even though he doesn't have that much CS, he hasn't cleared that much of the jungle. He is still, he's got the most important item in the Gore Drinker, and
yep,
he's going to sit comfortably with that.
Warden's Mount now complete as well, and he has 100% kill contribution, so he has been exactly where he's needed to be this game. Just facilitating as best he can.
Right now, I feel like NONGSHIM, as long as they don't walk into a big shockwave team fight here around the Baron, they can slowly start to creep in and get control of this. They didn't group up though. Rich is still in the bot lane, so they can't take this away. And Peanuts, he's out there. I think they're a little bit late to set up for this one, to be honest. I think they could have, just moments before, really started to clear this out and start taking control away, but now Vision back to Liiv Sandbox around the pit.
Yep. Wave's actually equalizing in top and bottom lane, with Aatrox backing out of the way. You saw that Summit doesn't really know what he wants to get done here. Does still have teleport, so could be splitting bottom side right now, but it looks like Liiv Sandbox are gearing themselves up for this Baron fight like you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Liiv Sandbox wants to fight either around the pit itself or, you know, around the entry points, the choke points into the river. So they're kind of ping-ponging in and out to try to, you know, put themselves into that favorable position to get that value out of the CC, the Shockwave. Croco's hard engage follows up. Yep, not going to do it the opposite way. I suppose you could. It's just not going to be as good.
You can see Dr. clearing out that minion wave pretty nicely. Does actually have a gold bounty on his head, much like Fate does on the opposite side of the rift. 204 on the Orianna.
They don't have a way to clear this very quickly at the moment, so they can't really scare NONGSHIM into walking into their traps. NONGSHIM's just playing safe, and Rich is like, okay, if you guys are going to keep playing Baron Chicken, I'm just going to push bot lane and start to get some value, and then Peanut's going to clear out the ward, and suddenly NONGSHIM is starting to get ahead. They're only 400 gold behind.
Yeah, managed to pull it back actually here as Root, he goes back, just gets a pickaxe. I was actually thinking that Hurricane might be ready, but just still has the Zeal available there, so not quite able to augment his build like he would have liked. Dr. looks like it's going to be Infinity Edge, so a little bit more greedy. Not going for the extra survivability that a Bloodthirster would give you, but will have a whole bunch of extra damage, which I am certainly all about.
Everybody's all about that in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, the side laning we saw come in from Rich and actually from Bay as well as really helped catch up the gold deficit, and then they got Baron control back. But now the next fight is going to be over this Mountain Drake in 30 seconds.
Soul Point available for whoever picks it up as well, so this is going to be a very big deal. Peanut has had some pretty nice smites throughout his career and throughout this game so far as well. So looking forward to seeing what Croco can do to try and zone out this Echo.
Summit's way out there trying to bait, it looked like. Effort does not connect.
Yeah, that was trolled by the wall just a little bit there, not able to quite get the headbutt pulve to work correctly. It's an uncharacteristic mistake.
Entering this river is going to be really difficult, but Rich is trying to cut his way through the bot side.
Yep, Dark and Blade working out here onto Summit.
They're really well split here. It's actually really hard for the Shockwave to be the engage tool.
Yep, Dr. though, he's in trouble. Has to flash and dash to get himself out of the way. Voidseeker is going to miss him. Meanwhile, there is a fight on the upper side as Rich looks to escape, does so with the help of the Blast Cone, but now Dr. is completely zoned out of this one. Effort is going to cut him off as well. It's, oh my god, the AoE, but Kellen is going to pick up Croco, and the disengage actually works out. Good stun from Bay as Effort finds his way forward, but Dr.'s rotated around as well. Dashes in, picks up the kill with the help of Peanut. And this was so close to working for Liiv Sandbox, but it doesn't. Another kill comes through for Dr. Make that a double as he picks up the resets. And Oh, it was this close.
It
But
was-
Liiv SANDBOX die.
It was so well played by both sides because you have, you know, the setup there for Liiv SANDBOX means it's difficult to enter. On the side of NONGSHIM, watch this again. You can see Rich is trying to set the engage here. Duckdom, though, is probably not the one who wants to be with him. And if you're Liiv SANDBOX, you're like, okay, we have to commit on one side of things. Let's go for the bot. Let's go for the carry. We're going in for Duckdom. He gets pushed away, but it feels like, okay, now Liiv SANDBOX should win this fight because the damage just isn't going to be there. Then they set up for the follow-up engage here, and you see Jarvan jump in. It's beautiful. It's really nicely done, but a good flash from Bay gets him out. Then they turn around. Then they just start front-to-back team fighting here, and they turn on effort as well. And suddenly, what looked like a one-team fight for Liiv SANDBOX turns around completely, and that's going to be Soul Point, as you say.
Yeah, and Baron.
Baron as well.
I mean, Fate was doing so much damage, but just not enough to actually take anyone down. And I told a bit of a lie. It was the Bloodthirster that was completed in the end. You can see, still sitting on that crit cloak, just went back and decided, no, I'm going to need this survivability. And it was absolutely the best choice, because I think if he didn't have it in that last fight, he's dead.
Yeah.
Instead of being able to limp away on about 200 health. So I really, really like that decision-making. Summit's got that really cool chainsword now. So he's going to be doing a bit of extra work.
It's really, you can see the one-dimensional, unfortunately, team fight potential on the side of Liiv SANDBOX.
That is so many control wards. It's 15 hits. Sorry, not 15. It's 12 hits of control wards.
Yeah, you're starting to wonder, like, it's like, will they ever get through those? I guess maybe that's a strat.
Yeah, that's the strat. It wasn't a mistake, and everyone walked up to that brush and put a control ward down together.
It's actually pretty
Ludicrous.
annoying to clear.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll add like I don't know, a rune that like helps you AoE clear wards or something later. I don't know.
I mean,
well,
you can pick up a Duskblade, I guess. You can one-shot one of them. So there you go.
This is really annoying to deal with, by the way. This Bay top push with the Baron Candyman starting to stack up. And this is not a fight that Liiv SANDBOX can take. They're not the type of team that can kind of cut through, flank that top lane, because they have to fight all together. That's why I was saying earlier in that one-dimensional teamfight comp, even though it looked like they got Duckdom, it's just not going to work.
Effort with a sick X-Flash instead of walking.
Oh,
that headbutt pulse does not work out. Gets stunned up, Unbreakable Will has to be used, and every time an R button's pressed, it's danger time as Peanut eats a shockwave and ults out of it. That's actually much higher value for NONGSHIM as well, because now that shockwave's not going to be there, and it's just Cataclysm, Killer Instinct, and the Cannon Barrage. Alliteration, yes, but value together, not as much without the shockwave.
Certainly not. And that's the really annoying thing that that Liiv SANDBOX can't. There's not much they could do with this unless they can use those together.
Ooh, Summit actually taking the worst end of that trade as Bay.
Yeah.
Looking to get on over here. Ulti comes out. Does find the stun there as well, but oranges do mean that Summit will be K's. Now Cannon barraging the bottom side. There's Croco getting taken down dangerously low. There's the Cataclysm. He will be dying, but oh my god, Duckdom! So much AoE damage. I think he tanks some turret shots, but it does not matter. He's slicing everyone apart. This is what we were talking about with the Aatrox and this Samira. And it looks beautiful when it works, as Rich is looking to take down Summit here as well. He says that everything's okay. I do like that. Thank you very much, Ramus, for helping us out on that one. Stun comes forward, the flash comes in, and Rich shows us why his Aatrox is so devastating, while the rest of NONGSHIM are taking down the base. But this was a really, really fun game between both of these teams. I think that we have a much closer series on our hands than I think a few people could have assumed.
Yeah. I mean, I think my theory is going to be 2-0, but both games would be close, right? And this is one of those close games. But once again, Liiv SANDBOX, as they lose their Nexus here in the first game, showcasing that there's more to Croco than just the Nidalee Olaf. There's a little bit more diversity that can be shown. Yep, but still stuck on the Alistair comp, still stuck on wombo combos in the late game. And it was beautifully played by Duckdom. He gets a Samira, he has the shield bow, builds survivability with the Bloodthirster, and if you can't kill him and you're going to commit all your resources to doing so, eventually you lose that team fight, even though we had the great Jarvan ult follow-up.
Yeah.
The sick flash from Bay to get out of there.
And also, like, Croco was way too far behind at the end, so he just wasn't as tanky as he needed to be. So the Samira eats through him, and then those resets start to come forward where she's just dashing around the fight with a big old circle around her, destroying everyone. And just not going to take enough damage as well with the Immortal Shield Bow, which is so ridiculous, especially paired up with things like the Bloodthirster. And having some cool shoes with some metal on them. So really, really nicely done here by NONGSHIM. I think Rich finally got some redemption at the end as well, as he gets this huge shield, and then him and Dr. destroy everyone.
Yeah, this was a very nasty team fight, showcasing once again the power of Samira and what she can do when she gets shield bow.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I mean, we said it earlier in the game too, like, okay, he died, and this time he tried to go in. He went into the shockwave, but he gets shield bow later, and then suddenly it's a totally different story. A lot of other things changed in the game as well. We saw NONGSHIM playing way better around those combos, playing safe. Rich's flanks actually made it so, especially on that Dragon Pit fight that we keep referencing, they came from two sides, right, which forces the 5-man team that has to kind of hard engage one way or the other to choose a side. They choose the Duck Dumb side because it seems like, okay, if we kill him.
I mean, yeah, that was the best way to do it as well. They caught him out of position. Dr. shouldn't have been there, actually. He was just going for an aggressive flank to try and, you know, get things started. Didn't work out, and I thought that that was where we were going to see Liiv SANDBOX pick up a victory, but they were just too slow getting that hard engage working, and unfortunately, Fate just never did enough damage to kill them. He was really strong this game on the Orianna, but just didn't quite have enough to, you know, grab those 3-man shockwaves into kills.
Yeah, it has to be a kill, because if it's not a kill, then people live and they walk away, and then Samira does everything else.
If they don't die, they're not dead.
And that means they are the killers, and they kill you. I mean, if you don't get those picks, then everything just turns around on its head instantly.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite work out. So Fate just not quite ahead enough. He did actually have a decent game, but I just feel like, you know, we could have pushed the envelope a little bit further forward. I think some of the cannon barrages from Summit might have been a little bit too hasty as well. I do like cannon barrage used to zone in a comp like this. However, when it's not available, it does mean that NONGSHIM have so much more power in, you know, dictating how these things go. Plus, shout out to Peanut, had a great game on the Echo. It's just so good having him back.
Yeah, it is, and he was able to just roam around and take everything. The entire map belonged to him the entire time.
Yeah.
He was stealing. He was smite stealing the scuttle crabs. He was taking red. He was taking blue. He was taking away.
He was even taking their own blue.
Yeah.
You know, like Bay didn't get one. It was all going to Peanut. He was the hard carry. Had himself his cool Lich Bane, and then I think after that item was built, was really chunking people. You saw him fighting against Summit, actually winning out on those trades. Probably shouldn't have, because Summit had been farming very, very well. But the gangplank didn't quite work when it came to team fighting. I think the barrel chains weren't really there either. And in the end, NONGSHIM, I think it was just a war of attrition. They just kept being aggressive. They kept finding, you know, their picks and their moments, and it worked out very, very well. That Dragon fight into Baron, into pretty elementary style of victory, which is exactly what you want to see in a team that is trying to coordinate themselves and get up to an LCK level as quickly as possible. I think this is a good example of moving in the right direction for NONGSHIM Red Force. It's a team that I think we should all have our eyes on.
I think that, you know, we're seeing from Liiv SANDBOX a little bit of evolution, a little bit more flexibility already in this first game. And even though we did see Alistair again, it was not the Renekton top Alistair bot. It got banned away from them, but they still looked like they could figure out how to draft into a strong composition regardless.
Well, these are going to be the highlights here. And some of the early picks, Effort's early roams as well, looked really, really good. You saw why the Alistair was such high priority. But Liiv SANDBOX, they got a slight lead and then weren't quite able to get it over the line afterwards.
Yeah, it's a compositional problem, I think, for the late game too. You know, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse with this, but their comp doesn't have the ability. Like, there's nothing like a Samira on the other on their side, Liiv SANDBOX's side, to win these long fights.
Yeah.
So, you know, in this case, this is right before he got his Immortal Shield Bow, and he went into a Shockwave. See how that can be very annoying to play before you get to that big power spike. Once they got that, there was just no way to kill him, because he, minus that one mistake in the bot lane where he still lived, or in the Dragon Pit, I should say, where he still lived, he was too well positioned. And then what are you doing with your comp anymore at that point? You're just hoping that they're going to make mistakes if you Liiv SANDBOX.
Yeah, and you're hoping your Bouncy Castle is actually going to get some kills. As you saw, Kellen limps away from this fight. You know, Peanut lasts for a lot longer than you would have otherwise expected. The Cannon Barrage is a little bit out of sync with everything else, and then Bay picks up the very high-value Sphere that collects that double kill. And this was really where things started to turn, right? As the engage is on to, you know, Rich and Doctarm. They decide to go all in on trying to kill Doctarm, but he stays alive. He's got the Immortal Shield Bow, he's got the Bloodthirster, he gets out, and then Effort tries to zone him from this. But in the end, he starts trying to engage a little bit too early, and it was just slightly misaligned here from Liiv SANDBOX.
Effort just, he's not tanky enough. He's level 10. He's a support. He's at the bot trying to turn this around somehow. But even if he were able to get it, even if we were able to get a nice headbutt and try to isolate someone, where would the damage be? I mean, Root's off at the side. He's not going to be able to do that much. There's no big burst. There's no sustainable engage there anymore. And like I said before, it was a front-to-back team fight. This is the last fight of the game here. You can see Kellen making some big plays as well, actually, setting up some charms through that team fight. But Duck Dom is just going to have a good time. Resets all over the place, flying around. So I don't know what to call it. I almost want to say helicopter, but we've already used that for a lot of champions.
Beyblade's
Yeah,
a good one.
I like that. I like that term as well.
Yep.
Well, there you have it.
It's a lot of cannon barrage damage, but unfortunately that doesn't win you games. And of course, Rich was taking a beating throughout the majority of this one. It's what happens when there's a dude with a pistol and you just got a sword. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back very, very shortly with game number 2. Liiv SANDBOX still have a chance. See you after the break.
You found a new place to go, made up your mind and soul. Believe in today, can we do it together? You and me, like the sun and the sea, hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
누구 닮았지? 어?
장인어른.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생각은 자신감으로 오래가면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go, made up your mind and soul. Believe in today, can we do it together? You and me, like the sun and the sea, hand
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
하나, 둘, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf on a very happy Christmas day here in Korea. I know elsewhere in the world, I think it might still be Christmas Eve, but it is Christmas Day here, and we're very happy to be bringing you some more KeSPA Cup action as we jump straight into the playoffs. Already, we've had one of our closest matches yet.
Yeah.
Here in the KeSPA Cup, and it may be the last close series that we get in our first best of three.
I feel like Liiv SANDBOX is really looking to be quite a strong team.
Yeah.
They're at 90% of being a strong team. And getting the last 10% is the hardest part, right? But
yeah,
there's a lot of development that's still left to happen before LCK starts. And even within this best of three, that some changes can be made. There can be some adaptations. There's a chance they do steal this one away, right? But we're already seeing different comps from them than we saw in the group stage. So I'm happy about that. Kroko showing his diversity a little bit more.
Yep.
Still aggressive, right? Still playing the Jarvan. And his Talia was, another aggressive jungle that he played, kind of the meta. But I wonder how deep the rabbit hole goes. Like,
the Kroko hole.
Yeah, and I was also wondering, what happens if NONGSHIM doesn't ban Renekton? Do they just go back to their old ways? Or do they actually change the way they're drafting and play a little bit differently and play a little bit more standard, right? Like the top teams right now are picking Graves first. But, even when left open, Liiv SANDBOX is like, no, I'm just going to pick Renekton, right? So
yeah.
I feel like that's a bit of a weakness for them a little bit in these drafts.
Well, we'll see how it does go. Of course, we will have a side switch.
Yes.
As they will get blue side, which will add some flexibility. You can already see that the Aatrox has been banned away from Rich. Renekton's still going to be banned here, but of course, when you're on red side, you have the onus on you to ban things like the Akali, the Graves. They didn't necessarily have to ban the Pantheon, though, as Liiv SANDBOX deciding to get rid of that, not wanting to first pick it here as Olaf to be taken away, and Samira will be banned by NONGSHIM themselves, understanding just how powerful that pick is. Graves will get through, though, and that will go over to Kroko this time.
See, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see blue side Liiv SANDBOX picking the Graves. I wanted to see Kroko's Graves. This will actually be his first Graves of the tournament, in fact.
Yeah.
And this kind of lends itself towards more slow, traditional League of Legends play, and not as aggressive, not as one-dimensional comps as we've seen thus far. We haven't seen Kane yet this tournament, actually, but he's been a popular pick on the ladder over the last few patches in the preseason.
Not to mention the Kazakhs as well, which has been sitting at a really high win rate, actually, in solo queue, but we haven't really seen it so much competitively in this tournament. I believe in the Demacia Cup, it's a bit of a different story, as that should be the bottom lane locked in here for Dr. and Kellen. And I like Kaiser Gragas as a combo very, very much.
It's very strong, and looks like Liiv SANDBOX want to pick up their support as well early on here, and it'll be the first time Effort does not play Alistar if they actually lock in this Leona right now, which had a significantly better impact in most lanes in this tournament thus far.
Yep. I do like Gragas into the Alistar, so I do like pivoting away from it into the Leona instead. Zoe actually going to be locked away here for Fate. This was one of his better champions last season.
Yes.
And we'll be picking that one up. Certainly aiming for some mid-game here. Zoe Graves has been very, very strong with the setup that you can get, as Peanut will be locking away the Kindred. This is something he terrorized Worlds with. So very excited to see what he's going to be able to get done here.
Yeah, me too. And what I'm most excited about, though, is Liiv SANDBOX actually kind of going down that path I was hoping we'd see, right? Going down that path of, okay, let's take the first pick Graves, let's play a more standard composition. Now they've picked up Zoe early in the first pick phase, and what's really left open here now is going to be what AD they're going to play. Samira is obviously removed. You do see KeSPA picked up and the MF banned away. Liiv SANDBOX really likes to play Jhin, but that's actually usually when Leo is in, not Root. So we'll see if that does make it through the draft. That might be where they end up going here for that bot lane. Synergizes pretty well with the Zoe, with those pokes that you can have.
Yep. I do really like Ezreal as well, paired alongside Zoe. This is a combo that we've seen many, many times and allows for a lot of chaos in the mid game that you can capitalize on. The Jhin to be taken away here does put a little bit of extra onus on heading towards something like that Ezreal. We'll see where he goes. We only have one Ezreal player so far, and it's your favorite guy. It's Noah.
Noah, that's right. I haven't gotten to commentate him yet, but
you may not actually get a chance.
Yeah,
it might be a hybrid every single game for that next match in our round of 6 as we move to our next day. But getting a bit ahead of ourselves as we still have to conclude this one. Okay. Nautilus being considered right now, and that will put Gragas in a solo lane if it is going to be picked up. Darius not likely, as 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing that one. I think something like the Orianna is a lot more common here. But we have seen Galio played into a lot of the compositions that Leo is, or not Leo, excuse me, Liiv SANDBOX are playing. Kalista has a 0% win rate in this tournament, by the way, 0-3 at the moment, and has been very unsuccessful. Even Deft, probably the best Kalista player in this tournament, perhaps in Korea, has not found success with the champion at the moment. So I'd like to see us still move away from that at the moment. Looks like they want to take a safe approach here with Ornn.
I think that Kalista's item path is actually really...
It's tricky right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a worry right now. There's the Ezreal that we were mentioning, so...
I feel like you caster blessed it into existence. I wasn't even thinking about it, and you brought it in, and I'm happy to see it.
Well, that's going to be paired alongside the Ornn as well, which is what Rich has to go up against. This would be interesting, as Xayah, just to avoid a whole bunch of that CC. It's not a bad choice. Featherstorm is very powerful. But I think Ezreal's just better as a standalone carry.
He's really good in this meta, too, as kind of the safe pick.
Yep.
This is actually kind of a reversal of the draft for Liiv SANDBOX, just going down more sustain, a lot of poke, longer fights for Liiv SANDBOX. So the first time in this tournament, they're not just going to look to wombo combo their way into early kills. They have to fight long fights.
This could be a whole bunch of different stuff, actually. As Nautilus is being hovered right now, that will put Gragas towards the top lane, but they could have had Galio's support here.
Yeah.
They could have picked mid. They could have had Gragas support and picked top, but instead they are going to have the CC boys in the solo lanes in the Gragas and the Galio, and they'll rely on Peanut and Doctarm to get the most damage down. I actually don't mind this. There's sometimes when you have like double utility solo lanes, things can go a little bit wrong. Yeah. This time around, I think that it's going to work out quite nicely, especially with the added damage that Gragas has built these days, and the same to be said for the Galio as well. So I like this comp out of NONGSHIM, but I do like the standard nature that Liiv SANDBOX have put together here with their, Ezreal, Zoe plus Ornn for the late game insurance.
It's a really interesting look. As there's a bug with the swaps, obviously that's not going to be 80. It's not going to be 80 Leona and support Ezreal, but we've had this once before. Sometimes these things do happen. But I wanted to say, I feel like NONGSHIM Red Force, they've really showcased a lot of really good drafting throughout this tournament. Really reactionary, wait until the last moment, picking a lot of champions that serve double roles, as you were pointing to. And I was kind of leaning towards Thresh, actually. That's kind of what popped into my mind as the final support. But I think because they're running Gragas, they don't need a Thresh here personally, or necessarily. And we're getting some updates in our headset, but I didn't catch all of them. But I think
it's just we're going to rerun through the draft real quick to make sure that everyone can get the champions that they're looking for. So a slight delay getting into game number 2, guys.
It's all good.
They say game issue. You guys saw what the issue was. It was on your screen. But I do like the fact that we do have a lot of issues being thrown up on our screen.
Yeah, I mean, the updates come very quickly in this esport to what's going on. In my experience with a lot of other esports I've commentated without naming any names, sometimes you just don't know what's going to happen.
Well, actually, this has been a little bit better than some of our other experiences, so don't think that you're out of the woods just yet, Wolf, okay? I'm sure that when we get further into the tournament, it will continue to be just as exemplary as it has been today. I'm crossing fingers, I'm touching wood, and
yeah, I mean, let's see how it goes. But the Nautilus pick at the end of the day, I guess, is a lot better for those longer fights than Thresh would necessarily be with the Gragas there. A little bit of anti-synergy.
Yep.
For some of the team fights, so.
It allows for a little bit more of that pick potential as well for the Nautilus to help out with. I do like Nautilus paired alongside KeSPA as well, because Killer Instinct, you just put down the depth charge, it follows someone, and then you can dash to it pretty comfortably with the good old KeSPA.
I think you were talking about this very recently, and maybe even yesterday, I think it was, about Ezreal building Divine Sunder instead of Trinity Force. There's been kind of a debate about that.
Yeah.
I actually didn't think Divine Sunder was better, but the more I watch it in real games, like in top-tier pro games, I think it probably is the better choice. What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what you're against. I think I really, really like Divine Sunder and Trinity Force existing in the game. I think that they add a lot of flexibility to a whole bunch of things, because sometimes you want extra armor pen and sometimes you want extra attack speed. And when you're fighting a bunch of squishies, you don't really need to worry about getting through a big beefy boy. Then, Trinity Force can be really, really good. Also gives you a big spike right then and there,
yes,
which is very, very powerful. Divine Sunder, though, the more legendary items you pick up afterwards, you just keep stacking up that % armor pen, which allows you to get through all of those tanks. So I just really like the idea of being able to choose your item based on the game that you're in, which is, I think, the direction that Riot was taking when they updated all of these items, and it's good to see that it's actually worked.
Yeah, I like the fact that we have discussions like this in this meta and in this preseason, because in the past, sometimes with some of these champions, you just knew what they would build no matter what. And we are getting there with some of these champions right now. Like Samira feels like is going to be building the Immortal Shield Bow no matter what.
Yeah, right.
It feels like Lucia might be building Gale Force no matter what these days. Looks like we're finally set and ready to go into the second map.
Yep. And I feel like Liiv SANDBOX have just been picking uber meta comps from last year over and over and over again. Like, you would have seen this comp at Worlds, I think, multiple times, right? Like, this is the mid-game skirmishy, let's get our Zoe and Ezreal bouncing around these fights that can be very, very chaotic and messy, and capitalize on their mobility, right? And their ability to pick people off. So let's see whether they can make it work here as we get into Game 2. All right, finally we're here.
That was Atlas just playing a game of Yahtzee on the side.
Yeah. I'm sometimes you gotta keep up the Christmas cheer, right? And so I'm just playing Yahtzee with myself, off to the side. So it's one of those things.
And in between team fights, he writes down his dice scores.
Yeah. Atlas is winning against Atlas at the moment, by the way, Wolf. If you wanted the score.
Okay, I was curious.
Well. Like you mentioned before, Croco on the Graves for the first time this tournament. Very exciting. Mafia Graves as well has been his decision. It's not my favorite because Hugh Jackman Graves is definitely the best.
He definitely is.
Yeah. Pool Party Graves, by the way, is Hugh Jackman Graves. So if you are playing Graves ever, just make sure you pick that skin. It's the best one.
Yep, go buy it right now.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
It's in the store, $9.75.
We got a little bit of a low. It's level 1, and it's pretty quiet jungle, so.
Yeah.
I do like looking at how the draft worked out for NONGSHIM, I do like the Kindred with the KeSPA pick in particular, because it feels like oftentimes KeSPA is sink or swim based on whether she survives after Killer Instinct or whether she can Killer Instinct or not.
Yep.
And the Lamb's Respite really does help with that.
There's a whole host of synergy with Kindred in this comp as well. I mean, Gragas is fantastic with Kindred because you put down your Lamb's Respite and then you time your explosive cask, and everyone is then out of the Lamb's Respite.
And then they dead.
And then they dead, exactly. They don't get that big old heal, and everything's great. Plus, Galio Kindred's fantastic. It's something that we've seen many, many, many times with the heroic entrants guaranteeing that CC, or they have to step out and they die. So really, really cool stuff. Plus, Heroic Entrance and Kai'Sa's Killer Instinct is a really cool combo as well, because, you know, she can dash into the backline and just deliver a Galio into it, which can be really, really cool. But they have to get there first, right? And I think that the mid-game power of this Liiv SANDBOX squad is something that doesn't really have very much of this nuance that we see with what NONGSHIM has to put together. It's just very easy to execute, right? Like, be these champions, get to mid-game, buy items, kill them.
Yes. We did see a small Rich misplay where he put the Smiling Bee instead of the Sad Bee after taking a bad trade up here in the top lane. But this is his second game of Gragas this tournament, and he has played it very passively both times. This time into the Ornn matchup so far here, just taking minions under turret, being careful.
Yep.
And I do like Rich on the Gragas quite a bit. I had questions the first time he played it, but he played it really, really well. And he's often set up a lot of big flanks in that game. I say he often as if it's happened a lot, but in that game there were a lot of big flanks that he set up with his explosive cask.
Bit of a low roll here for Peanut. Unfortunately, will be Croco that picks up this marked Rift Scuttler. Not the end of the world, of course, for Kindreds.
There's other opportunities.
Yeah, but Croco's now going to find him in his jungle, trying to take these chickens. Just going to steal it away, but Bay is going to make his way over. Croco might be in trouble here. Taunt is going to miss, though. And Colossal Smash comes down. Bay may actually have to try and flash this one, but no, Rich is going to come down. There's Peanut trying to fight against Fate here as Croco down to 100 health. Summit moving on over as well. But in the end, it is just a chicken steal and not much more.
Yeah, and Peanut definitely going to be feeling like there was a chance he could have grabbed that Graves mark really early on in the game. Not going to happen, sadly.
Yeah, not quite, but it will be a double scuttle from Croco, so this is
it's a lot of
bad news for Peanut at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of vision control that makes it really difficult for Peanut to play Kindred here. As once again, Rich is just going to take the Sad into this one. Gets a little brittle.
Yep, indeed. Does bonk him on the head after having a drink, though. Hopefully that was eggnog for the season.
Cup of cheer.
Yep, indeed. Oh, well, that's a fantastic dredge line here out of Kellen. In goes the double taunt as well as Effort does flash the Justice Punch. And that will keep him alive, but still, Flash now down in exchange for, well, Flash and heal down in exchange for this Ignite as Rich getting bonked by Summit right now. He will have likely the Bellows Breath pretty soon, but can't quite see it. There we go. Just takes a turret shot, and yeah, no, not going to proc the Brittle. He could have actually just flashed, but Rich would have been able to flash then afterwards, and then he would have been under the turret and then dead. So Summit making a very smart, reserved decision.
Yeah. I think, you know, maybe he was hoping Rich was going to panic flash there. By the way, I mean, if he gets one step forward faster, he ends up getting the kill. So it's going to be teleports traded here.
Oh no, Rich really not having fun. He's like, I just got back. Why am I already dead? And he doesn't actually have any consumables either. Actually used his potion immediately.
He's got his own consumable. He's got his.
Yeah, that's true. He just takes a drink.
Takes
a drink.
I'm like, what are you talking about? He's carrying it right there.
He keeps putting them on the ground, though, and they just don't seem to do enough damage to Summit. That's what I've been noticing.
Certainly been frustrating for Rich here, but he's got enough wave clear to where this is, as long as he doesn't keep taking those bad trades, he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
He'll be all right.
I think he'll survive. Well, maybe. It depends what Croco has in mind. Rich not taking a turret shot there, though, as there's another really nice knock-up with the Searing Charge.
Quick doesn't get his brittle proc, but again, just trying to threaten Peanut here.
Bubble is going to connect. Smite comes down to keep Peanut healthy, but immediately Paddlestar is going to pop it. So another back for the Kindred. He's falling further and further behind.
This is once again, I mean, I know I sound like the biggest Croco fan ever, and I definitely am, but he has shown us only aggressive junglers, and he's been looking for early game picks and aggressive, you know, lane threatens throughout this tournament. And now he's shown us Graves, and he has been aggressive with the Graves, but against Kindred, against Peanut of all players, he's shown no fear. He's playing very aggressively around the jungle, and just showing us more depth again than something like an Olaf the Nidalee that it seemed like that was all he could play for a little while, at least for this tournament. But this is what I really wanted to see from him, is how does he play the Graves, and so far it's been stellar. And he's showing just a completely different style of play than what it looked like maybe he was capable of before.
And it's another low roll for Peanut, unfortunately. Another mark is going to go to the Wolves.
Yeah.
Or the Crocodiles, I guess. There's Kellen. Forward here, looking for a dredge line angle as Croco comes in, but he's very, very low. Peanut Scooching on down as well. He will walk over a control ward as now Effort getting tagged by that Void Seeker. Dr. and Kellen are looking pretty scary right now, especially with Bay now moving in. Heroic entrance in hand as they're going to blast cone over. Effort's going to be in trouble. Justice Punch lands this time. Remember, no flash available for this. Leona and First Blood goes over to Peanut. That's fantastic as Croco is marked, but Root's looking for it. Peanut flashes out of the way. He doesn't have the Lamb's Respite, so not able to keep himself alive through any of this. It is going to survive for the minute. Beach Ball goes wide there. As Peanut says, LGD, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Right now in the Demacia Cup, they're playing bot lane Aurelia or something silly like that, so maybe they needed Peanut to stop the silliness.
Well,
he's back now.
You know, I believe Peanut actually had the mark on Effort right before that, so I think he actually grabbed that mark, so that's really nice. I guess we'll see it
Oh,
here.
I didn't see that.
I believe
he did. Yeah.
So that's actually a really nice pickup for him. And it's a really nice Justice Punch here. I mean, Effort's just way
Oh no,
to
he
the
swapped
further right.
it. He swapped
my
it before
God.
the kill.
No way, for real?
Oh man, I think it was because he'd already checked it over before they blast coned. It takes a little while to activate, and just made the wrong choice. But that's fine. I mean, still getting a kill is great.
It was a little bit less calculated than it may have looked like before.
Yeah.
Also, if that True Shot Barrage had landed, that would have been a traded kill as well. Fortunately, it does not.
Yep, but it does mean that NONGSHIM do get themselves that First Blood. And that's going to be great for them moving into a mid-game that can be very dangerous against this Ezreal Zoe composition, especially with Croco being as aggressive as he is.
Yeah, I mean, 20 CS up right now, so this is what you really need if you're Peanut in this case. You can see a pretty aggressive push down towards the Rift Herald here.
Yeah, it looks like Fate going to utilize that lane advantage that he has, that shove into the mid lane. Gets him over here as Rich again still struggling. But Effort moves on in. The rest of the boys are here for NONGSHIM though, as Dredgeline. They will be able to grab that stun onto Effort. Heroic entrance comes down and Effort is real dead. As you can see, the fight is continuing. Lamb's Respite comes through. That True Shot Barrage is so scary. They get this huge heal now as the collateral damage comes through. Summit trying to take down Bay, and he will be able to get him. In the meantime, Kellen falls to the graves as well as Peanut's just going to dance of arrows to get himself over. He's a happy penguin, but the rest of his team certainly not so much as Fate flashes forward and grabs that paddle star. I love this guy, Zoe, and it continues to be great.
Yeah, it's his second time playing at this tournament, but he has played it a lot, obviously, before this. It's one of his most picked champions, one of his most comfortable champions, and he is really showcasing the power of this slower comp than we were used to seeing SANDBOX, or Liiv SANDBOX play in this tournament.
That's a big old flash forward. Peanut is well and truly dead. No opportunity to get out, had no flash. Dance of Arrows was on cooldown. And Dr. going to try and protect this mark. Peanut just doesn't have any marks at the moment. He's really had a rough time. But Dr. and Root trying to fight this one out. Killer Instinct available here for Dr.
This is
not
actually
going to use it.
Really scary fight for Kellen. I don't think they should try to commit here. Bay's going to try to come in with the taunt.
Yep, Dredgeline comes down again. They're looking for Effort. Taunt comes through, and they will be able to lock up the Leona. But the Ezreal's already taken down this Nautilus. There's the Killer Instinct. Dr. Going to just try and trade one out. But he's just going to die, and it's a double kill for the Ezreal. 3-0-3. And if he builds a Trinity Force, think about that scoreline synergy with his item.
Yeah, this is one of those times where it feels like you almost become too used to playing against a lot more fragile, less mobile AD carries. You think you can turn this fight, you think you can take it out. Oh, he hasn't built his items yet. But it's Ezreal. He's got mobility. He's got tons of sustained damage even at 11 minutes into the game. And Kellen was taking so much damage before he even decided to commit in. So I think that was a little bit of a overzealous play there from NONGSHIM.
Yep. And Peanut does manage to get that last hit on the Rift Herald. But otherwise, this is just not a very happy Kindred as we have a look at this replay from a million years ago.
Oh, yeah, okay. This is a different Kellen moment. This is actually an Effort overextending again, it looked like at first. And, oh yeah, this is that fight. This is like a while ago. Yeah, this is the Lamb's Respite moment.
Yeah, which was actually pretty strong.
Yeah.
You know, collateral damage and all of this extra pickoff potential that they had. There's not enough health bars here for these guys.
Zoe's sniper.
Yeah.
This is when Kellen's like taking tons of damage, and they're just so reliant on Bay getting a big taunt here. And Kellen goes in onto Effort here, as Root's still doing damage for free. Full health bar, by the way. Still doing damage. Croco comes in. And I mean, with an AD jungler in its graves of all junglers, you just lose that fight if you can't kill somebody right away, and they certainly were not going to.
Yeah. Well, another Drake is going to fall. Mountain Soul this game. As looks like Liiv SANDBOX in a really good position
look at
to try and grab that as well.
Look at the mythics they've got down the line.
Oh man, this is real bad.
And this is like the next power spike for NONGSHIM feels ages away. They're running KeSPA, right? And she's still trying to finish her tier into relevancy here. And
yeah.
Root's like, okay, I have 3 kills, 300 gold bounty. Divine Sunder is done, and his tier he built later is or his tier is building a lot faster, I should say. He hasn't upgraded. He's upgrading it later, but he's still getting the stacks way up.
There's the dredge line. Okay. It's going to be a lot of damage here onto Effort as Doctor's trying to lock down this kill. In goes Rich, but doesn't really find too much. As there's a good taunt out of Bay, but I just don't think they're hitting quite enough targets. Peanut still has that Lamb's Respite available, but he's not going to be able to use it on this Gragas. Doctor's going to fall as well. Peanut, where's the ulti, mate? Just not going to use it. He's going to run on forward. Another one dead. And maybe the R button was disabled. I
mean, I think if he ults there, it definitely gives him a chance to try to turn that fight around. But if it goes poorly, then everybody dies.
Yeah, probably.
So it's, I mean, not necessarily, right? You say probably, and like it's tough to say, but it was a pretty dire situation either way. If he was going to use it, he needed to use it. First of all, at all, but also a lot earlier in that fight. Looks like they thought they were just going to piece out of there. And Effort has kind of been this sacrificial lamb that's made a lot of huge plays. He's 0-4-6 in this game, and he's actually, again, going to come in here, get dredge line. But his sacrifice pays off. Look at how much damage he tanks while Root is, again, just completely untouched, doing massive damage here. Just goes ahead and shifts to the side, and Ornhorn here comes out. It's like, all right, no one's getting out of here alive. And
yeah.
even if he respites there, like, can they turn this under turret? Can they save anybody? It's hard to say. I don't know if they would.
I mean, I feel like if you get under the turret, that's when Lamb's Respite should be used, right? Because I don't think he's going to use it again in the next little while.
Yeah, that's the moment, right? For
I
sure.
mean, why not just press the button? Maybe he didn't have enough mana for it or something like that. I don't know, but I just feel like that ability probably should have been used at some point in that fight.
Perhaps it's just a moment of miscommunication amongst the squad.
Yeah, perhaps.
He's probably yelling, I've got ult, let's go, and everyone else is backing away.
Rich missed a cannon, so that was sad. Thanks, Jonas Strong, for the zoom in.
You hate to see it, but also somehow you love to see it, because it reminds us that we're all human.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, Rich has had less practice than most when it comes to last hitting minions.
He's still a little bit new. Crazy to say that, but you know.
He's been playing League for a very long time, actually, but still, it's fine.
At the pro level, you know.
Yep.
Well, Root is now 4-0, and he just doesn't care. Yeah. He has been left alone in every single team fight because the dredge lines have been used onto Effort. Who, again, every time the fight starts, I think, ooh, Effort, I don't know about where you're standing right here. But he lives, and he Zenith Blades, and then Root's just popping off every single time.
Trying to fight Summit here, and yeah, you're right. I think it feels like Root's just been ignored, which is absolutely not what you want, as he's got his 2 items completed. Some brown bags there, but
yeah,
it's not too much of an issue.
And how do you even kill him now? How do you collapse on him now? He's too strong. Even if you try to, like, what is Bay going to try to taunt him or something? He's just going to die before
And he's
he
also
can
going to arcane shift out, right?
Yeah.
So he's so mobile and so able to get away from a lot of these abilities. So it is going to be very, very difficult. 16 minutes into the game, close to a 6,000 gold lead. This is looking to be a bit of a shellacking here.
Yeah, we may see that game 3 yet.
Oh yes, certainly looking like it at this stage. Unless Doctor can do something ridiculous.
Helen, wait and make something happen here. The Eclipse is already used.
Yeah, I think it's going to try and get some damage here onto Effort, but I'm going to do a bit of a mark check onto Peanut because he's just doesn't
I don't know if he has any.
He does have at least one, I believe.
Okay.
The mark at the moment is on the Raptor camp, and that means that you know, it's 1 or 2. Bubble going to come through. Now,
I think they should back out of here. NONGSHIM should.
Yeah,
this turret is not it's not a safety net enough in this situation.
They do have a heroic entrance on its way, but Doctor is not in the area just yet. Rift Herald coming on down.
I think they just let it go. They have to.
Fate looking to try and come around here as it might be Peanut's opportunity to get over towards this Raptor camp and collect himself another mark.
The question becomes for NONGSHIM here is you let the Rift Herald go, you walk away, you live to fight another day, but what does that gain for you? What do you accomplish? It feels like the walls are all closing in on this comp right now, especially because Peanut had such a bad early game.
And also, this is like the perfect mid-game opportunity for a Zoe as well. Knocking down the outer ring of turrets is just so valuable to just create so much darkness on the map, allow these trouble bubbles to come through and get those picks that Liiv SANDBOX are so good at with this comp. They will move on down. This will be Mountain Soul Point. And it just feels a little bit like NONGSHIM are waiting for the end.
Yeah, and the only person who's died on Liiv SANDBOX, again, has been Effort. He's 0-4. That's the 4 deaths they have.
Yeah.
But each one of those deaths actually led to a kill minimum, and in most cases more than one, because he's baited bad engages out of NONGSHIM and has otherwise turned engages. And they're just trying to take this outer turret right now for anything they can. Desperation. Also happy emotes.
Yeah, happy bees, happy penguins. Just having a good time here at the KeSPA Cup.
It's Christmas, you know? I mean, you gotta stay positive.
Yep. They're already up a game also, so it's not a huge deal. Guaranteed to get more blue sides, which seems to be pretty valuable here.
Certainly.
For our teams in the KeSPA Cup.
Clear this up for free, and looks like Liiv SANDBOX just gonna try to get some Baron vision. Control that's not coming up for another 75 seconds.
Yep.
A little bit of a lull state here, but with no outer turrets, it's really tough to do anything against Liiv SANDBOX right now. You're threatening taking a ton of damage, a ton of poke every time you try.
It's just, you know, their carries are just so damn strong.
Yeah. If Zoe gets outer turrets, especially mid, she's just like, all right, I dare you to come anywhere nearby. Do you like your health bar or not?
Yeah.
You have any attachment to that?
They should be able to get this, as Summit will knock him up most likely. No, he's just going to walk away. Respect given. Not sure whether it was needed.
He doesn't have vision of the blue side jungle, which is okay, because that's where he kind of came from, but I guess just might as well be safe.
Yep. Looks like Peanut's going to be coming in looking for a potential gank, but Vision is going to spot him out. It's actually fantastic control here from Liiv SANDBOX. No surprises. There's lots of pings towards the top side of the map here. Liiv SANDBOX wondering where they need to attack next. And I think attacking around this Baron pick could certainly be a good idea. That could be the last nail in the coffin. Is collector done for Croco?
Yeah, I mean this game isn't over, but it's terrible for NONGSHIM right now.
Yeah.
There's not much they can do, except they can look for a pick like this. Summit stayed.
That might actually give a Baron opportunity over the Liiv SANDBOX, but no, they're not moving there just yet. And it's going to be Peanut collecting a mark for that one, so that's great news for them.
Try to trade it for a turret.
Effort, yeah, exactly, but Dom, yeah, effort there. He does still have his Aftershock available, so not a Killer Instinct target necessarily, assuming that he just gets stunned as soon as he dives on top of effort. So I like that decision. Root is basically a malfunctioning, you know, a navigation app right now. It's like 404, route not found.
Yeah.
Very strong on this Ezreal.
He is, or maybe he's just telling you the fastest way to victory.
Yeah, perhaps.
Given current traffic conditions.
Yep, calculating. Oh, Peanut's going to steal away this mark.
Yeah, this is nice.
That's good news. So that's going to be his third. But 3 marks at 21 minutes, not exactly what you want.
Yeah,
He's been rolling real low.
Not the game plan for Peanut, sadly.
Well, this worked last time. Go down and try and...
oh, and he's sweeping too.
He is, but he is going to face check. Oh no, they're not actually there just yet. They actually decided to move on over. Peanut going to get here. Justice Punch is blocked by Summit. Really like that decision. Lamb's Respite might be used this time as Peanut, Dance of Arrows, going to get him out of the way, utilizing his... Okay.
Nobody's coming to
Flash
save
get
you,
out.
by the way, Peanut. You better get out. He's going to flash. There's nobody coming to save him. The rest of the team is not coming to team fight. They're trying to get objectives elsewhere.
Get the heck out of there.
Yeah, he gets away. But again, it's the story of Peanut is he got away. He's 3-1-1, but doesn't have the range he'd like to have with those marks completed.
Yeah, that's just not enough when it comes to these marks so far. I like their idea, though, because they have been able to get a few things back. in this, lull state that we've seen in this mid game. This is where, Liiv Sandbox's comp is really, really strong.
Yeah.
They need to be pushing advantages, but
they just
haven't really been able to.
They just push in mid lane right now. They can rotate back down to try to grab this vision control of this Drake. They don't even need to ward it right now because they have so much control over the map. They have wards up now, as you can see, being put down for Summit. Summit's pinging like, all right, we need to set up for this dragon fight. They're coming in. But this is going to be, I feel like, maybe NONGSHIM's last chance in this game, realistically, to take a fight, because it's just going to get worse from here.
And Mountain Soul on and on is just so ridiculous. As Kellen, I like the buffering of the dredge line, gets himself to safety. But you can see all of Liiv Sandbox grouped up together, and this will have to be that fight that we were talking about. Wolf goes over the wall.
Bay needs to save the day here somehow.
Oh my god, okay, yep, Fate going to come on through. Peanut is going to stay alive, but that's a big ulti on cooldown now. As this Mountain Drake is just, it just belongs to Sandbox.
Yeah, Bay, he wanted to come in for the flank. You can see him rotating around for mid, but...
Fate has to flash. Oh, Void Seeker was so close. Doctor, I'm not going to be able to lock down the mid laner.
Well, you got that Mountain Soul for Summit that you were talking about. It's going to feel very comfortable.
He
the
is
rest of
super mega huge.
The rest of what is left of this game, because obviously all the turrets are up in the main base for NONGSHIM. It's going to be a Baron fight before the game ends for sure. But it's so hard for NONGSHIM to actually get a pick to try to set up for a fight. The map is totally wide open for Liiv Sandbox, so they can't even flank safely. Like if you're Bay, you can't try to come in from a different angle and get an unusual taunt. It's just not happening.
Yeah, this is a real rough time. Summit's going to start creating some masterwork items for his teammates as well. And so, Leandri's Lament is going to come through. The Typhoon for Graves and the Diacide for Root as well.
He's got Horizon Focus now, which actually even synergizes well with Ezreal on top of everything else.
Yeah, true.
So it's like, I mean...
It's a pretty perfect Zoe item, actually. We saw a lot of it built by Syndras yesterday.
Yeah, it's really good for Zoe. Peanut does not have his Lamb's Respite, so...
Oh, sad B.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's so much vision, there's so much control of the map. Like, nobody can even think about, like, smelling whether Baron is being done right now for NONGSHIM. They can't even get close. They know that the map is being cleared out right now. And if you try to go side lane, you're just going to die, too.
Docdom is playing with enemy vision here quite a lot. He's just hunting for Fate. He really wants to kill this Zoe now that her flash is on cooldown. It's okay, fantastic work. That's a pick-off that they needed. Fate's going to die. Teleport through from Bay. Is this going to mean that Crab Rave that we just saw is going to turn into a Baron? Or is Rich just going to die? Solar Flare is going to go wide. The flash comes out. The dash cannon comes in as well, and Rich uses everything to buy as much time as he can.
This looks like a Baron here for NONGSHIM.
Yeah, may as well go for it. True Shot Barrage is avoided by everyone. This is going to be a smite fight as the barrel goes completely wide. Rich will get himself in here as Rout's out of the way. Docdom now gonna have to flash to get himself through. Lamb's Respite comes forward, and this needs to be Peanut. But no, he's not even in the pit. Dashes over, picks it up for himself. Can they stay alive is the question, and Docdom says, hell yes we can! Trying to carry this one out, and he should be able to do so. The Gale Force working out, and he will be able to take down the Ornn. That's the triple for the KeSPA, and has this game turned on its head?
It looks like it may have here. This is actually an incredible turn off of just one pick. You talked about they were fishing for that pick in the top lane, and they were able to grab it early there, and now they're coming here, and you can see, obviously, Peanut knocked up, but is able to eventually get this smite down.
Oh, the Lamb's Respite was fantastic as well. Someone was about to kill both of them.
Yeah, it was a perfectly timed last possible second. Smite goes in there, barely gets it. That was very close.
Yeah, that was...
Croc goes on top of it.
That was real clean from Peanut. I was getting so nervous. I thought he wasn't going to be able to bounce back over the wall, but gets through, smites it at 500. Very, very nice.
I mentioned it a few times early before, but everyone was essentially deathless on the side of Liiv Sandbox, so that's a lot of bounty gold that's going over to the side of NONGSHIM. So they've actually caught up in gold quite a bit from this, and they can start to really get the map back opened up on their side a little bit. It's not you know, a one and done. You don't win the Baron and then suddenly the map belongs to you, because it's still a composition that Liiv SANDBOX is favored in. But they have cleared things up a little bit. You can even see Duckdom's get some extra farm in the top lane. And that's going to make Liiv SANDBOX try to push their way through, try to siege up with this really sieging comp they have in the mid.
He's super huge now, Duckdom, actually. Went from 2-2-1 to 5-2-1 now with a maxed out bounty. Runon's Hurricane completed off the back end of that fight also, with a cheeky little crit cloak on top of it. There is still a Mountain Soul on the side of Liiv SANDBOX. They still have Ornn, and they have a lot of CC in these potential fights, but we're starting to see what NONGSHIM built their composition for, which was having all of that extra utility and having a lot of synergy between all of their champions.
Yeah, once you have Duckdom finish his items too, and he can get that synergy with the respite we were talking about, you can see what that is capable of, right?
Oh, Rich just runs away. He's like, no, I guess I'm not going for this flank, actually. Everyone's sort of turning and looking for him.
It was smart if everyone had kept going forward, but it was actually smart plays from him and the rest of the team once they realized he was there, trying to collapse in. Ping's coming down from NONGSHIM. They want to try to push bot at the moment. This is actually extremely greedy from Summit.
Yeah, it's not going to be window shopping, though.
Imagine dying
There's
there.
Another back coming through, and is going to mean that Epic doesn't make the saves. Close, but is going to survive.
Look at the push mid. As soon as they see showing bot, they're just going to rotate mid. They know that Summit's here to help buffer for any rotations coming towards the mid lane. But NONGSHIM's not actually taking the bait completely here. They're still pushing bot. They're going to try to grab this inhibitor turret.
And it is going to be the Rift Scuttler collected as well, so free vision here that's irremovable. On the NONGSHIM side, definitely valuable with this Elder Drake coming up in 15 seconds.
The experience from NONGSHIM is just really showing here. Staying calm despite what was a really tough early parts of the late game.
It's what the happy bees and penguins do for you. I think it's really, really good.
Exactly.
It's Rich now.
Really nice wolf there as well to kind of zone out.
Oh god, Rich is pretty squishy. This is dangerous. Kellen looking for a flank, but they do have control vision on Liiv SANDBOX's side.
Look at the Mountain Drake value showing here.
Yeah, exactly.
And they leashes. There's just no way they can try to force this, not without a nice taunt, some sort of flank.
Well, Bay's actually going to head towards the bottom lane, has the heroic entrance if he needs to get there. It is going to be Liiv SANDBOX aggroing this dragon one more time. Wolf jumping into the pit there, as you can see. Peanut actually just looking to go for a steal instead. Rich going to go golden in the nick of time. As Root over to the side, he's going to get back into this pit here as well. Looks like the Elder should be taken by Liiv SANDBOX unless Peanut can get into this pit, but Summit is already so close to dead. Croco locks down the dragon, but now look at that, the value out of the Lamb's Respite. The double kill now for Duckdom, but the dragon comes from the sky and tears him apart. A triple kill for Croco's Graves. And this might be the last nail to come through to this NONGSHIM coffin.
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe some overcooked Shin Ramen in this one.
Yeah, a little bit. It's getting soggy.
Well, the Lamb's Respite is really good here, but unfortunately, they just don't have any follow-up after that to win it. They have to win that fight in the Lamb's Respite or take the Drake, one or the other. The Elder Drake, once it's done and the Lamb's Respite's over, everyone's already at execution range.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like, goodbye, everybody. Watch how fast they die after this Respite. You do see quick smite there from Croco.
So close, actually. Peanut almost getting there. But I mean, we're just standing his ground. So much value on this Ezreal. Croco last hitting everyone, but I think that Ezreal was just doing so much work in that fight.
Yeah, it feels like when you have these compositions where you have just the one really strong top lane tank, Ezreal works super well. And Summit now also having the Mountain Soul on top of another Mountain Drake. This makes it so difficult to kill him. Well, especially when you're trying to also make sure you secure a Drake. That threat makes Ezreal even stronger.
Yeah. I mean, Croco is 7-0-5, so maybe I shouldn't be saying anything against him, but definitely Root playing this one out very, very nicely. Like a true Jin Air 80 carry.
Yes.
Perfect. Has been on SANDBOX for all of 2020, so probably should stop talking about his time on Jin Air, but still, I like remembering the Jin Air.
The history is always important. Gotta remember that.
I went to Jeju recently, and I flew Jin Air. That was fantastic. I was very happy with my my flight experience.
Flown Jin Air a few times myself. Well, that's neither here nor there. Right now, what is there is a Baron they will take here with limited resistance as the rest of the team is rotating down now, but the damage output is quite high before they even get there. Look at Root just kind of popping off a little bit.
And half health. I don't think, Peanut's nowhere near getting to this one. So the Baron will just be playing with no response from NONGSHIM. That was a bit of a drop of the ball.
Well, it's hard, you know. If you lose that fight, you lose the game no matter what. But if you give the Baron up, you lose the game no matter what.
But what about 5 marks for Peanut? Hell yeah.
I mean, that's a good start. It's going to help them deal with the siege that's heading down mid like a runaway train. You know, we've got Zoe, you have the Ezreal. The pushing power here with Baron buffed cannon minions is it's going to be probably 2 inhibitors here. Worst case scenario, you'd think, for Liiv SANDBOX. Might be the game if NONGSHIM fail to defend or end up getting one of their members picked here. And what's the engage tool here? It's not going to be a dredge line.
I mean, it sort of has to be Kellen, and then with a gargoyle on top of him, or Rich trying to find someone out of position. Rich is going to move on up here, but you can see that tower is not long for the world. Root just does so much damage. You can see this inhibitor's going to pop at the same time.
He just kills the inhibitor basically by himself. Everybody else moves mid, starting to stack up that. Try to kill this wave so they can stack up a big push with the next cannon minion that's got the Baron buff.
Indeed.
And they're just kind of waiting. Okay, where's that next minion wave? It's on its way. He's going to eat some big bubble damage if he sticks around.
This is real scary. Docdom is huge, as he is a flanking teleport.
Okay, this could be the big moment. This is their last chance with a big taunt here, potentially.
Yep, the flash on him, but he doesn't. Oh, he finds 2 in the end. The Grave's going to be taken down immediately in the fight. That will be huge for NONGSHIM Red Force, but Fate does find Docdom off the back end, but doesn't get to the bubble. And now the Killer Instinct comes in. Docdom goes golden. That stopwatch, such high value. The Lamb's Respite immediately on top of it. And now Summit tries to get in position. Peanut will fall down, and now NONGSHIM are on the run. Just looks like they might be a little bit too far behind. Bay tries to escape, but he won't be able to. A double kill for the Ezreal, and the cleanup for Ezreal Zoe, just too easy. It looked so close to being good for NONGSHIM, but sometimes the enemy wallets are just too heavy.
It's the best you could have hoped for in that situation, absolutely. Big taunt, you know, setting up for the Killer Instinct to come through. The Lamb's Respite was really good, but Root survives long enough, and that's been the story of this game. Like you said, too far behind to catch up.
Yep, too many threats as well. I mean, they got rid of Croco so early. That was his first death of the series. It doesn't really matter. In goes Effort. He wants to die one more time. It's going to be another kill over to Docdom, so I guess he can pad his kill stats, but he's still going to die. 21-14 in the end. Liiv SANDBOX. They were winning for so much of that game by a really large margin. NONGSHIM did pretty well to sort of stay into it. There are still a few team fights that did look like they were going their way, but unfortunately the Elder Drake into the Baron, just too much for NONGSHIM to deal with.
If the Elder Drake gets stolen and the Lamb's Respite gets value, then it's a totally different game. I mean, they don't win there, but they get a Baron, maybe they get an inhibitor, and then suddenly, finally, for the first time, Liiv SANDBOX wouldn't have total lane control across all 3 lanes with an extremely poke and siege-heavy composition. So I'm loving what we're seeing from Liiv SANDBOX. I think, you know, we weren't sure what we were going to see. I was hoping that they were going to bring some more diversity today. They are bringing that to the table. They're playing a little bit differently. And both of their styles look good. I think this team has a lot of growing that they can do, but I think their skill ceiling is much higher than what we've seen so far.
Absolutely, and I think that they've got the right mix of veterans and new players coming through as well. And I mean, Croco, we talk about him like he's a new player. He's been playing in Challenger for quite some time. So a lot of these players, I think it's just about time that they get to have their chance in the spotlight. And so far, it's been KeSPA Cup, but in the future, it will be the LCK as well. So definitely very excited. These two teams are certainly the ones that a lot of us are looking forward to seeing develop over 2021 as we get in there.
We just had our 10th season of Worlds, you know, and we're getting to the point in League of Legends where some of the most famous League of Legends players in Korea, some of the oldest, the most legendary, right, their peak times are waning a little bit, and it's time for a new generation of superstars. And we are seeing that. We saw that in Damwon. We saw them grow to become the world champions. And players like Croco, you know, coming out of nowhere are going to be maybe the next scorer one day when they get to be much older, right? I mean, who knows? Yeah,
and he's also facing up against Peanut, right? You know, one of those old guard. Yes, he was the young man on the Ro6 Tigers when he was there, but, you know, he's the last one of the sort of original Tigers, I guess, although the 2015 Tigers are already all gone. But the 2016 variety
2016,
that
yeah.
Peanut belonged to after Hojin left, they still have one Peanut left.
That's right. I love how you mentioned, you know, Peanut was the youngest now. He's one of the older ones, right?
Yeah,
He's the
right.
veteran for this NONGSHIM squad in a lot of ways. Has traveled around the world. He's played in China, lived in China, played in Worlds for China, arguably for LGD,
Yep.
Chinese org. And now he's back in Korea, and Kroko is stealing his buffs, is coming and taking his Raptors, taking those marks away. And it's always exciting to see legends rise and then new players come and kind of chase their tails. It's a really, really exciting story that we've had for any Korean esport that lives for a long time. And League of Legends looks like it's got quite a life ahead of itself. And we're just starting franchising next year for LCK. And I love to see new players showing their stuff, right, and building new storylines.
Yeah, that's definitely exciting. I wonder whether it is going to be Kroko that's going to be the next legacy. I think Canyon's probably getting his foot in the door a little bit earlier.
Sure.
He certainly is the man with the target on his back for all of the other junglers. And you see all of the interviews, and it's Canyon this, Canyon that, what can we do? But I really like it. You know, everyone's now trying to chase after Canyon's level, and we're just going to have some incredible junglers. Blank's coming back as well. He's been playing very well in the LGL, and is going to be joining KT, who already looks strong, even without him. I'm actually really excited for what Korean League of Legends is going to look like moving into 2021, because it looked like at Worlds, Damwon was very, very strong, but I think that China still had the stronger top three altogether, right? Which is what we sort of want to remedy moving into 2021.
That's something that, you know, big OG Korean esports fans like myself, like you, always want to say that just because Damwon Worlds, it means automatically all the Korean teams are better than all the other regions. But
yeah, right.
We're hoping that maybe by the end of this year that becomes the case.
Now, we also need to have something else to strive for, right? So we're going to need another Korea versus Korea World Final in China at the end of next year. That's what we're going to go for here. As Rich just straight up misses that body slam. Kroko getting out of the way, I believe, with his Gale Force.
Yeah, this was a really nice...
This was so good from Liiv SANDBOX.
Yeah, this was a really nice fight for them. This is when we didn't see the Lambster Spike coming out here. Peanut kind of just abandoned everybody. But it was a really nice play overall on the side of Liiv SANDBOX. The Horn follow-up there, you know, between the turret and the wall was perfectly placed, so it's going to be really hard to retreat. So we are going to see this crazy fight. Lambster Spike comes in for Peanut. He stays inside of it, just barely there, and is able to get the smite after leaving momentarily. And if you look at Kroko, he is just not able to get it. He's trying to wait. He's trying to be a little bit greedier on it, and he doesn't get it as a result. He's right on top of it, and we know it was off cooldown. So
yeah, just didn't have the opportunity there, unfortunately. So in the end, it is going to be Doctarm grabbing that triple kill, and this is what got NONGSHIM back into this game. But this fight here, it was this smite. Well, this is the one.
This is the one. Peanut's on the other side of the fight. You see the big knock up here with the Horn. Everybody's pushed away. This is the Elder Drake. Even with the explosive cast here, Kroko's like, nope. That was Rich's last-ditch attempt to try to push him off of the Drake so they could get it, but not going to happen. Well played from Kroko again. We've been hyping him up a lot this tournament, but he has shown fun plays, aggressive plays right in the group stage, and now showing us that he can even play Graves, which, you know, everybody can play Graves, but how well can he play Graves? How much understanding do you have of Graves? It's quite high here, as we've seen.
Kroko just showing that he's real good. Is the layman's terms for it.
Yes.
As, this was so close to being good, and then Doctarm, you know, he saw red, needed to get in there. The Lambster Spite was fantastically positioned, but then just didn't quite have enough.
The Lambster Spite also gave Summit the opportunity to re-engage there on top of the pillar and get some knockups because he was going to be able to survive. Obviously, he was going to be immortal in the Lambster Spite as well. So used against him a little bit there, but it was perfectly placed. Just they couldn't win the fight. Too far behind. Look at the damage from Root up at 21,000.
A tale of 280 carries is what it feels like here in this particular series. I think the Samira that came out of Doctarm was fantastic. Now we see his Kai'Sa doing some work, but not being able to stand up against the Ezreal coming through from Root.
And the Sunfire Aegis rearing its ugly head in the graph again.
Yes. Oh, dear.
That item might be changed at some point in the next few patch cycles, maybe.
Yeah, it might need another couple of nerfs, you know? Like, let's just get that bat out again. But speaking of which, we do have that deciding game. It's going to be coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
요거. 누구 닮았지? 어?
장인어른.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생각은 자신감으로 오래가는 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게이머 할까 봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥 생기가 드는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10
1, 2, 3, 4 You found a new place to go Made up your mind and soul Believe in today Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea Hand in hand we will be Today when we create history
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
하나, 둘, 100셋, 100넷, 100다섯, 100여섯, 107.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥 생기가 드는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10
1, 2, 3, 4 You found a new place to go Made up your mind and soul Believe in today Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea Hand in hand we will be Today when we create history
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to KeSPA Cup 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're up to the deciding game between NONGSHIM Red Force and Liiv SANDBOX. Liiv SANDBOX coming back with a pretty standard comp that I think a lot of us saw last year, but they piloted it very well, even though the game went a bit longer than maybe a few suspected after a really good early game led by Croco.
And, you know, I mean, the draft was smart from NONGSHIM too, and they took away the Jin, for example, which led us into that Israel comp because it looked like they were maybe pivoting towards that Jin and moving towards kind of like that more poke-styled AD carry, strong against what we were seeing from Peanut in this game on the Kindred, but actually worked out really well, the Ezreal pick there in the end, and maybe they were going to pick it regardless. They did give some consideration to the Xayah as well, but I feel like I have a broken record on this, but we saw almost exactly the same thing out of Liiv SANDBOX in the group stage all 4 games. Every single game, we saw effort play Alistair. We saw Renekton 3 out of 4 games. It was double tank. We saw Nidalee as the jungle of choice, AP jungle. And it was very much just like, that's the way we're going to play this. We're going to roam, we're going to get ahead, or we're going to lose. And now we're seeing a slow game from them. Very passive, very safe. And Croco's Graves, top tier. So they could win this series. I mean, it's possible, for sure. It is.
I mean, I think we're going to have to really delve into the draft for this last match because, of course, NONGSHIM will be moving back to the blue side. We've seen that win twice in a row now. And so looking at where these bans are going to change, because I don't think Samira is getting through, for example. I think that there will be adaptations made, and we'll just have to see whether NONGSHIM have something more left in the tank to surprise this team with, because the Kindred didn't work. I think that comp really revolved around Peanut being in a good position, but he certainly wasn't throughout the entire game. So just kept down really, really well by Croco's pathing through the jungle. So Renekton going to be banned away here. The Croco has been banned, but the Aatrox is going to be the answer. And we'll see. Liiv SANDBOX probably have to ban things like Pantheon and the Akali.
Yeah, they will have to ban at least the Pantheon now, you'd have to think. But the Akali is going over to NONGSHIM side. I think NONGSHIM is probably fishing for that Graves as well. It's been the most common blue side first pick throughout this tournament, so...
Yep, it will be Renekton, Akali, and Olaf most likely, and then first pick Graves. It's pretty standard stuff.
Yeah. The Olaf, you know, might not come through, but so we might see the Samira ban. Obviously, you know, of the bans left, like, you don't want Graves to get in there, but he's probably going to slip through. Otherwise, you give the Samira. The Olaf ban is smart for NONGSHIM because then they can make sure that Croco doesn't get that, but it's going to be the Lucian ban instead, which is another high priority pick, actually 3rd most bans in this tournament so far, just behind Pantheon and Akali, who have almost... Pantheon is 100% banned, and Akali missed 1 game only. So.
Yeah, well, this ban's a tough one. So I really like what NONGSHIM did there. They just didn't take away the Olaf. They let Liiv SANDBOX do it. And now they're just going to go for the Samira. So it does give Croco the Graves. I actually thought that because the Olaf ban came in, it does give Peanut a really good opportunity to go towards the Graves. But he is looking to try something else into it this time around.
It worked so well for Duckdom the last time. I think that and also because Peanut's such an experienced jungler and has such a wide champion pool, even though Graves is so good, it feels like for NONGSHIM right now, the Samira pick is stronger. Effort gets his Alistair again, so comfort pick for him here. And, you know, I wouldn't have said the same thing about Graves until the last game, but it looks like Croco really has a great understanding of how to control the jungle with the Graves, so looks really good for the SANDBOX so far here.
Yep, that Rakan coming back again, actually, here for Kellen. He actually had a great game in game 1 on the Rakan, so I don't mind it at all.
The knock-up and also the charm in the later part of the team fight can just help you secure those kills to get those resets.
And you can also follow the Samira with the Battle Dance as well really effectively. I love the Ornn pick up here, deny it from Summit, give Rich something that he can just be a blob on in the top lane and then team fight as well as he does, right? Rich is just such a good team fighter, so give him a champion that can team fight extraordinarily well. Fate probably not going to pick Vi here as KeSPA being considered. This would be the same bot lane matchup that we saw in game 1, which is a little bit nerve-wracking if you're a Liiv SANDBOX fan, because game 1 was won by NONGSHIM.
Yeah, it's also very scary because I don't know how well Root survives with this KeSPA versus all the potential ways he can get knocked up, stunned, removed from the fight, charmed if he tries to engage him with Killer Instinct. And KeSPA has just been the default, like, okay, a lot of other ADs are locked up, high-tier champion. It feels like blind picked a lot of the time. I think 5 and 6 in this tournament currently. At the moment, we'll see Fate's Orianna taken away here. It might just take away the Syndra as well in that second part of the second ban phase here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Bay actually lands on what he wants to do in that mid lane. We did see that the cheeky Twisted Fate, but I don't think he's going to go back to that one. Fate's champion pool feels a little bit deeper, potentially, but
Silas,
still going to focus that one out.
Yeah, he did play Silas, Faded in his last game before the series. NONGSHIM's final game.
Yep.
Bit of a weirder game that one was, but see what the final ban is here. It seems like banning Zoe doesn't really suit the composition that Liiv SANDBOX is going with at the moment, but they decide to go for it anyways. That's kind of a comfort pick removal here.
Yep. Also a bit of a congratulations to Fate for a phenomenal performance in the last game, so showing him the respect there, well deserved.
Yeah, respect ban, I guess maybe the nicest way to say that.
Yep.
And the most accurate way to say that. I think if you're going to take Syndra, you have to take it now. And they're leaning towards the Gangplank again. This did not work out the last time.
No,
and
so
okay, they're going to take the Syndra.
Like you were going to say, the Syndra does come in. This does mean that something like the Echo is a possibility. Will be locked in immediately.
Instantly.
And there's a horse. Okay. Peanut is going to go onto the Hecarim this time around. We've seen Hecarim be good and bad so far, but it is once again another game where Peanut is going to be one of the carries on this squad. So looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to get done here.
I wonder, you know, the ability for the Cannon Barrage to slow a lot of this composition can be very good, but I think you need something that threatens a lot harder in your top lane than a Gangplank. You need something like an Aatrox maybe. It's banned away, obviously, so we can't. They're going to go with the Shen top lane here.
This is the Killer United, though. I really like this one. The double shield onto the Kai'Sa when she, like, launches into the back line. Don't mind it at all.
But is it going to last against the ultimates we're going to see from Duckdom, especially once he has his Immortal Shield Bow? It looks like we're seeing even a better version, arguably, of what NONGSHIM already showed us in Game 1 against a composition that feels like a lineup of comfort picks outside of the desperate last pick Shen here. I really like NONGSHIM's draft. It feels like we might just see a repeat of Game 1 here.
We'll see what Liiv SANDBOX can do in the earlier stages. I think I expect Syndra to have a bit of lane control early on, unless Bay is just a god on this Echo and gets a shove early. It will allow Croco to get in and be a menace. And so if Liiv SANDBOX can very early on disrupt what NONGSHIM are trying to do, then I think they stand a better chance. But I mean, I'm looking at Ornn Samira, and I'm thinking, like, if we get to 30 minutes, NONGSHIM probably just win the game, right?
I completely agree.
The noodles are just ready.
Yeah,
at that stage.
I do feel that when you get to that late game and any long team fight, any time the shield bow is done, and then you see the Bloodthirster come through, we've already seen, those look like almost impossible team fights. There's so much CC to lock up Root when he tries to kill her Instinct, and even with the shield you were talking about there coming through from Shen, I'm not feeling great about this comp if they don't snowball the game before the mid game, get enough of a lead with that Graves pick, the Syndra you were talking about, control the mid lane. That's the only way this goes Liiv SANDBOX way, I feel, unless we're going to learn something, you know, even more about the depth of this squad. I mean, there's a lot of rotation potential with that Shen as well.
Yep, we'll see how it is going to go. This is the deciding match between NONGSHIM Red Force and Liiv SANDBOX. Let's get into it and see who's going to progress. Okay, already, Root taking a little bit of damage. Okay.
Just a little teensy bit. Teensy-weensy.
That might have been a Gleaming Quill thrown out by Kellen. It looks like that level of insignificant damage.
Yeah, I think so. Can't imagine what else it would have been. I think anything else would have been a little bit more damage.
Indeed. Ooh, we've got Conqueror here on the Samira.
Just looking at that myself. I think it works really well in this matchup, though, especially against the Alistar.
Yeah. See what he does decide to go with here on this one. Will just be shield bow though, but just allows you to get in amongst it a little bit more effectively.
Too big to fail, as Valdez said.
Yes, indeed.
I like the Hecarim into this as well. It's it gives you a lot of extra damage in the fight, AoE damage. That's going to help set up to get those final finishing blows off, those takedowns for Samira. Not to mention that it can be another deterrent towards the aggressive diving you might see with the Shen, dropping the shield and the killer instinct, just that extra fear, can be super useful in the team fights.
Yeah, I like it for the CC, plus the extra damage like you're talking about, because, yeah, you do need to get people low. Throw AoE in there, that's certainly helpful.
Yeah.
This is going to be a wet noodle fight, absolutely.
Yes. They're practically healing each other with every hit.
Yeah. And I mean, they sort of are. They've got Rasputin dying. Faith taking a lot of damage here as the electrocute is procced. Spino just going to helicopter around his jungle. He's going for skipping the Gromp, but otherwise pretty full clear.
The Kindred was banned, actually. So Peanut didn't have the opportunity to play that one. I think that would have been a really nice pick actually in this game, arguably even better than it was the last game. But the Hecarim is pretty safe in the jungle. He's not going to get abused by Croco this time, like he was last time.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'll have to see where Peanut's going to head up. The thing is, like, the predictability of the Kindred makes her so dangerous against the Graves, especially in the hands of Croco, right? And on Blue's side, just wasn't able to get any of those marks going in the earlier stages. We did see Kindred picked into Graves a fair bit, but I don't know. I don't know whether it's necessarily what I would want.
I feel like people have such a better understanding of Graves now at this stage than even they did before.
Yeah.
Which sounds unbelievable because he's been played so much and was played so much back then too. That era you're talking about, World's Meta and stuff like that. But
yeah.
It's just terrifying what he's capable of. I think we're living in a world of Graves forever, basically, until he gets nerfed or someone else gets buffed. I don't know.
Well, we do have a trade Rift Scuttles this time. There's a pretty decent amount of damage out from Rich there with his Bellows Breath Searing Charge combo. Very happy Penguin once again for Peanut. He's demonstrating a lot of happy Penguins today, so obviously having a good time in high spirits.
Yes.
On Christmas Day.
I'm sure he's no doubt happy to be back in Korea playing with LCK teams.
Absolutely. I think, you know, he would have had a pretty good time over with LGD as well. You know, played with a few of his old friends over in China.
Yeah,
we've mixed a few people together.
Sure. He's such a cool legacy org as well. It's been around for so long. There's definitely a large amount of prestige that comes with that.
Oh yeah. A lot of good things, some bad things as well. Further you look back, but I've certainly always had a soft spot.
Hey, look, long-standing orgs always have bright spots and dark spots over the years of esports.
They certainly do. Certainly do.
But hey, if they made it for the long part, it's usually more bright than dark.
Even if you've got multiple world championship victories, things can still certainly get into some negative times.
Yeah, nothing is great forever. That doesn't mean it won't be great again.
Well, we'll see who's going to be great out of these two squads. So far, nothing's really happened.
Yeah, it's been a pretty passive early game.
Which I feel like it suits NONGSHIM, as they're the ones that have the Ornn. Got a lot of scaling on their Hecarim as well. And Echo, who is going to struggle a little bit in the earlier stages, but so far you can see that Faye is doing just fine. A couple of teleports back in for both mid laners as Croco standing on a ward, wasting a bit of time here at the moment.
Unfortunately, there's not going to be anything happening here. At least realizes the situation and backs out, because with Peanut rotating in now, it could have been even worse, but he had a nice ward there in the tri-brush to make sure that he wouldn't get caught with his pants down or anything like that.
Yep, control ward chucked into the brush here by Croco. Just trying to keep an eye on the chickens and what's happening there. And certainly going to help with being notified on where Bay is going to be.
Yeah, it's been a very, nice lane for Fate, even into the Echo here. And, he's going to feel really comfortable at this stage. Just went back to upgrade. Got his boots and another tome here. Helen, look at the trade.
Yep. Headbutt back, though. Battle dances, so he's going to be fine, but certainly losing out on that trade. Spreading the damage a little bit too thin here. As Helen takes all of it, whereas Root and Effort going to share.
I feel like there's no real pressure on NONGSHIM in the bot lane to make big plays because the power spike is likely to hit in an even game first for Duckdom. Just wants to build that shield bow, and for Root, it's going to be a little bit more complicated in his path there.
Yep. Oh no, another cannon missed by Rich. And it's been gone for a bit of drive-by here. The Drake has been started. Haven't seen its health bar in a while as Effort goes in for another pulverize. Dr. going to get stunned up here as he dashes on forward. Effort looking to go down, but there's the Stand United from Summit to try and keep him alive. All the Forge God, that's a decent knockup. It only lands onto the tank. Summit trying to get out. Does dash, but otherwise not too much more is going to happen here as Fate fishing for a potential orb over the wall, but the Drake was stopped. So still some victories here for NONGSHIM.
For sure. I think they can get this too. I really like how they turn that, they focus not onto getting that kill onto Effort because he was super low, but actually Rich decided to look in and trade onto Summit to get a lot of his health bar down so they could just turn away and get the Drake. Not looking for kills, but looking for objectives instead. Pretty standard play there from Rich, but it was a smart move.
Yep.
Killing Effort would have been extremely unlikely anyways, but he was just instantly ready to turn that Ornhorn around and make a big play out of it. Well, I say big, but as big as it has been here in this 0-kill game.
Indeed. As the dust settles, it is very, very even. This wave was stacking up. Summit's going to turn up to pick up absolutely everything. See that cannon minion? Oh, that's what we like to see.
Yes.
And yeah, so Summit with a bit of a blessing when it comes to the lane positioning as it moves back up, and Summit's going to be able to hold it here very, very nicely. So Rich is ahead in farm at the moment, but that is going to be very, very short-lived.
Some pings coming down on the NONGSHIM side. They thought that we might see a rotation in from Kroko, but he's actually on the rocks right now, and the ping came onto that just a few seconds later from Rich, I think, saying, okay, no, he is over here. Although it might not have been Rich considering where he's at in the lane right now. Exactly.
Rich does have his flash available. He's going to flash the smoke screen as Bay going to get tagged up. Killer Instinct not going to be utilized here by Root, as Doctarm delivered more plates here on the bottom side. They are well aware of this Rift Herald going down, but they've got another minion wave taxiing on forward, and I have a feeling that I don't think this Rift Herald's going to be the value that they really want from it.
Yeah, I agree.
Parallel convergence, Fate taking a bit of damage there as Rich once again struggling, but this time at the hands of Root.
He's about to have his ult, so there's a lot of time he can buy here if they do try to dive him completely. And this is way more valuable. The gold going to Duck is trying to rush out that shield bow. I feel like that's way more valuable than what we're seeing here in the top lane for Liiv SANDBOX.
And also, these minions are just dying for free.
Yeah, there's like
no one's picking up this experience on the side of Liiv SANDBOX.
Like Root, you know, he was up on CS, certainly just even now, and he's pushing top.
Oh, Kellen looking to try and get on in here. There's Rich trying to escape, but Peanut, a lot of damage.
He's got Ornhorn.
Yeah,
there it is.
Summit not going to be able to find that taunt. His effort's going to get knocked up into the sky. More plates are attempted to be taken down.
Thing?
Yeah, it's like, it's just not working. Shelly will turn up, but this is still them trying to get out of a deficit, utilizing the Rift Herald. And I just don't know whether it's really worth it.
Yeah, the way the gold is funneled directly to Duckdom is insane as well. Like, he gets all of the plate gold by himself.
Yeah.
Whereas this is split. And this is a hyper carry type situation with this this AD
And he might get first brick as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's just straight up going to.
Yeah, they're trying to deny these minions for some reason, but instead I think they should have been trying to get that first brick. Kellen going to be burning down here as Peanut picks up the kill. That's going to be first blood also going over to NONGSHIM as the horse eats the cow.
I mean, this is just a way better macro play for NONGSHIM, and NONGSHIM has been making really nice macro plays throughout this you know, this short tournament.
Yeah, Doctom's 1,000 gold ahead. This is absolutely so much better.
This is really reminiscent of all the lane swaps we saw from Rich when he was losing lane as well, and some of the other matchups on the group stage. And there's just no response to this on the bot lane. And yeah, okay, you're looking for Kellen, but you're going to lose effort first. And he just pops down to ignite, but it doesn't matter. You lose first blood. You're 1,000 gold down, but I think where the gold is in that shield bow that you see now.
Yeah.
For Duckdom, which means now they're ready to team fight all the time. And if you look at the items of Root, he's still trying to stack up his tier. Like, this is a really weak AD matchup between these two until all that gets finished for the KeSPA. So, you know, you keep giving Duckdom his Samira, and he's going to run away with it. But if you give him a Samira and a full set of turret plates.
What is this? 6 plates? Heads top lane gets those as well. It's a good knock up here onto Summit, who taunts his way out. Really do like the timing on that one, but the ghost going to come through from Peanut. Gets the flash out of Summit. Now Effort looking for some knockups. Battle Dance to help Kellen
Guess who wins
win out
this
on
one?
this one. Yeah, I think it might be Doctor, but the stun is just brilliant to interrupt. Dokdum still doing a lot of work though as teleport coming through from NONGSHIM. Misses the cube. Dokdum still just looking for more. Oh, Summit's dead. Never mind. We'll have a look back towards the top lane now though as Bay does have his ulti available. Has to get out before Root is actually able to get on forward, and Bay baited into that one beautifully. That alliteration was a little bit odd. I apologize, but NONGSHIM not going to find too much more. Liiv SANDBOX working out very, very well for them towards the top side, despite the gold separation still extending for NONGSHIM.
Dokdum couldn't get great S because he missed that Q that you mentioned, so he wasn't able to secure the kill there. And then kept pressing forward a little bit, and I think there was a little bit of a baiting there for Bay, as you said.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to go for the ulti. I saw the circle, but then immediately the interruption. But maybe I just didn't see something.
Nice play from Everett. He disrupted that pretty well. This is going to be a Drake attempt. Not actually going to complete because just don't have anything else on the map. But
yeah, I think we call that a leash.
A leash, yeah.
As Graves going to come in, has that smite available, so it will be the Cloud going over to
hard
leash. Yeah. Is that like double Earth, Wind, and Fires that we've had? A lot of Earth, Wind, and Fire today.
I think the last game did not, but I think the first game did.
Yeah.
So yeah, so yes, you are correct. This is the third game, yes.
Nice.
Good catch on that one. Well, look at this. This is when Dokdum gets shut down there. Meanwhile,
he tried to do some spinning this one, but this was Peanut just smacking down something.
Like, I'm not sure why Summit didn't just peace out earlier, but got kind of nasty. There's the teleport back from Bay, but he stayed a little bit too late.
Yeah, he was trying to do tricky echo things and just got punished for it. Croco has one cool item. Gale Force sitting there lonely in his inventory. No boots.
He's walking real slow.
Yep, don't need shoes if you can dash an extra time, know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just keep dashed across the map on cooldown, you know, to roam the map a little bit faster.
That's the plan, that's the plan.
It is definitely worth it to pick it up like that, but when you have no kills as Graves and you're not ahead in farm, you're not stealing a lot, you're playing a passive game against the Hecarim, like, that's as good as it gets. You don't get to build boots in this case, or you just can't fight, so...
And Peanut goes back. Trinity Force is completed, so this guy's huge on the Hecarim. Not deciding to go for the Divine Thunderer. I think that's what we saw on the Hecarim last time around. Just wanting to have more power right now, and that is a very Peanut decision to make.
He wants to do more damage faster, especially onto the KeSPA here. This is a comp, you know, that felt like maybe in the early parts of the game, Liiv SANDBOX would have to be proactive. They'd have to get a lot of kills. They'd have to be roaming aggressively, but it's kind of been the opposite. They've gotten out macroed, and Dokdum with all these turret plates is just sitting pretty.
Well, effort. Thinking about an opportunity here. Has his Mobies, but
he knew that Kellen was rotating up, so better of it.
In the area. Speaking of which, effort. Oh, not going to find the Pulverize. Unbreakable Will coming on in. Does get the stun onto the Samira, but now they're trying to turn it. Peanut going to get in here pretty quickly. Ulti comes down. Dokdum looking for a bit more, but doesn't quite find the extra damage as Effort stays alive. And the Echo going to come through here as well. Peanut, in the meantime, is all the way north, just trying to kill as many people as possible. And NONGSHIM taking this fight beautifully. Dokdum, it feels like he just baited everyone into trying to kill the Samira, and they couldn't do it. Dive in the turret here to double in the end, and only fate remains.
There's so much CC on NONGSHIM's roster, and Kellen is just sitting back, waiting for his opportunity to turn these fights. It was pretty straightforward there, unfortunately. Just Dokdum is too fed.
He's huge.
He's
the Collector's
huge.
coming in so soon as well.
Yeah.
Like, oh man.
Like, watch this fight again. As Kellen comes up, and Effort is like, okay, I could try to turn this, but can't. And look at the grade going up here. Then they toss a Warden just to guarantee the hit. So he comes in and pops his ultimate. Effort escapes for a moment, but this is when it looks like, oh, okay, wait, we're going to turn this into 3v2, and everybody from NONGSHIM is already pre-rotated towards this location. The Ornhorn comes through. Just better macro play out of this squad here.
Yeah, that control ward is what completely ruined Root's day. Just snuck back into the brush for Dokdum, and in the meantime, Effort is struggling yet again. They will dive on forward. The continued advance here as Effort's going to go down, and Dokdum going to get all the resets in the world. Double kill comes forward. I have a feeling this is the beginning of the end. Kellen not even going to die as the gameplay button comes out, but Samira is dead.
Yes.
So that is good news here for Liiv SANDBOX.
A lot of bounty gold coming through as well. Still has a bounty, by the way. 150 gold, but
didn't even get through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Cheapers.
Some big money coming through on the side of Liiv SANDBOX for that kill. Actually didn't see who picked it up. I think it might have been Effort. I hope not, but
yeah, I don't quite remember, but we are going to see
the fight
how
again.
this happened. Yeah.
It looks like he was just a living ward. He was kind of face checking out there a little bit too deep. And then, oh man, Peanut is just having a field day in this game. He dies to the turret, but I don't know who gets the kill.
Oh yeah, the turret actually stayed there as Crocco's dead as well. Peanut getting some revenge. Horn blown here towards the top side. Rich is just going to go through effort, but Headbutt Pole comes down. That is going to enable the Killer Instinct, and Rich is like, guys, 3 versus 1, seriously?
Everyone's like, but the macro, but the bot push, look at the pings on the turret.
Yeah, exactly. Think about what we're getting right here. And then he types worth in all chat, and then everything's just great.
Rich just gets his inner key removed again, and it's Snake all over again.
Yep. Well, Root's going to be able to take down this top outer turret. So despite the fact that, yes, it did take 3 people to take down Rich, not going to find too much more on NONGSHIM's side. So still a very good pick.
Yeah, definitely.
From Liiv SANDBOX.
Just going to crash a wave into the bottom turret. And that's all he gets.
Over. Hex Flash. I think Hex Flash was one of the greatest additions to League of Legends. I think
So
it's
good.
brilliant.
It's so good for tanks, especially tank supports, engage supports. It just adds so much more fun.
Yeah, exactly. It just does really just add. The fun quotient went up when Hex Flash was invented.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, real good. Big fan.
This is how the solo kill happens on the Crocco.
Yep.
Oh, I think I might get out of here. Oh,
Yeah, he's like, I'm Gale Forcing, and then Peanut's like, I'm conquering.
And Peanut's like, I have quite a bit of items. My 4, 0, and 3 and early Trinity Force into Phage is starting to hit pretty hard, you know?
Yeah, he's getting pretty scary.
He's level 12 as well, 1 level up, adding to the fray. And Graves just doesn't really have any CC to get out of that one, or any escape. The Gale Force is only temporary.
Yep, didn't have Flash either, so not a lot that he was going to be able to get done there. Is Peanut. He's going to find Root here towards the top side. Supercharger comes down. Oh my god,
Peanut is just like, this is my game.
Yeah, exactly. In goes Root, though. They're looking to try and lock down the horse. He avoids the taunt, though. A very happy Penguin and not very happy Ornn as Rich trying to get back to the rest of his team. Battle Dance is good from Kellen as he's using the Quitness. Fate is just going to flash on in, though, and Doctarm's the one that's going to fall. A bit of a disaster here, actually. He was just sort of caught out with the rest of his team trying to fight, and Doctarm's like, oh, but guys. And then he's going to be taken down. So really good pick-off here from Liiv SANDBOX. Bit of a whoopsie from NONGSHIM.
That was about as safe as like walking on chopsticks taped together as 2 stilts. Like,
yeah.
Like, I don't know, that was, like, I just thought, like, there's no foundation for this rotation. Like, I don't know. I mean, everybody is split up here. Peanut, the initial idea with Peanut here, trying to get the kill on a Root, makes sense. He comes in, tries to set up for that kill. When it falls apart, though, and everybody else is rotating in, 2 teleports on the side of Liiv SANDBOX. Peanut gets out and he's smiling, but Rich is not going to be so lucky. And Doctarm, he can't turn this fight. Everyone's too high health bars. They should have left right here just a moment before, but they got caught in this choke, and there's just no way out. Faye's like, ooh, where did I teleport into?
Yeah, this isn't where I parked my car, I think is what he's saying, is Kellen gonna get taken down. Didn't have much context for that, but it's a dead Rakan. That's what we're gonna take from it. Just caught Warden, I think.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right about that. Sitting at the good old 67 ward score, so maybe trying to get that 99 maybe.
Doctarm gonna have to just watch as his turret falls down. Now gonna slash through these minions, and I think that NONGSHIM need to tidy up their gameplay just a little bit.
Yeah, we're past the point of just running around the game or running around the map with tons of.
Oh no! He just he grand entered on the spot.
Yep. We're past the point of running around the map with everybody super fed and insane power spike advantages, like the faster shield bow and the Peanut getting a really quick Trinity Force. It felt like for a little while there, everybody could just do whatever they wanted, but now it feels like solo queue where it's like, you know, that guy on your game who goes 4-0 and then he thinks he can actually literally 1v5 for the rest of the game and ends up going 4-10. We're not quite at that point, but the way that NONGSHIM has played this game since their lead has been as if they're further ahead than they really are, and their power spikes, you know, we're starting to catch up on the other side. The Kraken Slayer's up, Locket's up, Man, you know, we finally have boots for Graves, okay?
Yeah. He's also collecting, but he's collected some brown bags. It's not exactly the greatest. Steric's gauge completed, though, for Peanut. He's super mega huge. He's a very, very scary guy to deal with. But I think Fate is slowly but surely building up to be a Dokdam killer. Yeah. He just presses his R button, and Dokdam can't really... He's like sitting there spinning, doing all this cool stuff, and then he's like, oh no, that's like 17 orbs in my head. And he's still going to die. There's just not a lot you can do from a targeted ability that throws so much damage your way.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that like the shield bow can only do so much, right? He has to essentially come in and find big damage, or rather find big takedowns while he's doing it. Horn very aggressively here from the flank.
Yep, they do find the knock-up there onto Croco as well. Stand United coming in, but look at the knock-ups. Rich, this is the team fighting we wanted out of this guy. As Bay looks for the backline, they destroy Croco. Effort trying to run. Root still at very high health, as Dokdam is going to break all of them projectiles. And in goes Kellen. Grand entrance, fantastic. And Dokdam's just going to use his ulti to celebrate, clear out that wave. Very, very nice stuff. Is now Root the last man standing. This may just be a Baron.
Looks like it. And there's a really nice engage there from Rich, but then also the follow-up from Kellen to make sure that it was guaranteed. The insta blow-up on Fate. You talked about how Fate might be the one who takes out Dokdam in some of these fights, but not when he's the one who gets blown up right away.
Yeah, actually couldn't even use his ultimate. He was just dead.
Yep, stopwatch is broken after this fight as well, and not going to see Azonias for a while, if at all, fortunately for Fate.
I feel like Rich could probably come and contest this. As Teleport's going to come through, Summit's going to try and guarantee the Drake.
Rich is headed elsewhere, I think.
He just didn't want to get Soul Point, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, Rich comes from the side here. Nice knock there. Forces the stopwatch. And then as soon as Fate is done, he's charmed and knocked up by Kellen.
And his little rock placement as well, you know, throws down the Q, guarantees the knock-up on the Syndra, but gets 2 for 1 as far as that's concerned. Really, really nicely done from Rich in that team fight. Just showing the value of the Ornn, right?
Yep. Pretty nice little angle he had there. In the river, there's not a lot of room to work with.
Yep.
Well, like you said, they did not get the soul point, as they gave that up. For really not much on the map, just didn't want to take a risky fight there. They're so far ahead.
Yep, maybe just trying to potentially delay an Elder Drake or something like that. Maybe not wanting to go for one of these like 50-50s between Elder and Baron or something like that. There are some next levels that can happen there, but probably not the thinking. Probably just like, well, I'm just an Ornn by myself. I don't know whether I can fight Root 1v1. And not going to take the risk with the rest of my team guaranteeing a Baron. So that's what they're going to do.
Rich probably would have like said, I'm not doing that, and explained everything you just said in about 2 seconds, talking really fast. Like
I hope so, because Peanut was definitely like, don't let my dragon go! It's like, well, actually,
well, yeah.
Kellen getting through here. They're going to clear out as much vision as possible. You can see Liiv SANDBOX doing their very best to hold on here as, oh no, Dokdam. He's been caught out a couple of times like this. It's not exactly what you want.
Yeah, it's a bit hopeful though, with no follow-up, sadly. Scary. It looks scary when you see the stun icon there, but
Epic comes through for the headbutt pole. Kellen standing just off to the side there to keep Peanut protected. Will do so. Dokdam gets all of that health back with the Vamp Scepter. I don't know whether he's quite got his Bloodthirster completed just yet.
Sure comms right now for Liiv SANDBOX, or watch the Ornn Horn, because they know Rich is on the side here, and taking these choke point fights could be bad, but he's going to get engaged on. They're actually going to force the Horn out.
Yep, he's going to look for it. Does get a nice double knock up here as through the wall goes Croco. He's just going to throw out a collateral damage there to help grab that kill. And it is going to be Root that collects it, but they do lose the inner turret on the top side of the map.
Yeah, all pings for Liiv SANDBOX as soon as that kill came through, or we got to get this top turret defended.
Yep, now Kellen looking for an opportunity to dive on top of Fate here. Dokdam uses this as his moment to take down this inhibitor turret. And Dokdam's just going to break those orbs flying towards him. This siege minion, just want to keep it alive for as long as they can. Is it one more? No, Fate picks up the aggro. Nicely done.
They're 7,000 gold ahead here. Or I guess 6,000 gold ahead. Sorry, miscalculated. But
yeah, they're real strong.
I don't know if they really want to force a fight here without Rich. There's just no reason to take the risk. It's winnable, If
Well,
they can
now, teleport's available.
Yeah.
Rich could get back.
I think they want to wait for next objective instead, which means we're going to have a lull state. There's not a whole lot going on the map otherwise.
Yep, Baron wearing off, so a bit of a reset. I would suggest collecting that Rift Scotland, but
The biggest win here, which is, you know, we're really reaching for Liiv SANDBOX, is they kept their top turret alive. Top inhibitor turret stays up. So, you know, it's going to take a lot more for NONGSHIM. Like, they can't do anything with the advantage they have right now, very likely, unless they, you know, 5-man push. And even then, like, why would you do that? They're just going to kind of sit in lanes. The lull state that we have right now is the best case scenario for Liiv SANDBOX because they get to farm a little bit and hope for a better team fight on what will likely be that Soul Point Mountain Drake.
Yep. Peanut has the Trinity Fusion now put together. Rich going to upgrade his stuff. We might have the Mega Dash Cannon coming in soon as the really immortal shield bow come in next.
The Bloodthirster's out.
Yeah, this is big. Another BF sword on top of Dog Thumb as well. He's just going to augment his damage further and further. Stun, not going to land there onto Rich, who's very cllose to 4,000 health with his Warmog's complete. Warmog's looking very pretty these days.
Yeah, Warmog's way cleaner than before.
Yeah.
Before it looked like when I wake up in the morning, one of my cats just had a...
Yeah, a little bit.
Someone's gotten into the cat grass again, you know?
Warmog's looked like one of those like really fancy office buildings that have plants all over the walls.
Yeah,
know?
it's like, well, did we really, is this really like modern architecture, or
Yeah,
were you guys just reaching?
Yeah. It's like, I know we wanted to like photosynthesize on our walls, but it looks pretty funny.
Think about a lot of health. What does that make you think of? A lot of plants. Well, does it?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, this one definitely looking much prettier. This looks like elven armor from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. That's what we're into.
The original dream fully realized in HD.
Yeah, exactly.
Digitally remastered.
It only took 10 years of League of Legends, and there we got there. Although some of the items not changing. I found another one, the Storm Razor.
Yes.
Still the same. So that, Ravenous Hydra, Titanic Hydras, can't really talk about it as Nocturne once again going to be caught out, but he's doing a fair bit of damage on his way. Here's the Ornhorn, a little bit late potentially, but a couple of knock-ups, not too much more.
This is why they make you sign the waiver when you buy the Immortal Shield Bow. There are some asterisks attached. I mean, he was absolutely not where he should have been all by himself.
Good stun on the Peanut. This
Look,
is not a
NONGSHIM should
fight
push
that
it.
we want exactly. Bay, he's going to go golden, does have the ulti available. Going to use it on the spot. Flashes out, definitely dead. Kathy and Rain going to tidy him up. Have no idea what Bay was thinking right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, how can you lose the game, you know? Like, if you're asking that question, I mean, NONGSHIM's given some ways it could happen. Peanut is really trying to steal this.
He has his ultimate available. He can get into the pit, but the chain CC is really good. Gets in, steals it away, easy as you like. Now Root might have to deal with him. He will be able to do so. Now Kellen making his way back. Samira trying to keep herself alive to hold on to one of these Barons, but Rich makes his way out, and I don't know. I guess it worked out for NONGSHIM. They lost a lot of players, but they got a Baron.
Yeah, they got a Baron. The Peanut shot there, the martyr of this fight. Look at where Ducktime is. He just like dropped the ward. He's like, okay. He's like, I'm glad I dropped the ward so we can have the teleport to try to come and save me. And the Immortal Shield Bow.
Oh my god. Fate ulted him when he was at 100 health. It's like, wow. That's getting your feelings out right
We just really need this player to die right now.
Yeah. I think he didn't need all of those orbs. He could have thrown a piece of cheese at him and he would have died.
Bay just goes in, and Fate's like, yeah, okay. Goes golden. Bay's like, oh, I could do that too, but probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Imagine how much scarier this Baron fight actually is for Liiv SANDBOX if Bay is here as well with Rich and Peanut trying to delay this and actually set up for the steal. He does get it with the ultimate right across the wall there.
Oh dear.
Croco was like, this can't keep happening.
Yeah, exactly. Croco having a rough time. He did have a great smite in the last game, but that was not the one.
NONGSHIM versus Liiv SANDBOX Episode 3, Revenge of the Peanut.
Oh man, we got a whole bunch of upgraded items here. Kellen's got his upgraded Amplify Your Damage support item. Pretty cool stuff. I don't know what that's called at all, so I just decided to call it what it does, which might be more helpful, who knows.
Yes, I think I would agree with that.
The really immortal shield bow has been completed by Dr. as well, so it's going to be tough to kill him unless he's standing by himself in the river, which is what happened last time. Likely that he won't make that mistake again.
I mean, look, you've got an Ornn here. Drake is up in 2 minutes, so that's a long way away. You want to try to take, I mean, you're still ahead in this game. You want to try to take something here. You want to try to take a turret, but every time Liiv SANDBOX comes in, I do kind of hold my breath because it feels like there are ways that this game goes back into their favor.
There's the Ornn. Tags effort, good knock up there on the root in the back line. They're just trying to buy space, but oh my god, the AoE damage is disgusting. Peanut steals one of the kills, but it's going to be a quadra off the back end. Dr. just ending this game. That'll do it.
There you go. You know, they could have played it safe. They could have just waited, tried to chip away, and then went for the Mountain Soul, but you know what? It's more fun to just Ornn in and spin to win.
Yep, there was a lot of spinning actually. That helicopter horse was getting on in there. So much AoE damage, and Dr. finished a couple of extra items before this one, and that was not close. But once again, playing with their food a little bit on the NONGSHIM side, so certainly was a drawn-out series between these two. It's going to be fun checking them out as we move towards the LCK for spring. These two teams are going to probably be fighting for that middle to top of the pack once we get there, so certainly very cool stuff.
And I believe
these squads.
I believe that means NONGSHIM faces off against Damwon now in the semifinals, so that's going to be another rematch. So you know, we're kind of keeping things group segregated.
Oh wait, no. They're on the other side, so they're against KT. I think they're against KT.
That's what makes sense. I actually think the bracket yesterday said that was not the case, which really made me sad because
there was some really weird stuff as far as the bracket.
I hope you're right, and then I'm wrong.
Yeah. I think that's how it was, because I think that Group A...
Because that's all that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
If it's not like that, then we're going to have to raise some eyebrows again, but I think you're right, and I hope you're right. Yeah. And watch this last fight again as Kellen goes in as well.
Oh, the Kellen value was just massive.
When you look at this draft and what it's built to do, it feels terrible for Liiv SANDBOX, and when you give a whole set of turret plates and first brick to Dr. as well on top of that. I mean, he gets like more plates in the top lane after that. You're like,
are we really doing this? Are we just going to feed this guy? I mean, he was standing by himself and got caught out a couple of times, you know, like maybe if that Baron Smite had have come through from Croco, like maybe there are these things that they're going to be scratching their heads about. But
yeah, it's like, well, if he's not playing the game, maybe we can kill him. Like,
if he leaves,
if he took a bathroom break in the middle of the game, like maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, but you know, he builds a stopwatch and then doesn't die to Fate throwing out his ultimate. I mean, I think that they were putting a lot of stock in Syndra dealing with him diving into the backline, but if he's zoned out or if he has to use it on somebody else, then game over. We saw that in the final team fight. It's just fun watching Samira, man. It's like hyper mobile, easier to follow Katarina.
Yeah,
in my opinion, because the Shumpo, like, she just appears in different spots, and my brain explodes when I watch Katarina. But still, we might get both of them, which is very exciting.
It's definitely a possibility. It's like, you know, chances get higher every day.
Exactly. The closer we move to Showmaker being able to have a good time in some of his upcoming series.
I think he's gonna have a good time no matter what happens. I would say.
Yeah. I mean, he is Showmaker. I think that's going to be a toughie. That's going to be after the result of Gen.G versus Hanwha. We'll find out who is going to be facing off against the Titans in Damwon. That's
yeah, I believe that's correct. In that what I had in my head, which was what a graphic showed me, is not correct.
Yeah, I think we'll probably bring that up again when we're going to show you what our next match is going to be, so we will be able to confirm what's going to happen.
Because otherwise, it's kind of a not as fun semifinals, is it?
No, no. And I think it has to be cross-group for the semifinal. I think it's cross-group.
That would make sense to me.
Which is, yeah, that means that Hanwha has to be in the other one. And
yes, it'd be...
Yeah,
Hanwha would face off against, if they win, they could face off against Damwon, and then
that is how it's going to work. That is how it's going to work. So NONGSHIM versus KT, that's going to be an interesting series.
Yeah, that will be.
I'm excited about that.
That'll be interesting because KT
had looked
really
good.
4-0. They went even won that fourth game with their second roster. Not to mention won a game they shouldn't have won necessarily, which is like what these games for NONGSHIM might be looking like. So A very terrifying opponent indeed in KT Rolster.
But
So-
we get to figure out how much further ahead Group A were in comparison to Group B, right? Because Group B, you know, we had a couple of academy teams, you know, it wasn't necessarily looking like a group that was as strong, but KT still went 4-0. What does that mean? And I think bringing NONGSHIM against them will really give us that measuring stick as to just how strong they are.
That's why
right?
it has to be cross-group play.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of would have liked it in this these first couple of games for that to be the beginning of the cross group, but it's fine. You get what you get, and that's okay, as we are going to finally be delving away from those groups.
Yep. We're going to hit some highlights once they're ready and up to go.
Indeed.
It was a bit of a longer game, a lot of team fights, a lot of probably going to watch a lot of Peanut horsing around.
Yes, he was definitely doing that.
It's going to be one of those fights where Effort is like, I'm going in, got this.
I mean, that's like, feels like all of the fights, you know? It's like live and die by Effort going in.
That's why he has to play Alistair, right?
Yeah. Oh, that pulverize is so good. Effort somehow stays alive for like forever because Bay comes up. He's like, I'm gonna get you, and then he gets pulverized, headbutted over the wall. Oh man, Bay didn't have a great time.
You know, Rich actually got that kill too in another world where it was actually a little bit more damage. Like that could have been another kill for Duck Dom in that early mid game.
Oh god.
Oh.
This is actually a cool opportunistic play here. Summit barely missing the taunt as Peanut sidesteps it really nicely. This is where it all went wrong, though, because it's like Doc Dom's like, all right, guys, get behind me. Let's do some battle. And then Effort's like, no.
This was the first time where it felt like NONGSHIM overstepped their bounds because they had control of the map. They were out macroing, and it felt like they could do anything. This is when Rich just is like, okay, here we go.
I win, actually.
Yeah, sorry, Fate. No way out of this one. He's able to stopwatch for just a moment. And gets charmed, knocked in the air, and sent to the Death Realm. Yep. Or whatever you guys call that where you're dead. Is that what you guys call that?
I call it the Death Chamber.
Death Chamber, that's right.
It's fun.
It's not the Mordekaiser roll, that's a different thing.
Yeah, you can call it the Death Realm, though. Yeah, we've got one of those as well. But often that represents dying, also.
This is when Duck Dom decided that he was...
Life didn't suit him.
Yeah. He was like, well, let's just see. Let's find out just how good this champion really is.
Am I at 1v5 levels just yet? This is where Bay didn't really know what he wanted to do. Rich and him go in, and Rich is like, actually, the water's a bit cold. I'm hopping out.
Yep. Okay, this is the Peanut Martyr moment. Where
we call it a drive-by.
Drive-by, zoom in, goodbye.
Yep.
Unlucky timing there for Croco. And then the observers just zoom in on Peanut's body to let everyone know that he was the hero.
He was. Not sure if he's the hero we deserve, because this was all Kellen that wins this fight towards the end. Rich had one, Kellen definitely had one. This was
zooming
extraordinary. Gets the quad charm and all of the AoE damage.
This actually just is sad. Like, it's really satisfying to watch if you're a NONGSHIM fan or like to play Samira, but otherwise you're like, whoo, avert your eyes. This is about as clean as it gets of a team fight there.
Root did a lot of damage, wow.
Yeah, certainly
Impressive
did.
Stuff.
It was a lot, I think, about the CC and the solo picks and the map rotations we saw from Red Force more than just their long-standing damage in team fights. They had so much CC, from fears to knockups to charms.
And their mobility was also very high with, you know, Kellen can bounce around everywhere. Hecarim runs extraordinarily fast, and the Ornhorn has such a huge range, right? So they can be very slippery, not to mention Echo as well, who didn't really participate all that much in this game. I think Faye could have had a better performance, but wasn't all that necessary in this one. I think they just got Doc down enough money, and then he carried the game, which is a completely valid way to win.
Yep, well, here's our results, which is probably the most basic graphic you'll ever see in an esports tournament right here. There you go.
Yep. NONGSHIM Red Force won the series.
Yep. There was that moment where they didn't win the second game, but then they won the next one. And yes,
Haha!
Okay, so what I saw before was incorrect, and I'm so glad to hear it because this is the matchup we really deserve.
Yes.
KT versus NONGSHIM. We don't want to watch Damwon versus NONGSHIM again.
No, we don't need that. We need to go across the groups.
Unless they win against KT and Damwon also wins, in which case we will see it again, but in the finals.
Yes, and that could very well happen. You
Yes.
know, we'll have to figure out just exactly how strong Group B was. But not going to be able to find out just yet. That will continue in the semifinals. I believe we'll have the Damwon semifinal first. That will be coming up tomorrow. But that will be after Hanwha take on Gen.G tonight. So we've still got one more best of 3. This one could be a little bit shorter than this one. That might have been the closest series that we'll get for all of KeSPA Cup, but I am certainly making assumptions. We'll have to see whether Gen.G are going to be able to step up to the plate to try and take down Hanwha like they were unable to do yesterday. But that is going to do it for now. We'll have a short break and we'll get back for our second best of 3.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
요거. 누구 닮았지? 어?
장인어른.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생겨주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
하나, 둘, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
숨겨주는 자신감으로 오래라면 씨.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to KeSPA Cup 2020. And for the first time, I noticed that the very last pucks to clash with Damwon and NONGSHIM Red Force.
Do you know why?
It's still possible as the final. Like, has the script just been written this entire time?
I have a simpler explanation.
What's that?
It was the first match of the KeSPA Cup. It was the first one. You and I cast it, remember?
Yeah, that's true. I was looking for conspiracies.
But sometimes we do go full circle. So,
I mean, that might just be how it's done here. However, we still need Hanwha Life and Gen.G to face off to see whether they can take down Damwon. It will be a very tough ask. However, you know, maybe this Hanwha Life roster with 2 members of the team that are very good at facing off against Damwon, not necessarily good at winning, but they definitely have done it before. This could be, you know, an opportunity to show their might and see whether, you know, the Titans can in fact be toppled.
Yeah, that's the big question on everyone's minds right now. And, you know, I feel like we have to put it out there, be a little honest. This match may be way more one-sided than the first one.
Yeah.
That's the expectation, because if you have missed it, we are going to go to Hanwha first, but it is Gen.G's Academy roster that faces off against this team that has had a lot of expectations thrust into it suddenly alongside Deft, who's joined the roster with Chovy, right?
Yeah.
2 elite players from the LCK. Deft, obviously an extremely long-standing veteran of the LCK, and Chovy, who's had extremely high results and high praise. One of the highest results you're ever going to see in a split KDA-wise as well.
Oh, yeah.
We may never see that again, but this team has had extremely high expectations because of this, and the results in this tournament aren't necessarily indicative of what their full power level will be once they gel together.
Exactly. It is going to be Morgan and Arthur that are going to be taking the stage. No Johan or Dudu. I think Johan looked pretty average, to be perfectly honest, when he came out. Didn't really see too much there. They also have CAD in the jungle position, if you remember, from, you know, the 2020 season. He played a couple of games, but wasn't so good. The Canadian dollar.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dudu, I don't know why Morgan has been favored over him. It might just be a playstyle thing, because I actually felt like Hanwha looked a little bit more cohesive with Morgan on the roster, which is odd because, of course, Dudu has been playing for Hanwha for much longer. So
yeah,
interested to see what Morgan's going to put out there this time around, whether it'll be his Renekton from development over in China, or whether it'll be something else again.
He's played Renekton and Camille both this tournament. Dudu has, and Morgan was the Ornn player of the matches they played. They did get a match stolen away from them, of course. They didn't get to face off against Breon, so only ended up playing 3 matches, if I'm remembering this correctly. So
I actually think that they might have actually...
you know what? Yeah, they might have actually been the first opponents of Breon.
Yeah. I think they actually played their games this time around. As this is going to be your Gen.G roster. Lonely, of course, coming over from a substitute position on SANDBOX. And now going to be in the top lane here for the Gen.G Academy roster. And Ophelia is going to be in the mid lane. I hope that Envy plays Aphelios so that I can have a horrible time talking about names.
Well, he hasn't played it yet, but time will tell if he does end up locking that one in. He got Samira, one of their games leading up until this point. Let's see if that comes through. That's been kind of the big talking point today in our match earlier on. Young-J has had a pretty tough time. He's played Lilia, though, which is one of the jungle champions that we're seeing very little of in this tournament.
Yeah, so I haven't seen as much of her.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll pop back in. Definitely something he can play, as the priority has definitely been on Olaf on the other side of things for Arthur on Hanwha's side.
They do like to pick that. It feels very DRX, you know, very Pyoshik-esque, actually. I know he's flanked by Chovy and Deft. However, I mean, Pyoshik was just always picking Olaf in even the times when he shouldn't pick Olaf.
Indeed.
But here we are. I think we're ready to jump into Champion Select here for game number 1. Gen.G on the blue side this time around versus Hanwha Life wearing some red clothing. And that Olaf that we were talking about is going to be taken away from Arthur.
That's been their highest priority pick, actually, of all the champions they've played in this tournament. They've had a pretty wide variety played as well. It's been, you know, besides Deft loving his Kalista, we've seen quite a large champion pool across the board for Hanwha Life Esports, which is usually a sign of experimentation early on in a tournament like this and a patch like this.
I think it's also really interesting looking at Hanwha Life and how they're going to develop. This is the first time that we've seen Chovy in the LCK without having CVMAX behind him. Because, of course, CVMAX went from Griffin to DRX, as did Chovy. So this is the first time we're seeing Chovy sans CVMAX.
Yeah.
And, of course, CVMAX, we're not going to see him for a little while either due to a few extra issues that they've had internally. So a little bit sad for DRX,
Well, Renekton going to come through here. This has been the biggest pick for Dudu and Lonely, but Dudu's not here, and it's only Morgan, but Morgan definitely something he would consider prioritizing. They take this first pick over the Graves, which is going to give that to Arthur here on the other side, and it looks like this was part of the plan all along based on the almost insta-lock of the Nidalee, and Nidalee has been paired really well with the Renekton and also Alistar in this tournament thus far. So I think we will see that come through as much as everyone loves to see some Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Kha'Zix here, but I think the Renekton Nidalee tried and true combo there for the top side of the map is going to be absolutely fine for Gen.G. Where they go after this is going to be the question. I would suggest locking away an Alistar perhaps, or at least some sort of support. But instead, it looks like they're just going to make sure that Envy is going to have some comfort in the AD position.
It's been discussed a lot on the Korean commentator side. I've watched some of their VODs, and I was wondering what their thoughts on the Nidalee Renekton pick has been, as it's going to be MF coming through. It's been a while for that.
Yeah.
Build probably coming through. But their kind of thoughts are, with the Nidalee Renekton, you either need a really strong CC mage for the mid lane, or you need an AD mid laner to kind of vary up how that the damage goes right. And I thought about that a lot, and Victor has popped into this slot many times because he's kind of hybrid, right, with the Lich Bane. He gets taken away. And I wonder what Hanwha Life is otherwise thinking might be the choice here for Ophelia, because I think that's really going to be what dictates the pace of how this Renekton Nidalee comp functions, because you put MF in the bot lane, that's kind of on its own. Yeah. Not straight up, but like you said, it's kind of a Nidalee top lane focus jungle setup here. So
I think Ophelia wants to play Syndra, just FYI.
Think so?
Yeah, they're banning the Echo. That is something that you don't want to see into a Syndra in general.
So is this trying to bait the Syndra ban so they take something else away? I wonder.
I mean, I think Syndra is just the ban here anyway, right? Because like Victor, Syndra are probably the two magic damage champions that you would take in this lane. But it's going to be Jace instead. I actually really like the Jace ban because, like you were talking about, I actually think that Nidalee fits into comps where you have two solo lanes that do physical damage. And Jace is one of those that can sit in the mid lane if he would like to.
And this may just put them into that Syndra spot. If it's not taken here, of course, for Chovy. I'm going to take the Orianna, which is really strong with this composition. Can work really well with the Ornn. And Syndra is not terrible here, but I feel like it's going to put a lot of pressure on Young-J to actually make plays happen and try to set up for some of those fights in the mid game, and it's going to make the tempo of the game a lot faster for Gen.G. Can be strong in the late game as well, but the mid game can be tough if you don't get ahead with that Syndra pick that we'll see if they lock in right now. They've got Leona. That bot lane matchup is super oppressive for Hanwha to deal with now.
And we'll see whether Vista is going to go towards maybe his Thresh, potentially. Yone is going to be locked in. Oh my goodness. So, okay, Ophelia is going to take the Yone into the Yone guy.
Yeah. Okay, there's the Maokai. Vista's been playing a lot of Maokai, so
this is a bit of fun.
Not a shocker. It's also pretty nice and be quite good to trade with MF in the lane. I'm not really sold on Yone. We've seen him quite a few times in this tournament, and it always feels like it's kind of for fun.
And also, we saw it picked against an Ornn, and he just could not do anything at all.
Yeah.
It's what happened to Hanwha, right? Like,
but it does bring to the table the kind of both things I was talking about earlier with the Nidalee Renekton, is you have CC, but also you have some physical damage in the mid lane, and those third Qs can be quite powerful to set up some early game ganks. But I think the tempo here is going to have to be really extremely fast for Gen.G in this game. Otherwise, they're going to fall behind and fall off super hard in the late game, especially, I mean, if we get there. And Hanwha Life has all the tools to play that supreme late game. They've got shockwaves. This looks like desperation, to be frank with you. And, they are the huge underdogs going into this series, so can't blame them for trying something a little bit different.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to go for an early game comp, right? Like, it's still a comp that works, but if we see them, playing scared and playing back, especially against this Hanwha Life team that just tend to win all of their lanes, they've taken that from DRX, right? DRX, they allowed, Pioshik to have the easiest time in 2020 because they were so good at laning, and Chovy and Deft have continued that legacy here on Hanwha Live. Morgan should have an absolutely fine time against the Renekton at the same time, so Arthur's going to be free to get around this map and deal with the kitty cat problem that has infected the Rift. We'll see what he can do. Let's get into game number 1. All right, already Ophelia getting hit by a cog.
Yep.
It's not what you want to see. Deft walking over a ward, also a bit of a negative experience, but he goes pretty deep, just wandering around. It was odd. Didn't even put a ward down. Just faking out putting a ward, I guess.
Arthur starting red, like that's basically 100% confirmed by this walk forward as well. I think you could almost say.
Yep.
This might be the sad violin, which is not actually a violin, but it might become one. Might be the story of Ophelia this game. Is this base Orianna skin, by the way? That's pretty. I
think it was.
I think it's pretty rare to see that.
It's only a fake is playing.
Yeah, like that. That's Chovy in there. What kind of statement is he trying to make?
Let's not talk about it. Too dangerous. As yes, it will be mirrored starts here by our junglers. Big leash actually coming out of MB and Kale, as they get a sweeper early. So I guess Deft got his wish. I don't know. They did watch him walk in there over a ward. So yeah, got a sweeper out early. Not bad.
Yep, solid. Well, the mid lane is obviously going to be kind of awkward for Ophelia, as you know he's relevant every third Q.
Yep.
And until that time, he is a melee champion against range champion, and it's also Chovy. That's it's not just any Orianna he's up against.
Yeah, and Chovy is pretty oppressive on the Orianna as well. Can certainly control this lane early on.
So there can be a lot of things you can do with Yone, and the pings are coming down as well. You can see in the mini map. But there's things you can do with this Yone matchup where you let the lane push in, and then you use the minion wave to get that Q set up, and then look for a gank with the Nidalee. You get a lot of damage done when the knockup comes through, and then Nidalee tries to finish with a spear. But all those things I just said, a lot easier said than done, right?
Yeah.
And you listen to that, you're like, well, is that ever going to happen? I mean, maybe.
Well, Deft also might die. He has to flash. Kale does have the flash available, and Make It Rain will pick up the kill. A very happy B out of Envy here, and getting that first blood onto Deft. Absolute disaster here as a start for Hanwha Life.
Deft has had a rough tournament. You know, he's one of the most hyped players coming into this roster, and, you know, not like he's been playing terribly or anything like that, but he has been having a rough time.
Overstepped, yeah.
And I mean, it is a really oppressive lane, right? Leona and MF. MF is just constantly trucking damage at you, and then there's CC to worry about. Let's watch exactly how this happened. Does he just get Zenith bladed? Like, what?
Yeah.
Wow.
And another late
Ignite,
cleanse,
bye-bye.
actually. Late cleanse, so the Ignite comes through pretty comfortably, and they're even able to set it up for Envy. That was...
A late cleanse is usually because you're greedy and you're like, do I really want to use this right now?
Yeah, exactly.
And the answer in this case versus the MF Leona lane is yes.
Yeah, and he did this yesterday as well, so a little bit of a weird thing for Deft. We'll see whether he can tidy up the play on this KDA Kai'Sa. Ward goes into that brush. Hanwha know exactly what's going on, but you can see Arthur, he's just going to go back home. A little bit behind at the minute when it comes to the jungle. But he'll go for the reset, gets himself his pickaxe, and will move ever forward. So Morgan now back on the Ornn once again. Certainly seems to be on Ornn duty almost every game here.
Yeah. So, you know, if we're going to play Ornn, he's the guy to run it, I guess.
Yep. Also donating to charity there. The Elderwood Ornn skin, of course, until the 11th of January. You can purchase one of those yourselves.
Oh, I thought you were talking about how he did attacked after he missed you from
lonely. No. Actual charity. Actual charity.
Nice.
Not just crocodile charity.
For real.
Yep.
Okay, look at this.
Pulling the wave is
This
Chovy.
is where Nidalee is too, right? This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. He's got the third Q ready, but Chovy just respects it. So guess what? failed rotation here. Probably not going to lose any minions.
Nope.
He's just going to trade some health, but he's got a shield.
Picks him up, holds onto him, 46 to 33, 47 after this guy goes down.
And I mean, if Chovy's a overextending type player, if he's extremely aggressive, if he's playing not Orianna, then yeah, I really like the Yona with the Nidalee. But
yeah, pulls another wave though, so you can see like just making sure that he's never under threat. Yona goes back, couple of daggers and some shoes, but Chovy had already teleported back in, and Ophelia does need to walk all the way up this lane, and he will miss this cannon. I think miss the experience too. Oh no, wait, never mind. That was Chovy's cannon.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't know,
good.
my brain's actually breaking. But he'll get here for at least the experience. But now, because this wave is so close to Chovy's turret, Ophelia just, like, if Graves is in the area, he dies, right? Like, it's really rough. Plus, level 6 has been gained by Chovy.
it's like, it feels like the dagger is here for Ophelia just to make sure he can last under the turret. Like
Yeah. He was actually struggling earlier.
He's going to be fine. He can Q. Well, let's see how it lines up.
He will be able to grab that. Oh no, those last two.
Oh my god.
What a disaster.
Yeah, this is like probably never again.
Yeah. Young-J's coming in just to try and help clear out these minions just a little bit more. But Chovy's already doing pretty ridiculous things as far as the farm is concerned. Having a look back towards this top side, very even between the Ornn and the Renekton. That means Ornn. Kale's playing at home.
Kale actually was in a really aggressive spot, kind of trying to cut Vista and Deft apart. And it looked like they might have tried to make a play on that to, maybe cost Deft some minions while the wave was pushed, but doesn't end up happening. Vista's careful and safe. He backs away.
Yep. Deft also in really great control of this lane as well, as you can see.
Yeah, just one small misstep earlier.
Yeah. I like the more defensive play, though. They were definitely more aggressively shoved than they needed to be there.
Deft is, again, such a high-profile player, and there's a lot of pressure on him, as we've been saying, a lot of pressure on Hanwha because of these roster changes, and I think that, that kind of nerves would show in a rookie player when you've got a lot of pressure on you like that. But
Oh, shockwave. Okay. Chovy just going to take Ophelia down to 200 health.
Doesn't have Ignite, obviously, so.
Yeah, also doesn't have a lot of mana left. Got a biscuit there, but instead he's just going to go home. He's about 30 CS in the lead, but probably down to about 25 after Ophelia tries to deal with these minions. Yeah, that one's going to be successfully taken as well. So very nicely done, but still, big lead for Chovy. Kale coming into the mid lane, put on some of that passive onto these minions to help Ophelia get through.
We've seen mostly Eclipse on Misfortune this tournament. Might have to hold this thought. Wanted to stop this Rift Herald from being taken, but looks like we're going to be good for me to talk about this for a second. I wonder if that works in this comp, though, because I don't know if you can go to late game just passively into an Eclipse and hope that you're going to end up winning out against that Ornn in the late game, because you might just be too far behind in every other regard if you play like that.
Oh yeah, potentially.
I mean, what's the alternative? He's not going to build Gale Force. Like,
Gale Force can happen, but I don't know. You could go something like a Kraken Slayer for the extra damage.
Yeah, I wonder if that might be
Works
the play.
okay with bullet time, but I don't know. See what they do decide to do. Certainly some options here for Envy, as he does have his quiver already complete.
Keep an eye on that one.
Indeed.
In the top lane, Vami Cinder coming out, so we know eventually we're about to be up at that. Ornn has the highest champion damage in the game on the graph. No matter who wins this game, we're headed there.
Yep, exactly. Collecting ourselves our Sunfire Aegises as Young-J is going to try and take him down here. Does land the first spear as there's the Ornn. Young-J will pick up the turret aggro though, flash forward, and just grabs the kill by himself under the turret. Now Lonely wants it, slices, dices out again, so Morgan's going to be absolutely fine. Turret plate goes over to the Crocodile, but that's all he can get.
Insane outplay from Morgan here. Was never scared for a second.
Damn, that was actually really sick.
See the
ooh, big cog.
Yes.
I'm talking about the important things here, Wolf.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the cool thing everybody wants to see.
Yeah. And also everyone just wants to see Chovy continuing to absolutely obliterate as far as the farm numbers are concerned.
When I was prepping for this tournament and I wanted to look up like the best way to play Yone and like what he was building and stuff, I remember I don't remember whose channel it was, I'm not going to shout anybody out, but the first video I watched was, so he's basically the anime sword guy, like Yasuo. That was like the first sense of the video I watched to see his kit a few weeks ago, and
yep,
you know, it's not wrong.
It absolutely isn't. He is, in fact, just an anime protagonist.
He might not be the protagonist, though, in this case.
True.
He's, I think he'd be winning a little bit more. He'd have a higher win rate if he was protagonist.
He's like that mysterious side character that pops up every 3rd episode or something like that and says something cool and then leaves.
He'll probably sacrifice himself after he changes to the good side later on in the story.
Yeah, something like that. One of those tropes. As Def's going to take a lot of damage there from that double up. As in goes the Rift Herald. Def gets out of the way with the super charge. And Felia continues to try and fight Chovy. Isn't going to be too worried about it. Goes back there.
Yeah, he's mostly just using his spirit form there to farm safely, so he can go back. And he does a little bit of damage, obviously, but he knows he's not getting the kill on that one at this moment in time by himself.
Well, Chovy's going to get the rotation in here. The Yone is in the area, but this might be a fight that Hanwha are very happy to take as they're picking up the aggro on this dragon. And it's Chovy that they're respecting. He is very scary. Killer Instinct activated. There's the bullet time, and it's just going to be a secure on the Drake Vista now, having to get out, and the spear is going to connect. That's the Leona falling, but Lonely now comes in with Dominus pop. That's the 2-man shockwave, but Yone gets out of it. Massive work from the Yone, but unfortunately going to fall to the On. Lonely in there, just couldn't really get much done, but still, 2 for 2 in the end. You take those.
Yeah, you definitely take those. Nephelia actually made a skirmish fight look Yone favored for a second there.
Yeah.
With the dash through. It's actually really well executed.
It was going to be a really rad ultimate out of Chovy, but unfortunately, only got 2. The Yone gets on top of him, and that CC worked out really well.
Yeah. And that's, you know, you talk about it all the time on cast so far. I haven't actually gotten to cast a Yone game yet, I don't think, but it always feels like he could just go forever and you're not sure like where the limitations are.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, when is he going to have a cooldown issue?
Yeah.
That's the problem I have.
Yeah, if he's able to come into a fight late like that and just be cleanup, he is incredibly good at that. Does end up dying, obviously, but the value was there once.
Yep.
Going to go back to an impressive lane, but look at the setup here. Is the bullet time steal really well executed. Vista is coming in incredibly aggressively. That was actually a bit hopeful, I think. He dies to the spear. It's traded back onto Kale. And then we're going to watch Shockwave avoided, while meanwhile, Mega Dash through there. 4-man knockoff.
4-man, so sick.
And then this W comes in big as well. So
yeah, really nice stuff.
Like, I think I'd have to watch that
Nephelia
again to see if there was even ways that could have gone better for him, because I think there are.
Potentially, but I think that you know, the last ulti was just exactly what he needed and in exactly the right position and timed perfectly to get out of the way of the shockwave at the same time. So it was just a whole bunch of good things all at the same time. And now he goes back to this mid lane and he's like, dang, how am I 50 CS behind?
Yeah.
I just got a 4-man knockup. But sometimes, you know, these chirpy things happen. And you were right, it's just basic in Orianna. As Ophelia uses just all of his buttons possible to try and get as many of these minions as he can.
I mean, that's what it feels like to play Yone when you're behind. Trust me, I've played him like 6 times and I was not ahead ever.
I'll take your word for it. I just knew that my old man hands were not going to be able to make that character work, so I just, you know, I've mucked around with him on the practice tool.
The thing is,
like,
for me,
yeah, no, that ain't me.
I looked at a bunch of YouTube videos and I saw the build guides and I read his abilities, but you know, I was like, if I'm going to commentate this character, I think I have to feel it to know it.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, I mean, sometimes
he presses a lot of buttons, ulties his way out. Okay.
Like sometimes you have to try, because otherwise, why did you even pick Yone? But
that's an ultimate. Oh, he might miss the. No, he doesn't.
He's fine. He's fine.
Deft actually helps him out there. Could have left one of those alive to kill the siege minion.
No, they grabbed the Rift Herald.
Yep, Shelly and Shirley actually on the same team today. as Young J is going to be able to grab that one as well. This is how the early game's supposed to go, by the way, with this composition for Gen.G. I don't know whether they necessarily have enough of a lead.
Yeah.
Currently, 600 gold's probably not quite there.
I don't think so. I think they need more. I think they need to be a few kills up probably here, and not 61 CS behind in the mid lane.
Ooh, yeah.
But I mean, it's Chovy we're talking about here.
Yeah, he's close to 170. It's 15.5 minutes into the game, so yeah. He's farming very Chovy right now.
Yeah, he's got his tier stacks coming in on cooldown.
Well, Deft doing a decent job here towards the bottom side as well. Remember, he did die earlier on.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like Deft was having a hard time. I mean, not a hard time, but he got killed early in the game and has bounced back. That was the one part where you're like, okay, maybe MF, maybe there's something here for Envy in the bot lane, and you know, the top lane is, you know, going even. The kill there for Lonely, but we're you know, you do see, like you said, it's a 400 gold lead, but like I think everyone else sees isn't looking at the gold here when they're looking at the game state.
Nope, everyone's looking at Chovy. He's got himself a Zhonya's now completed.
Yep.
So not quite with his mythic item just yet. 15 seconds here until Cloud Drake has spawned.
He's definitely going to grab that Leandre this time, I think.
Yep, I would suspect so also. Morgan moving on around here as Ophelia is going to find a bit of a knock-up. Searing Charge is going to get Morgan out of danger though, and the spear is not going to hit.
That's really hard to play Yona into Ornn, as you pointed out in the draft.
Yeah, that's a toughie. But Morgan's not mega tank just yet. He does have, of course, his Sunfire Aegis, but still,
feels like
not late enough for him to be unkillable.
Yeah, feels like you're swiping with a paper or a plastic sword rather.
Yeah, it is
swinging out there. If you're playing against this composition, you do damage, but you're not getting anywhere close towards kill range.
Well, now Ophelia is attacked Morgan a couple of times, but just chilling underneath his turret for now. This is going to be a secure on the Drake. It's
I think
Cloud.
they'll
Earth,
take
Wind, and Fire every time.
Every time.
Crazy.
I think they'll take a Drake for Morgan losing 1/3 of his health.
Yep, that's a decent trade for Hanwha Life. Not bad at all.
And this is the kind of, this is like the moments where Gen.G should be, with their comp, should be trying to find something, should be trying to find some fight, some pick, being proactive, and chipping away at a turret and an Ornn is means we've probably passed the point in time where this comp can start to snowball, start to get a tempo advantage, sadly. And it's not unwinnable, but it is definitely going to be an uphill battle, and some fights are going to have to go their way based off mistakes on the side of Hanwha Life, or bad pathings through the jungle, or just really proactive plays non-stop. Like, they're always going to have to be setting up for overextensions or mistakes or missed paths, you know, trying to control vision.
Yeah, and then losing the Drake isn't actually bad because they, you know, because of losing a Cloud Drake. It's bad because they want to get to a soul as quickly as possible with a comp like this, because it can help act like training wheels or floaties as far as getting an early game comp into relevance towards the later stages, but it's just not going to happen.
Mountain Soul for Ornn again here as well, potentially is...
yeah, it's pretty nutty.
It's a scary thought. So, I mean, that's like the checkmate moment almost, if we get to that point in the game.
Yep. We almost saw a Mountain Soul Ornn lose earlier in the day. However, it did not happen as Deft looking to just try and kill Lonely here. Kathy and Rain doing a fair bit of work. We'll get that passive proc towards the end, but thankfully for Lonely, he gets to the safety of his turret.
He's like, you will not have this one cannon.
Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here, I'm going to kill it later.
I think Deft may have denied it. I'm not sure.
Well, he's not getting anything else out of this.
No. And he's walking all the way back to that little brush, so this minion wave is going to die as well. Vista going to come in just to guarantee that happens. And
I really love this move too, because he's going to get the turret, but they rotated through the river where there was no vision for Gen.G. Basically almost saying, like, come and try to get him. We will win this team fight over a turret. And actually, Gen.G don't take the bait, doesn't give it up. They know they don't have it. There's a knock-up. Dash.
There's a really nice pick onto Vista. Chovy was also knocked up, but nothing that he can actually do to try and prevent this. And now the Orianna has lost her mid lane turret. Ophelia really finding the team fights. Couldn't lane to save his life against Chovy this game, but showing why the Yone is valuable, and also why he wanted to pick it.
Yeah, you have to be proactive, right, in these moments. You have to look for these picks. Like, the team fight we saw earlier was beautiful, and this was actually just an isolated player that he's going to find here. And it's just Vista's out on his own. Okay, he's in knock-up range. Boom. Toby does not get caught in the bullet time, or he might have been going down too. But very, very clean. Find these isolated moments. Look for these players that are overextended. Look for pick potential. Even if you don't get the pick there, you can E back, but you have to try. You have to be proactive. You have to be aggressive. And that's an example of how this comp does work.
Yeah, really clean. Felia also has a Gale Force completed. Envy in a similar boat, actually.
Yeah,
so it is going to be that Gale Force MF like you were talking about before.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that because it's certainly less common these days for Misfortune.
Yeah, the Eclipse does seem to be the one that people like more, but going to do a little bit more consistent damage as Deft. Going to get slowed down by the Solar Flare. There's a Zenith Blade, though, very deep onto Vista. Likely that he's going to fall down, and Felia is going to be able to grab that kill. 2, 1, and 3 now on the Yone as Deft has to flash the pounce forward. And Young-J just gets out of there again afterwards. Nothing Arthur can do as Jovi's trying to take down a turret. Won't be able to do too much, but Lonely tidies up those minions very easily. This is looking really good for Gen.G. 3,000 gold is now the lead.
The comp is working. You know, it starts to feel like Lonely is going to go ahead and pop Dominus here, and he wants more.
Yeah, Morgan, we'll see whether he stays alive as the Shockwave lands onto just Young-J. The Ram is going to finish off the kill. Morgan in trouble. Oh my goodness, Kale. So close to falling.
Sunfire, man.
Yeah, dude. That was silly.
It's going to take you forever to kill me, and in the process.
Well, Young-J, I think it might have been the Night Stalker that got him so much movement speed as he got, pounced onto Deft earlier on.
I think you're right.
Very, very cool. Anyway, it was, decent work out of Chovy to try and salvage at least one kill onto Young-J.
The Drake is up in 10, and, this is going to make it if they can grab it, it's going to obviously really extend the time between Hanwha Life potentially getting that Mountain Soul later on. I'm going to watch this fight again. Just really nice push here. Slow, this is like a long time before we got through that fight. This is the slow. Big kill on the Vista.
Yeah. And Vista, pretty squishy right now as well. As we have a look in live, it is going to be Gen.G taking away that Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and that's, small steps to victory, right? Is it enough at this stage?
It's getting there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's not there yet, but you win the next fight, you go to Soul Point, you start to stack up a ton of Mountain Drakes for your own side of the game here, and suddenly it's like, okay, we're going to be worried about Renekton in some of these fights. He's got Gore Drinker and all this extra armor.
Yeah, he's getting real scary.
And, it was a great start for Chovy in lane, but they haven't been able to get any big team fights with Shockwave or what he's looking for on the map because there's just this, it's almost like sharks swimming around the map here on the side of Gen.G, looking for picks and finding these isolated kills.
Well, Morgan can actually donate some items here now, so we might get that Megalodon Slayer that you were talking about earlier on, Wolf, for Deft.
Yeah.
He just completed his Kraken Slayer now, but also the Gale Force can be upgraded. Typhoons are on offer, as well as the Luden's Big Old Echo. I believe it's still called Luden's Bolster, actually. There's been a few different names for that one.
Some of those AP items just keep changing. Yeah. Okay. Shockwave potential here, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah, Vista's going to flash to get out of the bullet time. A few buttons now on cooldown as Chovy puts his orb over the wall.
He just keeps putting it there in case they decide to try to make the mistake of walking through that choke, and that orb alone is deterrent for them to walk in.
Yep, and Chovy's about to Flame Horizon. He will on this wave. So 24-minute Flame Horizon is one of the earliest I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's a pretty big gap, and it was a terrible laning phase, right? But at this stage, though, the Gale Force is completed, and a lot of crit coming in here for Yone. He's even got the bounty here. I think he's done his job well enough. At first, I had questions about whether it would even be possible that he's had that first team fight. Then he's had 3 other isolated picks around the map where this Yone pick has gotten value.
Yep, I do like Gen.G's vision line, though. Look at this. They've just got wards all up and down the river.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. You see someone try to come in and clear a ward, that's where you strike. That's where you try to take that pick. That's where you look to try to continue this lead. As we've said 1,000 times, Hanwha Life has a better late game, so is this lead enough? That's the question. Looking for another pick.
Yeah, Chovy gonna flash. Kale, I believe that was a Hex flash to get over that wall. Or maybe it was just a straight up flash. I don't know. He definitely flashed and it felt like it was faster than normal. Ophelia is gonna miss the ulti this time. That goes back to the Unbound Soul comfortably. Soul Unbound, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a Hex flash.
I mean, he has Hex flash. I just couldn't see the channeling.
Felt really quick because we panned in real quick, real fast in there. I missed the action there.
Still going to get Chovy's flash, and that is very valuable.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I love this. This is what you got to see, right? It's like, okay, Chovy wants some minions. We can't have that, right? We're going to shove vision all the way through the red side.
Yeah.
And no one can move without me knowing about it, which is where Philly is at.
Well, there's the Ram. They're going to get some knockups here as Deft comes in. They're looking for Lonely, but Morgan's going to go down first. Now Envy looking for more flash forward. Deft has the killer instinct to create some distance. Supercharges, and there's the bullet time.
You're not getting out.
Nope, but they do take a lot of buttons. That is 2 flashes and more. However, it is a 2 for nothing, as now Ophelia could be in trouble.
He has his ult, right?
Yeah, the Unbound Soul's going to come in, though. He does get the knock back as Vista. He's going to survive. Neonate not going to be so lucky. Chovy killing minions.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I guess he didn't have his ult there. I thought he did. But yeah, or Ophelia, that is.
Yeah.
Of course, Vista did, as we saw. I think this is the tempo that you've got to play, though, if you're Gen.G. And I mean, it's a shockwave, but it's not a follow-up. There's no follow-up. There's no kill here, and it feels like now Chovy's playing desperate. The rest of the team, you know, is trying to keep up with the quick rotations we're seeing from Gen.G.
He's going to be like 30-minute, 400 CS Oriana somehow, though. Yeah, which is certainly something.
You can see Deft is trying his best, but he steps over the line just a little bit too far. He's flashed on. Cleanses, but the damage is there.
Just silly. Perfectly soaks up the choke with the bullet time. Very, very nicely done. So Envy continuing to look really, really good. 4-0 and 5. My God.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a great start in the lane and has really worked quite well with Kale on this Leona. Makes the question, maybe we should have been seeing some more Kale Leona leading up to this. Only played it once before this.
Yeah, well, Arthur does definitely know that this Baron is being taken. Teleport in from Chovy as they're looking for Ophelia. There's the Solar Flare. Chovy going to get slowed. Kale going to get forward. That's going to be an immediate interruption on the bullet time with the Shockwave, and the on is just massive. Ophelia is going to go down, and Deft dives into the backline, avoids Lonely as well. Eventually, he'll get stunned up. As you can see, Lonely gets rid of Deft, but the fight has already been won, and Hanwha Live just erupt out of nowhere.
We've crossed that horizon of late game, I think. We're getting to that point where some of these fights and some of these setups look really good potentially for Gen.G, where you can see some of the CC coming through. Watch this fight, how it comes down. Look at where Ophelia is and where he wants to be. Kale is jumping in, they bullet time instantly. But Chovy can just stopwatch this, and Morgan's there to help heal. And the damage that comes out from the Sunfire Aegis and how much survivability an Ornn has at this stage in the game means, yeah, it's cool. It's a nice setup where you get 2 caught, but then the rest of the team shows up, and what can you do? You can't win the long fight. You have to kill people instantly, and if you don't, you lose that longer fight there. Yeah, with the Zonia's now completed for Chovy, it's like super easy for him to get out of these situations.
And just to completely go off topic, another icon that remained the same, the Rapid Fire Cannon. Fantastic. So Deft
you know what?
Yeah,
you're right.
It was that one to make sure that he doesn't necessarily have to walk next to a Renekton again, which I don't mind as an idea.
It kind of looks like it was a new icon all along. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It was.
It doesn't look dated.
It's like a somewhat recent one,
yeah.
I guess. Not actually. I don't know. It's just didn't get up
because it is a kind of older style pistol-looking thing. It doesn't look like it can fire very rapidly, but
yeah, that is a worry. Maybe it's still alive in TFT, so maybe we're just like trying to keep things consistent. I don't know. Arthur and Chovy clearing out vision around here. The Baron is still up, and the gold is 600 the difference. And so now Hanwha, as they continue to get more cool items, the Typhoon now done for Arthur, as that Gale Force has been upgraded. He's 304, just quietly being Graves. Deft has been denied his upgrade. He's going to have to wait until Morgan's level 16. Morgan's like, you stop just barreling into the backline and dying, dude. Otherwise, I'm not going to give you your Christmas present. Which I think is okay.
Yeah, the sun is setting on the efficacy of the Gen.G comp, right? And
Yeah.
Hanwha can just group now, and there's no more moments of, okay, well, someone's trying to clear a ward, they got picked, someone's trying to clear that minion wave, someone's trying to farm in this slow tempo game that Hanwha had to play. But now they can just straight up fight forward in these aggressively for these objectives. I'm like stumbling all over the place here trying to explain what's going on, but
I'm picking it up.
no, I mean I know what I'm saying. I'm just like, words are hard right now. But
we've been doing them for a while.
yeah, these are longer days than I'm used to, but really fun days. We finally get best of 3.
Exactly.
But yeah, Morgan is like the most relevant, I feel like, in this game, not because he's going to carry, because he's going to do tons of damage, but because he's just going to peel super hard. And the longer anyone stays anywhere near him, the more Hanwha Life is living, the more they're winning, the more that Deft is going to, you know, just pop off like we saw previously.
Yeah. Deft might actually survive for longer than a few seconds. Morgan is getting antsy. You can see moving up towards that front line. Deft going to help clear out this vision as Void Seeker is going to go wide. I think a lot of people on Hanwha Life's side breathed a sigh of relief because Deft couldn't ult into the backline right then. He's certainly been playing very far forward, and now the Baron Pit belongs to Hanwha.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And retaking this is going to be hard because look at how they're roaming as 5. You're not going to isolate it, get a knock up and get a kill and zoom back to Yona's body if you're Ophelia here.
Yep.
Like where's your objective? You're trying to chip away with the Nidalee here. It's gonna take a while. Bullet time.
Yep, another bullet time. Vista actually goes down extraordinarily low. Young.G comes in and grabs that kill. Is now Deft having to deal with Lonely, but Lonely is going to die by himself. Accurate naming there, as now you can see the ulti comes forward. Ophelia looks for Deft, doesn't find him immediately, but eventually he'll go down to the ignite of Kayle. Now Morgan comes through, and oh my god, Young.G popped like a balloon. Chovy still exists, by the way, so Envy versus Chovy. Ophelia with a fair bit of damage himself, but this is still a Hanwha Life victory, and they're still looking for the Baron.
Yeah, they're looking for it because they have the damage to do it, they think, and with look all the vision that they have here too, there's only one ward nearby. I mean, even if you know this is happening, how can you stop it? You see Gen.G is just pushing a mid-wave right now. Question mark ping comes through.
Yeah, Chovy's peel around this Baron area is just so strong as well. As we have a look at this again, this is just brute force.
The bullet time is big here, plus the spear on the Vista. So flash pull up to kill him. Then Lonely's coming in to try to get on top of Deft. He gets the stun, but Deft has cleanse. Not interested in dying right now. In fact, he wants to do a ton of damage.
Pretty sick from Ophelia actually to find that ulti through the wall. Actually hides a lot of the animation. So Deft caught a little bit unawares. Burns down in the end as Killer Instinct almost managed to save him.
The Oran Horn was really nice to help turn that fight as well. And going to be the Baron completed.
Merry Christmas to Deft. Does finally get his Megalodon Slayer. As he's actually towards the bottom side now. So vision now being gained as this Mountain Drake is what they're looking for next. Hanwha Life not really interested. They do have their Baron ticking down. Vista the Christmas tree. Have just spent a lot of time clearing out that water. Another one pops in there as it is going to be the Drake. Secured this time by Arthur.
Yeah,
no bullet time stealaways this time.
He just waited and was very, very cautious because no one was there near him, so he just knew to wait.
Look at Morgan just walking forward. Finds this knock up onto Kayle. Vista throwing down the ultimate. Now Kayle will fall down. Ophelia now trying to get into position. Does have the ulti back available, but without Kayle, it's very hard to set up a more comfortable fight. Look at Morgan, he's just unkillable. Ophelia can't do anything to him. Lonely can't do anything to him.
Yeah, I mean, the spear's practically healing him.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him, he's a one-man army.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. He's the most relevant person in this game because of the comms. Oh, no.
Lonely knew that ward was there too.
Yeah.
And that actually might be important because now the Renekton's not going to get here.
He can't get back, so Inhibitor's going to go down here. Easy.
Yep, and I think Gen.G, they've got the memo as well. I think they know that this composition has ran its course. They definitely did a really good job in the early game.
Yeah,
this was much closer than I was expecting.
It looked like, okay, I mean, I didn't expect it to go well just from looking at the draft, and then when we saw the early game, it did not look good, but then they turned it around a little bit for a while there with that really awesome Dragon Pit fight, and then just roamed around the map getting isolated kills on players that overextended or were trying to clear wards, and then we started to see Hanwha Life group up. and they group up, and it's really hard to win that fight, you know? I mean, who is Lonely going to kill? He wants to get on to Deft, but Deft has Cleanse, so he just walks away, and then there's a Sunfire Aegis on top of you. 48 stacks on that, by the way, in this game, and
yeah,
it's he might be off the chart. Like the bar that you see at the end of the game might actually break out, like the Grinch when his heart becomes like too many sizes too big or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you
like,
mean.
I mean, it's Grinch stole Christmas reference on Christmas here.
Yeah, I like it. A bit of Dr. Seuss never hurt anybody. I think. As I think my mind is, my eyes are being drawn to Chovy, who's like a flame and a half horizoning over Ophelia.
Yeah, 417 CS.
He's got 6 items already.
He's got
like
Rabadons.
35 minutes.
And what are you gonna do?
I mean, die, I think, is what you do when you're facing down this robot lady who's just walking at you. Even look at those auto attacks on the turret. So powerful.
I want to see the shockwave come through.
Like, Ophelia has 3 items. Chovy has 6. Well, actually, 5. No, I'm not including boots in that statement. But still, like, it's just ludicrous. 4 items to 6 items. It's 2 full items completed for Chovy. He's just massive.
I mean, Maokai's got a stopwatch. Actually, everybody's bought stopwatches actually at this point besides Morgan, and you can imagine why he wouldn't feel like that's necessary at this point.
Yep.
You know, I just feel for the theme, he should go back and sell his control ward and buy one.
Please, we need this. We need this.
Well, I have bad news for Gen.G here.
What's that?
I think this game is going to end the next fight.
Well, we do have some Barons and some Drakes coming up. They're offset by about 2.5 seconds. So you can see Envy's ahead 2,000 gold, but Chovy has like more money than anybody else, and like basically almost more money than his bottom lane combined. Not true. It's 3,000 gold difference there, but it's pretty dang close.
1,900 on
just huge.
Orange, one other item.
Well, Vista. Lonely might just be dead as the Brambles are going back. Very festive as well, looking fantastic as Arthur. Showing up late to the party, but that's fine, it's Christmas, we'll forgive you. And Inhibitor is going to be taken down. All right, here we go. Here's the big flank as Lonely's sprinting forward, and in goes Morgan. He's decided they're just going to try and wait.
They know he's there too. Deft is trying to make sure he's
Shockwave,
safe.
Ophelia is in trouble. Gonna get out, there's the on-horn, they interrupt Envy, but yeah, sorry Kale, you're not gonna do anything. Killer Instinct flies in, Deft presses his stopwatch button, the ulti comes through from Ophelia, but he just gets shot in the face by Arthur, who tries to kite out the Renekton, and does so beautifully. Double kill for Chovy also, who's just, I don't know, I feel like he was just not worried at all about this game for the entirety. Just not minding, farming absolutely everything, understanding that all he needs to do is play for the late game, and absolutely that was true. Gets forward and just pops the kitty cat. It's a bit sad, I'm a big fan of cats, but this is what happens when Chovy gets angry. That's the ace that they get in the end, and Arthur just quietly, 6-0-8 at the end.
You know, I will say, Atlas, I feel like despite the loss here, this was probably the most successful Yone game that we've seen all tournament long.
Yeah, weirdly. He gets Flame Horizon to 24 minutes and we're talking about it being the most successful. Maybe stop picking Yone, guys.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we really need to talk about. But some of his team fights were fantastic. Like, he really did fight well.
Yeah, and the Renekton in Italy calls for a champion like this in the mid lane, but...
Yeah.
And I think everyone likes to play Yone right now. And
we like watching him too. Like, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's just...
It's not very successful yet.
No,
I think he's like 0-4 now, something like that. But, I mean, it was fun to watch. And then they really did come online. Like, it looked like, okay, we missed the window where you can actually have that tempo advantage and roam the map and kill people. But then they did find that answer. They were killing Maokai a few times. They did get that one kill into Chovy as well, which is crazy to think about considering where we were in this game. But they just, after that, it was like, okay, but Morgan exists, and I really want to see Morgan's damage, which...
He did a lot of work. And I think, Gen.G did a great job taking advantage of Deft, but unfortunately, it sort of ended with Deft, right? Deft had a bit of a rough game. Vista also got caught out a lot of times, but it was the bottom lane that was a bit of a problem, but the topside core of Hanwha Life was really, really strong. And, Arthur and Morgan, both of them, performed fantastically. And I'm excited to see, how these guys develop, because I don't think anyone was really looking at them when they were looking at this roster, right? Hanwha was like, oh, cool, Deft and Chovy, they moved out of DRX and now they're on Hanwha. Isn't this awesome? Who are these other guys with their like old Arthurian names? And they're performing really well. I think that Morgan, that performance was one of our best on performances we've had all tournament.
Yeah, and it's been his most played champion of the tournament, if not the only champion he's played this tournament.
I think he's had a couple of games and they were both on.
Yeah,
so, yeah. I think
the only champion I have written down for him for prepping for this was Orin, so I think he's only played that. And I mean, Chovy played a champion that in this game is basically just all about not dying, and then he was oppressive in lane, and then didn't die, and kind of was a robot. So like he doesn't look that cool in this game in terms of anything but his CS score until the very late game where he did a bajillion damage. But yeah, I mean, Chovy casually did incredibly well by not dying and by just playing safe and by collecting all the farm. Like sometimes that's not as fun to watch as what we've seen from Chovy in the past, but that was his job here, and he did it perfectly well.
Absolutely. I think that it was very nonchalant, utterly destroying the game. You know, like his laning phase was immaculate. I think he managed to get absolutely every single CS on the map. He was 400 CS by 34 minutes. Like, it's just, the numbers are ridiculous this guy's putting out. And, you know, that wasn't because he was taking top lane farm or anything like that. Like, that Flame Horizon he picked up at 24 minutes was like just his lane minions, and by bullying Ophelia, by controlling the minion wave, the way that he held the wave exactly where he needed to, that sort of manipulation, just absolutely beautiful.
And he also just peeked in like every wave. He was like, well, you know, no matter what he was doing, whether he was maybe trying to grab a blue or trying to help out in the bot lane, like he was always just like, yep, let me just toss this in, grab the wave. Once he got enough items, which he did very early on, like clearing those waves is just, you just instantly get a whole wave basically. Yeah. So he did his job really well. But I have to say, like, that was a cool game, cool attempt on the Yone composition. You know, it worked. I think literally, like I said, the best out of anything we've seen in this tournament so far. And it makes you see why people are trying to do this, like what it's capable of, what its potential is.
Yeah.
And maybe if you ban the Ornn, it's a different story, right? Like, maybe we end up with something else.
I don't mind them playing it into the Ornn because they're supposed to have won this game at 25 minutes, right? Like, the Ornn isn't supposed to be online. This isn't ever supposed to happen at all, by the way, as Morgan demonstrates how good he is.
He's just barely in turret range.
This was dope.
Dodging it. 4-man knockup. Turns around. Doesn't have the third Q, sadly.
No, but he swept everyone. Yeah. It was nutty.
If he had another, like if he had the Q there, like, that might have actually killed everyone.
Yeah.
And this is another moment where he actually almost gets Chovy. Chovy's able to get out there. It's not caught in the bullet time. And still, this is the kind of roaming where we actually see, okay, Yone is online for a little bit, around the map, finding anyone who's overextending. And this is Morgan is like, okay, look for this fight here.
The 80 carry ganks come in, and it doesn't work out so well for Deft and Morgan. Like, this was an early game just completely owned by...
yeah, Deft had a really hard time.
By Gen.G. It was really, really well done, though. I think Gen.G played through their bottom lane very effectively, but just weren't able to get far enough ahead.
This is Chovy's death. Oh, no, this is, yeah, Hourglass is here. Yeah, this gets out of this one.
Yeah, this was where, I think Chovy... No, he didn't die because,
there was another fight.
Mitigated all of the issues.
Yeah, there was another fight similar to this where he does, but I think we skipped that one.
That's good. Don't include it in the winning video.
Biased highlight clip going on here.
Yeah.
Vista, sorry, bro.
Yeah, flash forward from Young.G.
Young.G had a really good performance on the Nidalee, I think, minus that crazy top lane snap move where he got caught in turret range. I think that was a pretty good Nidalee game from him.
Yeah, I think outside of Ophelia as well, like not being able to hit minions very good, he also looked fantastic. That was another example of another really good ulti to make sure that Deft isn't going to survive in the fight. And this time, I mean, yeah, Hanwha Life were just way too far ahead, and Morgan was untouchable.
It's hard as Yone too when you're behind in lane like that because you want to queue some of the minions and stack them together, but if you queue 3 times, then you dash forward, which means you actually could lose minions potentially in that time. So sometimes you can't use your Q, and yeah, it's hard, and it's Chovy. Actually, the Ornn damage not as high as where Chovy ended up at the end of the day.
Nope. Also, Deft doing a lot more damage than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. I
In the
thought
later
because
parts, yeah, he popped off.
he spent a lot of time in the Death Chamber though, so definitely good that he's still able to get something done. Chovy just quietly, just having a statistical dream of a situation. Really performed very, very well. And I really like this. Stability in a mid laner is really, really cool to see. I think it's one of the reasons why Faker has become stayed great for so long, is because he's always able to deliver a product, you know, for his game. He is this mid lane guy that you can rely on, and that's same can be said for Chovy in that game especially. So very clean stuff. We are going to go to a short break, guys. When we get back, we'll see whether it's going to be a 2-0 or whether Gen.G can fight back. Don't go anywhere.
You found a new place to go, made up your mind and soul. Believe in today, can we do it together? You and me, like the sun and the sea, hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
누구 닮았지? 어?
장인어른.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥 생각은 자신감으로 오래가는 10
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go, made up your mind and soul. Believe in today, can we do it together? You and me, like the sun and the sea, hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
삼촌, 나 프로게임 할까봐.
나도.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생기가 주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
The Rising City, 울산.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중 나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
하나, 둘, 100셋, 100넷, 100다섯, 100여섯, 107.
큰 소리 뻥뻥 큰 소리 뻥뻥
생기가 주는 자신감으로 오늘하면 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. You found a new place to go. Made up your mind and soul. Believe in today. Can we do it together? You and me like the sun and the sea. Hand in hand we will be. Today when we create history.
이곳은 정원입니다. 대나무와 함께 바람에 기대어시고 꽃과 함께 계절을 마중나가고 흐르는 물로 손님의 발을 씻기는 이곳은 울산 태화강 정원입니다. 계절마다 귀한 손님을 맞는 자연이 만들고 울산이 가꾼 정원. 이제는 온 국민의 정원, 울산 태화강 국가정원입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. KeSPA Cup 2020. This may be our final game of the Christmas Day broadcast.
Could be Atlas, and I gotta say, I thought for sure we have 2-0 in this series. I think most people thought that.
Yeah.
That last game didn't change my opinion of it being a 2-0, but it was a lot closer than I expected. It was a lot more fun than I expected, and we'll see what happens in this next game. Maybe we've got more fun surprises potentially coming in.
Yeah, we might. I believe there have been some slight roster shuffles. What that necessarily means is yet to be discovered. However, I think that you're right. I think Hanwha still look like definitely the better team. They also drafted better and then played to their comp a little bit better in that game. Admittedly, there were some moments where we were like, oh, is Yone going to hard carry? But it didn't happen. Unfortunately, when you've got teams that have less experience, closing out games is often the hardest thing, right?
Yeah.
And with an early game comp like that, you have to be able to close
You
out.
have to close. You have to keep. You have to carry that tempo advantage forever. It doesn't go away. It doesn't go, well, we were ahead before, and now we're just going to go into the even late game and just kind of slow down. But the comp struggles, right? It's like every single minute that goes by, it's harder and harder to keep rolling forward, right? The ball is it's like the anti-snowball effect. Like the snowball's melting as it rolls down the hill. I'm really bad with analogies.
No,
today.
that was actually a pretty good one. I was into that. I was totally following.
As long as we're not talking about stilts made of chopsticks.
that definitely sort of went past. But I think that when you're a newer team, when you're a team that doesn't necessarily have as much experience behind them, and in high-pressure situations, I think it's always better to shoot for having more strength later rather than more strength early, because then you don't have to make the plays. You don't have to be the one that dictates the pace of the game. As Dice is going to come in, Ophelia had his Yone time, but now we'll see how many Dice there are. This time around. Dice had a really rough last performance.
Yeah.
But now he's the one that has to take a chance against Chovy, who really just rolled over the game by accident in the first one. It was it was a very, very powerful performance by our 24-minute Flame Horizon Chovy.
Dice is very much a more mage-oriented player, and I think we'll probably see him end up on one of the three main mages. You see the Zoe is a little bit less common, but then the Orianna and the Syndra, AP mid champions.
Yep.
See the
Pretty
MF
standard
ban, as Def doesn't want to deal with that lane oppression anymore. That's a pretty high ban there on the MF.
It's definitely a higher priority than we have been seeing. That's absolutely true.
It also could lead us into that. I mean, it kind of forces Gen.G down this awkward path of either they give up first pick Graves or they give up first pick Samira. If they both are left open, as they will be with this Lucian pick, then Hanwha Life Esports gets one of the two. You get Arthur on Graves, which is quite strong, or you get Def on Samira, which sounds even scarier. So they're going to actually leave both open, so whichever Hanwha Life doesn't take, they get the opportunity to snatch up themselves. And with the Olaf ban, I think they should take the, I was going to say I think they should take the Graves, but
I think if this is on Graves, it gets very hard for Hanwha.
yeah, I agree.
Samira, though, is just dumb. You know, be it Demacia Cup or the KeSPA Cup, I think she's sitting at like 70% win rate. She's seen almost 100% presence. She's just real silly.
She, going into today, let me look, she was 4-2. She's now 6-2, I believe. So take it as you will.
Yeah, definitely, definitely a strong champion. It's going to be Gragas.
Yeah.
This is an interesting pick. Certainly a lot of flexibility here, but the Graves, an understandable pickup here. Arthur, where does he want to go? He had a great game on the Graves last time around, but now looks like it might be Kindred.
Kindred can be quite strong with the Samira, but also has some anti-synergy versus the Gragas, like you were talking about earlier on today with the explosive cask. I like the Hecarim a lot more in this case.
Yep, I feel like Hecarim, as far as a champion to take into the Gragas, like you were talking about, definitely a better choice.
Yeah.
The fact that the Onslaught of Shadows is CC immune is definitely valuable.
Did we just see Morgan's, well, not going to be the case. I thought we might just see Morgan's Ornn again here. They want to feel out how the rest of the matchups are going to look first before they just blind pick the Ornn, and Leona has been extremely successful this tournament, as well as with Samira here. You have so much you can work with down there in the bot lane, and Deft is going to get to play a real game, as that's what he's hoping for here. Fingers crossed.
Yep. Again, with the Kai'Sa, seems to be the second tier choice underneath the Samira. So it could just be the bottom lane. We say this all the time when it comes to seeing Gragas. This could be Gragas Kai'Sa on the bottom lane.
He has been played a lot more top than support this tournament, but
yeah, it really hasn't been a lot of support, but he can still go there.
yeah, absolutely. There's the Ornn ban, shocker, since they took Leona over that instead.
Renekton still exists as well, but it is going to be more of that support focus. As yeah, I think the assumption is that the Gragas isn't a support champion, but
Yeah.
still you have to respect the flex.
I feel like Aatrox is a pretty nice pick here too for Hanwha Life Esports into the Gragas even. Can be a little bit tough at times, but I think it's good versus the Kai'Sa and the Graves here. I don't think you per se need a big tank, and it looks like Gen.G is kind of with my thinking here with the Aatrox ban coming through.
Yep, not bad.
Gangplank is another champion we've seen in the top lane quite a lot here that could be strong. Really trying to decide whether you want, you know, a tank in that lane or not. I mean, we haven't seen Kennen too much. He could be another strong pick here.
I think we've only ever seen Kennen banned, not actually played.
I think he
just
played
yet.
once, right?
Oh, potentially.
I think on day 2, if I'm not mistaken.
That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
It was
A
like
lot
2
of games
days ago. My
Yeah.
goodness.
A lot of games ago.
Yeah. That was when I was still thinking about Christmas presents, you know.
Sure, sure.
Not anymore. As Silas to be banned away here as well. More of a flexible ban. Seen a lot of Silas bans, but only seen him played a couple of times. Did look good when he was on the Rift, though. So, an understandable takeaway.
He's been played a lot into some of those mages in the mid lane. See the Maokai come through here.
This is exactly the bottom lane Hanwha ran in the last game.
Yep.
Oh no, the Malphite.
Malphite top only been played once by Rich. He did end up losing that map. It was against Damwon. But looks like we might have our second one here.
Well, we'll
gonna
see.
get locked in.
Yeah, the Orianna does make some sense. And Unstoppable Force with the ball. Yeah, pretty good CC chain.
I mean, in a lot of ways, Malphite is kind of like budget Ornn. He can engage the same way with his Unstoppable Force. Is going to build very likely that same Sunfire Aegis. So functions very similarly.
Yep.
And can be really strong against the Gragas as well. Ooh.
Whoa, okay. Aurelia to be locked in. This is
Mid-Aurelia.
Mid-Aurelia.
Yeah.
So Dice is mad at what Chovy did to his other mid laner and wants to come in for some revenge. This could get dicey. Oh no. Oh god.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
I was waiting for that one.
It's probably going to happen again further down the line, guys.
Tell me
so
about
I
how he-
apologize in advance.
At least he's not playing Twisted Fate.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, I think this is a really nice strong pairing with the Graves. Dice likes to play Zoe a lot, and that was left open, but it doesn't really synergize that well with the jungler they have here because you can't really secure kills that way. And you know, with the matchup with Gragas versus Malphite. You know, Graves might not be finding any kills there either, so he's going to be facing off against a Hecarim, which is also not great for him. So the Aurelia gives you a lot more CC, a lot more aggressive pushing power, and it does empower Youngjae a lot here. We'll see how the matchup goes versus Chobi, because Chobi has been kind of winning all of them this tournament so far.
He doesn't really mind who he's up against. I wonder as well whether we might have some weird lane swapping shenanigans as well between our solo laners on Hanwha's side, because you could imagine that our Malphite would have a pretty good time against the Aurelia. And, you know, Orianna versus Gragas is a matchup that I haven't had to talk about for about 6 years, but still isn't too bad, right? But
yeah,
Seeker's Armguard is going to get a lot of value.
That was back in Faker's first year of real dominance, right? Back in, what, 2014?
Yeah, 2013, I think.
Late
was when,
13, early 14.
Gragas mid was still good. It's a long time ago now, absolutely. But here we go into game number 2. Let's see whether it's Hanwha that's going to progress forward or whether we're going to get a game 3. Here we are. Already got some wagon wheels coming out from Morgan, who's going to walk down. That's probably a mistake. As Youngjae comes in, and we'll get a few shots into him. This is going to be a back, and he won't miss out on it.
The good news is that he took a really bad trade very early on.
Yeah, exactly.
If he had that trade a few seconds later, the news would not be, the prognosis would not be good.
Well, he saw the ward. Nice work from Chobi. Puts his ball over at exactly the right time.
Skinless again here, actually, in the mid lane.
Ooh, but Arthur's got a very cool fiery skin.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to ride on that.
No, certainly wouldn't. Unless you're in Sleepy Hollow.
Sure.
Which looks very similar to the same horse that was ridden by the Headless Horseman.
Or unless I have, Link's fire resistance tunic, you know.
Oh, that's true as well. You do.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, if you had that, you'd be fine. Especially the one from Breath of the Wild that is, industrial as heck, instead of just being a red version of any other tunic.
Instead of just being an alternate Smash Bros. Costume.
Yeah, exactly. As an Ignite down already on to Death. The Samira getting targeted. Otherwise, not too much to worry about.
Deft is can I just play the game and shoot minions and
yeah,
chill for a second, please?
Whoa, that's a big flash forward as Kale's going to get not stunned up because it's a level 1 Vista. However, you got to chill, Kale. All right? Youngjae's going to come in and say no to the horses.
Yeah.
He's,
hold your horses even.
Exactly. Arthur's getting wrangled at this point in time.
Well, not going to be fully domesticated in this case. I'm just going to walk away.
Damn, Kale, he's got his pajamas on. It's like he's ready for bed, but actually he's ready for action. Smacking him down. Deft going for a little bit of a back here as this wave... Oh no, it's in an awful position for Hanwha Live.
This is really terrible for Deft.
Yeah, they're holding on to it.
Does Deft just ever get to play the game, for real? You know, this was actually one of my most exciting things about today is getting to commentate Deft for the first time. Well, and in this whole tournament, he has just had... He has not been playing badly, but he has had... he hasn't been dominating, right?
No, he's been having a bit of a tough time.
And he gets there eventually, and he will in this game too, but a little bit longer before we get to that Immortal Shield bow for this guy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just a little bit longer.
And no flash as well, so that makes things definitely a bit of a worry. Wolfcamp's still up here for Arthur. We'll see whether he goes up to that before opting into anything else, because that topside Rift Scuttler is the one that is still around. But Arthur has been dictated to a little bit, as Youngjae is going to be able to take down the Rift Scuttler and
Dice
move further forward.
Dice could look for a play here. This is what I'm talking about with the Aurelia, but it's dodged.
Yeah, Flawless Duet not going to land, and Clockwork Wind-Up actually doing a bit of work here for Chobi, as I don't know whether Arthur was spotted. Youngjae coming in for the double scuttle.
That's what I'm worried about here.
Well, there's the charge up. Chobi does have inside track, but Kale moves on over here as well. One thing on his mind, Shellfish. And he gets it.
Crazed mans think only about one thing.
Yes.
And it's disgusting.
It is disgusting. It's just, give me more lobsters. Speaking of which, we need to have another seafood
Fish market?
day.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
It's real good.
Might have to wait a little while, but I'm ready. As soon as things chill.
You came with us when Chips and Noir came over from France,
Yeah.
right? And we went to the fish market.
It's a good time.
Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic, guys.
Yeah, if you do get a chance to come to Korea in safer times, definitely recommend going to fish market.
Oh yeah.
Especially, well, you know, go with some locals.
Yeah, try and find someone that knows how to barter a little bit. But the fact that you can just like get the seafood and then they take it to a restaurant and cook it for you, like it's just it's so awesome. Like, you find what you want to eat and then they prepare it for you. It's just all good. Well, Young.G is going to be spotted on that ward as he comes down. You can see a little bit of baiting and positioning here from Hanwha just to try and waste as much of his time as possible. But you can see 400 gold the lead here for Gen.G.
Arthur kind of rotating down here as well to grab the rocks, but also to be present in case things do get out of hand down here.
Yep. And pretty angry sapling jumps out of the brush there. It's the little kitty cat.
It is important to note that even though this is a much slower tempo game for Gen.G, the scaling is going to be much more powerful for Chovy, arguably, than Dice in the late game. But Dice has the ability to split push and get side objectives. It's an even game.
Yeah, this is much more of an interesting question when it comes to the scaling. Last time it was very comfortable.
Yeah, last time it was black and white.
Yeah, exactly. Hanwha is going to scale and Gen.G are not. This time around, it's not so cut and dry. However, I still would give it to Hanwha, especially when ease of execution is included.
Yeah, I think the what Dice can do in late game with Aurelia is based on what the game state is in their lead or lack thereof at that late game. If they are ahead, then they do a lot.
Yeah.
And split push a lot while there's pressure going on elsewhere. I also...
Oh, wow. Okay, very aggressive. Twisted Advance is going to get Kale further forward, but not a lot of mana here for the Maokai. Envy gets taken down to half, and it's pretty even on the trade. Vista, the one coming out ahead.
Death had 6. Down. That would have been beautiful.
Oh man, triple scuttles going to Young.G. He's having a much better time than Arthur here in the jungle.
He gets open his own fish market.
Yeah, seriously. Frog market. Okay, Young.G and Lonely.
Arthur
over the wall. That's going to be the smite, but it's a very dead horse.
Yeah, this was actually... I mean, he's lost so much farm in the jungle that he's 16 CS down, and he's level 4 to Young.G's 6. So
that's ridiculous.
Young.G is just never... He actually, his jungle is the blue side jungle now.
He has all of the jungles.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 camps ahead is just nutty.
Like this might
5
actually
camps now. 5 camps.
This might actually require Chovy to kind of like help out at some point.
But it's actually a really hard lane for Chovy to overextend in actually against Aurelia. You really don't want to give her a long lane to chase you down in. So
not to mention that if you leave it for 1 second, he's going to be crashing a wave.
Yeah. It's definitely worrying. The Hecarim will still do Hecarim things as the game goes on, but you really don't want to be waiting too long to collect that Trinity
Yeah,
Cross.
this is not going to be Peanut's game of earlier.
No, exactly.
He is certainly going to be very passive now throughout this stage. And from what we've seen out of Hecarim so far in this tournament, so usually he can actually be pretty aggressive against Graves in the early game, but he has just lost so much farm.
Oh, Lonely got the Gromp as well. Oh my goodness. It's just bad to worse. As Chovy's still winning, so there's that. You know, Morgan's very even in the top lane. Def is only, 10 CS, more like 16 CS behind, but does have a wave stacking up. But he did have to go back to base early, blew his flash early, that sort of stuff, so you'd expect it. But Young.G is just decimating this jungle matchup.
Because he knows he's so ahead and he's not worried about Morgan here, he's just like, I'm going to take this Rift Herald, there's nothing to do. He's actually hoping Arthur comes. He's like, oh yeah?
Yeah.
Is that so? You'd like to have this? We're going to have a discussion about that with abilities and auto attacks.
As it turns out, Arthur does not want to have that discussion. He's dodging it. He's not going to turn up for his meeting. He's instead just going to go and hang out with some puppies as Def misses a cannon minion and everyone collectively gets
You are always ready to call out the cannon minion misses. I feel like there's probably you've got like a log written down somewhere.
It hurts my heart, man, every time it happens. Is Arthur not going to get picked off this time?
And he's got 6, so this is actually
that's a ghost. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll need to
That's
just going to run quicker to his respawning raptor camp.
You know, we don't always get glimpses into the players' psychosis and where their emotions are at in a game, right? And we don't even have player cams for this tournament because of safety reasons and all that. But I think that was a glimpse into the mood for Arthur at the moment.
Yes, yes, indeed. That's a shockwave. That's just to deter DICE from being able to do too much more. Bit of a back coming in here from Chovy as he's about 12 CS in the lead, sitting at 94 at 9.5 minutes. Not bad at all. Fiendish, sorry, Lost Chapter has been completed. We'll see where he goes item-wise. I believe it was Luden's last game, but he can go for all sorts of things this time around if he wants to.
I'm curious to see where Lonely goes in this because he's built magic resistance here because of the matchup, and see, it obviously is going to be useful against Chovy as well later on if he builds it into something, but see what items he does grab here in this Gragas versus Malphite top matchup.
Yep. I like the value that Malphite is going to add, but it's not necessarily a matchup that you're going to win or anything like that. Kale moving on over, they'll clear out some vision and throw down an extra ward here also. So MD and Kale having a really easy time here in the bottom side.
He built
once again.
He built an Aegis with that. It's actually pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
You don't see that in the top lane all too often.
No, it's going to be the Sunfire Aegis on the full tank Gragas this time around.
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of AP, and also he's the only source of magic damage on his team outside of Malphite. So I would have liked him to go AP this game, but Lonely said, no, that's not what I feel like doing, is Def might need to be a little bit careful here. This is going to spot Gen.G. That's going to be Def making his way out, though, just dashes on forward. Lonely looking for more. The brambles come down. Remember, there's a turret still here, Lonely. You have to be careful as Arthur misses the ulti. Good flash out, and that's going to allow the Gragas to remain safe, but Vista's not so lucky.
Yeah, the explosive cask a little bit interestingly used there. Would have thought he would want to use it actually in the more relevant part of the fight there. We're not going to secure a kill. Watch the angle on that again in the replay, very likely, but it's still a positive exchange. They trade a teleport into this, or utilize the teleport into this to grab the first rake of the game.
Is it going to be another Earthwind fight?
You know?
It might be an Ocean Soul game. I'm feeling Ocean Soul this time around.
Well, that Gragas was hoping for it with the build.
Yes. Well, Def immediately cleanse dashes, gets himself out of the way.
Look at Lonely here. Instead of going for Vista, where he might have actually been able to help secure that kill, he actually goes for Deft. I mean, Vista does die, so it's okay, but I thought looking for Deft there was a little bit...
He also hit Deft away instead of moving him into his team. Yeah. Just a little bit of a mismanagement.
Well, it's okay. Yeah, we'll give it to them. They still got Vista.
It's Christmas.
It's Christmas, right? It's Christmas after all.
We're not going to be too upset. As, okay, Morgan just starting to do okay in some of these trades.
Yeah, it's very very tanky Gragas, as you mentioned. A lot of armor. Yep. And magic resistance. But I guess he's kind of a CC bot in this game in a lot of ways. You know, instead of being damaged.
It's a decent body slam there from Lonely, but really not doing very much. As he tries to avoid it, and the ulti comes out. Yeah. Trading ult for ult, both of them with pretty short cooldowns, but Gragas's will be back up a little bit earlier.
Youngjin is like, or Youngjae, excuse me, is like, wait, why did he run away? Did he know I was there? He pings, question mark, pings after sweeping. Like, no, actually, Morgan's just a safe player.
Yep, yeah.
It's actually what happened. They're going to dive this, it looks like.
Yeah, they do have vision, but I don't know what Morgan's actually going to be able to do. I don't know what his options are. Throws out a wagon wheel onto Lonely here as the brambles come through, and Morgan, yep, he's just going to try and get out, but not likely that he'll be able to, as it's Kale that actually picks up the kill. Morgan actually gave that one to him intentionally. I really like that. Make sure that you don't give the gold to the carries, is Lonely. Very low on mana, but Arthur's not really a threat at this point in time. And yeah, the horse just continues to be anemic. He's still only, 20 behind, so 5 camps, but still.
2 levels behind still, but that's going to be less relevant coming up, obviously. And he's going to be able to set up a lot in team fights if he can get big fears, if he lives through that. The, damage output for Gen.G is going to be hard to kill him before he actually gets relevant. You're going to see a few fights here, I think, where Arthur just runs in, fears people, and then dies, and then shockwaves come through. And
yeah, and then maybe it's going to be okay, right?
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, he did his job, right? And then Deft is going to clean everything up. He's got his Immortal Shield Bow. We haven't really been talking about Deft that much in terms of that because I feel like we kind of did the commentary thing where we're like, well, let's talk about what Samira does. We already did that twice, so we kind of like moved along with like, yeah, well, he's going to do that now. And everyone's like, oh, it's Samira. Is he going to win every team fight? It's like, well, probably. Like, I haven't really touched on it, but he's got that. He's got that big power spike item online now, so next few team fights probably going to be a little bit more successful for Hanwha, Liiv Esports.
Envy, not quite in a similar boat. He's just got his man immune, as Arthur just can't catch a break whatsoever. He's this flaming horse of awesome, but it's just not really. It's sort of like the movie Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I really.
It's just a bad movie, you know.
It's actually actually, I thought that he would have a much higher impact in the jungle this game. Like I thought with between him and Chovy, he'd be a little bit more comfortable. We'd be seeing an even game out of him, worst case scenario. I kind of misjudged where he'd be in this game. But he's number 10 out of 10 on the player relevancy scale in this game at the moment.
Yes, that is definitely true. Chovy hasn't been able to have as much, I guess, push power in this game just because Dice does need to be respected for his all-in. He now has his Blades of Ruin King completed, and as you can see, you know, like Dice can just fish for CC onto Chovy, and Chovy doesn't really want to step too far forward. So just Young-J's had run of the map based on how this mid lane was organized from Gen.G. So I do really like the Aurelia being put here. Whether it actually means that Gen.G just straight up wins, we are yet to find out. But close to 3,000 gold the lead here for Gen.G. And that's definitely great news. Dice will pick up a turret shot, but go straight into a shield, so no worries. I
wonder functionally how Lonely will perform in a lot of these fights with the build he's gone, because this is pretty uncharted territory for us in this this tournament for this Gragas tank build. And he's up on CS. He's had a really comfortable lane. We'll hold that thought for a moment.
Yep, there's the Solar Flare as in comes the onslaught of shadows. Kale is definitely dead, but Young.J going to come on down, and Arthur would have loved that kill, but Deft somehow got it with a Q over the wall. Okay. Not bad, but still, you know, give Samira the kills.
Hey, Arthur did something in this game, and he's probably happy with that for now.
Heck yeah, he did. Landed that ultimate. Nicely done. Has his Trinity Force now complete. Gale Force is done for Young.J, though, so he's still much further ahead.
If we get Earth, Wind, and Fire, and we do end up having that Mountain Soul and, you know, subsequent Mountain Drakes coming through, and Gen.G gets those, I feel like it's, you know, Gragas build will probably end up working out pretty well.
Oh, damn right. Yeah.
But if it goes, if Morgan actually gets the, if Morgan actually gets the mountains, because it feels like we're getting a Mountain Soul here. It just
but
based on the pattern.
If Morgan builds all armor, Gen.G don't kill him ever.
Yeah. And he's a better tank just by base stats than Gragas ever will be.
Well, there's the Ocean Drake.
Okay, well.
That's going to be the soul this time around. So it was
as I
suspected.
Yeah, you actually called it. Said earlier. You're the Drake Messiah.
I figured it out.
Rain Man over here.
Morgan and Lonely, they do a bit of damage to each other. These Sunfire
little bit.
Are just real dumb.
I have like a Sunfire Aegis stack sort of
stack
agreement.
battle.
Well, there's not much to say about this one. Deft gets the kill over the wall, like you said.
Sniped it out, and he decides he doesn't want to go in for the fight. So just a kill for no response. Definitely good news for Hanwha.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty good. Deft gets the gold.
Oh yeah.
Arthur wants it, but Deft needs to be the big carry of this game. He needs to put this team on his back, and whenever he subsequent fight, needs to rush out that Bloodthirst if he can. Okay, this is going to be the first all-in of Chovy.
Shockwave comes down as it is going to be Chovy falling. In goes Envy. Vista gives up, and it's just going to be a pile-on. Chovy not going to survive this time around. Young.J has found Morgan as well. He does have his ultimate, uses it to get to safety. Deft now looking for Envy, and in fact, Deft destroys all of the Acathian Rain quite nicely there. No issues.
This is starting to look like
it's starting to look like a Gen.G win, man.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we've seen some of these games in both series today where one team is ahead, but it's a composition problem where, you know, obviously they have that tempo lead, they have the combo's going to be stronger during that point in the game, and this game, it's not quite as black and white, and it starts to feel like a real long-term lead. Like, this is a lead that is not going away in the late game. Like, as we approach the late game, it looks like Gen.G can definitely carry this forward, this momentum. Yeah. Especially because Irelia is having a decent time in mid, and the split push potential that comes with that is quite immaculate. This is just a great, finally actually gets the stun of the Chovy. The shockwave is not enough.
That flawless duet finally working out for him.
Kale actually steals another kill, by the way. Maokai's are want to do that for some reason.
He has 3 out of their 4 kills.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Maokai's a big kill steal champion.
It's like someone limps away and then they walk into a sapling, you know? Oh, that was frustrating. Dice didn't get his reset. Feels bad.
Yeah, might have to call this the Kale steal for the rest of this game.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I just realized his name's Kale and he's playing a tree, so that's pretty cool too.
Sure.
He's not exactly lettuce, but it's pretty close. Chovy back into his lane, continuing to dominate as far as farm is concerned. The classic 30 ahead of the clock this time as we ticked over to 20. So despite dying, he's still absolutely okay. Side lanes, I mean, Morgan should be okay against Dice. I mean, Conqueror is going to be helping as far as breaking through the Malphite is concerned, but just have to see. Rift Herald comes down, and that is going to be a dead outer turret, and that's going to make Chovy's life a living hell, to be honest.
They're trying to break it before he charges, but not going to happen.
Nope. Deft. Yeah, he's going to have to be real careful. There are a lot of bad guys coming.
Yeah, this has kind of been the story of Deft, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They're always trying to get him.
Okay, dashing around, looking for, you know, some damage onto Lonely. I think he's real dead, mega dead, epically dead. Just the most.
Meanwhile,
Dice is also dead. He may have been looking in the wrong spot. That solar flare was a bad one though, and the ignite ticking down, not going to get the kill.
Wow.
Oh, that's bad news, Bears.
Yeah. So it's looking like a Gen.G win, looking like the double game 3.
It is certainly looking like 6 games on the day.
I mean, it's not over yet, and maybe when Deft gets a chance to team fight and not almost push into turret alone in the side lane, we'll see a real team fight, and things will be. He'll actually get to use his ultimate in a real positive way.
Well,
make a positive influence on Hanwha Life Esports' gold pool.
I wouldn't be petting myself, but that's okay.
Look, I'm just trying to be the positive color commentator. Like I said, we got a few more matches left of me commentating. You guys could be cynical, but I'm just not there yet. Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry. I've been that guy. I've definitely been that guy. Maybe not for long enough. As we've got 13 seconds on this Ocean Drake. Gen.G will have Soul Point if they can put this one together. Hanwha Life, though, they could stack up 4. And that is mega high value.
Yeah.
Quadra Ocean Drake, especially if you put it on top of, like...
Malphite?
Yeah, Malphite or the Hecarim, who can also put down his W for all that extra regen. That'd be real silly. Dice is spotted heading towards the top lane. This might be an opportunity as Morgan is going to find him. There's the knock-up. Onslaught of Shadows comes down. Does manage to mitigate a bit of the damage, but Arthur is still going to be able to pick up that kill. So that's the first for the horse. But it is just going to be Graves taking down this Drake for free. And that's not really what you want if you're a Hanwha Life fan.
It's certainly not great, but it does feel like, you know, there are some really big upcoming team fights coming in through for Hanwha Life Esports where they're starting to get, you know, almost completely online. Like, Deft is still missing his next item here, but once he's got that completed, and you go into the Ocean Soul fight, into some of these upcoming Baron fights, like, I feel like, given the engage tools that they have, the Shockwave, the Unstoppable Force, there is a lot of team fights that can almost wombo combo go Hanwha Life Esports' way. I'm not trying to say they will, or that we should assume that's going to happen, but there's a lot of variance in these upcoming team fights where Hanwha Life Esports can win fights even that don't look winnable just because of the crazy CC they have and that insane damage potential.
And Chovy.
And Chovy.
Who's now got a Seraph's Embrace completed. He's 0-1-0, but he's almost doing that Flame Horizon thing again. 75 CS in the lead at 23 minutes. So Dice did 25 CS better. Nice work, man. They also killed
the Yona effect.
Real good. Yep, the Yona effect was a dangerous one. There's, okay, putting the off. What the heck? Envy loses more than half of his health from a dissonance.
Uh-oh, though, the cast.
Yeah, Vista might be in trouble, but that two-man shockwave was so good. Envy tries to limp out of there as the Void Seeker comes through. But Arthur gets caught up by the kitty cat brambles. It's not going to be enough, though. God, Chovy does so much damage.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Solar Flare, unfortunately, just a little bit too late. There's no follow-up to get the kill.
I mean, Morgan could just go in with the ulti. If he has an orb on him, Dissonance will kill everyone.
Well, he's he's definitely considering it.
Yeah, he was looking for it. Frozen Hearts for both of our top laners, actually.
Deft is off laning again, and this is where the pings are coming through.
Yep.
Already, Gen.G is like, okay, can we grab him again?
Oh, on a ward as well, as Young didn't want him to get out.
That's a catch you want for sure.
Yeah, that was a dangerous moment. Trinity Force almost done hit the dice. Very, very close to that one. Yeah. Still doesn't have Sheen portion of it, which is one of the most valuable parts for Aurelia, but still, it's okay.
Yeah,
not going to judge.
More focused on zooming around and getting solo kills, I think, than longevity damage-wise. Although I guess the Sheen could help you with that too.
Yep.
Well, we have the Collector finished now for Deft. So he was collecting a lot of extra gold in those side lanes to try to catch up. It's only 10 CS down now.
Yep. Kraken Slayer done for Envy on the other side.
Yep.
Still behind by a little bit. Actually, no, he's still ahead when it comes to money by a bit, I think, as far as the effective items that he has.
Yeah, plus some extra assist gold, I guess.
Yep. Chovy, 308, 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
if
keep
this
talking about it, I know, but it's just always fascinates me how
the conversation
find them.
will never change when he's in game, I feel like, for the next two Chovy games.
Yes, indeed. Maybe, in my case, all year. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Arthur, cantering towards the mid lane, finds himself a cat hiding in the brushes.
See Dice pushing towards the top lane because this is kind of this lull state where abilities are being tossed at each other as the game becomes an ARAM for a second. He's going to go over there. They have 2 control wards on Baron, so there's no fear around that. If anyone starts rotating up towards him through the river, then he's going to be totally escapable there. And he's just going to grab another wave here of minions. Pretty significantly large one at that.
Chovy's 2 levels ahead. Dice only just hitting level 15.
There's actually there's a lot of Hanwha members showing on the map. A little bit scary for Deft to be pushing up like this versus Dice, but looks like Dice is not going to push the issue.
Yep, not too interested in it. Trinity Force now done for Dice. This could be a big time to fight for these guys. And we've got the Ocean Drake coming up. This is going to be the big moment.
Yeah, this
for
is
Gen.G.
This has to be Gen.G closing the book. There's no epilogue here.
No.
Dice actually didn't back. He stayed and got the next wave. So just being a little bit greedy up there.
That's okay. He's got teleport.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of money.
Absolutely fine. Bot wave was pushed out, so Hanwha do have a little bit more flexibility in their movements, and this time they are going to contest for this Drake.
And Deft does not have teleport. He has to take the long walk down. He should be here in time.
Yep. Mid wave is going to be controlled by Chovy, of course, so that's good news for them. He misses a cannon, but that's okay. Won't hold it against him.
This is one of the strengths of Aurelia. You can just keep getting that money, keep pushing hard. Teleport coming in.
Yep. This is going to get him into the area. Lonely is in position as well. That cast could be very dangerous. As double control wards do come down, barrel in there as well, and this is going to be the team fight before anything else, but that's a party cask. That's not what you want out of Lonely. The roots come down, but Vista just soaks it with the Eclipse. Now Young.G waiting off to the side. Vista now looking for even more. In they go into the backline. Big knockups though from Hanwha. Chovy grabs the first kill. It's Samira starting to pop off the reset, so there is Deft down to half. In goes Envy with the killer instinct, but Arthur has found him, and Deft's still alive, guys. This is most likely going to be the ace as Envy goes golden. The flash on over, and here are the DRX boys, here to say that we are basically the same team, but called Hanwha Life.
Yep. Indeed. Well, that's going to be, the Drake taken here. They're going to be able to take it away, deny that soul. Let's watch the fight again. As you talked about Lonely, he's on the side here. Hanwha Life is collapsing on top of him.
What was the cast?
And the cast just isn't there. If it's here, it's perfect, right? The team gets split in half, but it just never happens. And he gets zoned away. And now look at Kale, caught here, taking a ton of damage. And you see really nice engage here coming through, and Deft is just ready to clean it up.
Oh, and the quick draw, Chovy watches it happen, and then instantly the Graves explode.
This is the wombo combo potential, right, that I was talking about, where some of these fights doesn't look like it's necessarily going to go Hanwha's way. This one looked like it was going to go Hanwha's way, and then it really did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I feel like the only chance that they really had, Gen.G, of winning this fight once Lonely was zoned off, was a really nice cast to split everybody in half. Kale's ult was really good, and it could have actually really helped them split, potentially even Deft off to the side to isolate and kill him. And Hanwha Life Esports on their way back into this map, potentially.
Yeah, Trophy with a Horizon focus
They
this
want more.
time, as there's the Shockwave. That's going to bring the tree back. Let's get a bit of his health here, as Arthur is pretty squishy, but it is going to be Vista that grabs that kill. Massive two-man knock-up as the Malphite turns up, and I think Samira's online, guys, and this game may just be over. The tower's going to be taken down as well, and another S rank comes through from the Samira, and that might just be the rating that Deft gets at the end of this one, as they are going to mow down this inner turret, maybe the inhibitor as well.
Might be more of a C, but...
Hey, wait, no, we're talking about, like, it's about recency bias. We need recency bias.
Recency bias, but hey, look, he's 6-1-4 at the end of the day.
Score lines are what tell it, right? As Vanguard's edge goes completely wide, Dice realizes that there aren't any left. As Deft dashes on top of him. Like, who's the best melee champion? Maybe it's Samira.
You know, we might want to ban some more of those Samiras. Might want to give the Graves instead in some of these games.
Yep. Chovy gonna grab that kill real comfortably. Kale's just gonna leave. He doesn't want anything to do with this game at all. And Hanwha Life, they do get the 2-0, but don't just look at the scoreline. Gen.G certainly giving them more of a run for their money, even if it is just their academy roster.
I think there's a lot of, a lot of team fights that go a little bit weird in the late game because of some misjudged positions and some lack of real initiation, like some lack of commitment to going into these fights. You know, some of these fights look like, okay, Gen.G's got a good position. How are they going to fight this? How are they going to ult this? Kale drops in his big slow on top of everything, and then where is the exploding cast? You pointed it out. That's what you need to win that fight. Otherwise, you just let it go the way of Hanwha Life Esports. They jump Deft into the middle of everything. Everybody gets slowed. There's a big shockwave. There's tons of damage coming out from Chovy. You have to commit. You have to be bold in these fights, or your small lead gets washed away in all of a 2 seconds in a wombo combo. They've got a Malphite on the other side. They've got shockwave. They just needed to close the book. They needed to close the chapter, end the game.
It felt like what it was in both of these games, actually, one after the other. And I imagine Gen.G are going to walk away from this thinking, we could have got him.
For sure.
Because they had him in the first half, like,
Not gonna
absolutely,
lie.
both times. So, really, really nicely done. I think this doesn't necessarily bode well for Hanwha Life's chances against the world champions. I think Damwon probably looking at a bit of a 3-zip or a 2-zip on that one. I think semifinals best of 5, so yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, haven't got confirmation there. I believe that will be. I'm not in tomorrow. It's Brendan. So I think we're going to take a look at some highlights of the end of that game, and then we're going to take a look at the damage chart, and then we're going to look at more highlights, and then we're going to have a look at tomorrow.
Yeah, look at tomorrow after today's result, the small results page.
Yep, and then we're going to have a look at some Christmas dinner, right, Wolf?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Exciting night ahead.
It's it's a late Christmas dinner, but
we still
any
have
Christmas dinner's a good one.
We still have an hour and 50 minutes of Christmas left.
Hell yeah! It's been a long broadcast. I mean, as far as double best of 3s are concerned, I mean, for 5 games, these were big games, right?
Yeah, they really were.
Our first series, everything is past 35 minutes. This series as well actually took a little bit longer, so I'm really glad that we got the value out of this. I was expecting, our close series to be over after our first one of the night, but already proven wrong despite the fact that it was a 2-0. So yeah, that's really good stuff.
I mean, Gen.G's academy team has shown some sparks here, some really exciting games, and some real potential. And I think these players are still. I mean, I know these players are still young, and they will probably find homes, not even necessarily in the LCK, but elsewhere in the world. I think these guys are destined to find spots eventually. If they can compete this well with Hanwha Life's deft roster with Chovy, that's a good sign.
Even just filling out this Gen.G squad, right, that is now so deep, because you've got you know, so much more to look at when it comes to, you know, Gen.G. Their academy team can then feed into their main roster, and it just means they have so much more breadth. So same can be said for T1. They definitely looked better on their final day than they did on their first couple. It certainly didn't give a lot of hope to the academy roster, but they still do have a lot of potential on that team. I think Miru especially is a player that is worth watching out for. Like some of his plays even in the LCK for this year were very, very good. So
yeah,
not bad at all. But yeah, I'm just waiting for these highlights to come through.
I thought I must have misheard, but I thought we were doing like a quick highlight of the last few team fights before we go into the main highlights. But I think we're skipping to the main highlights, and then we're gonna go into.
I'm just gonna go along for the ride. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna enjoy it.
It's very chill, you know.
Yeah. It's Christmas, you know. That's why we've got the fun hat. Do you want to try it on?
Sure. I guess I could put it over my headset.
Yeah. There's a little the hat stand. There it is.
That's what this is for, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You can see like there's tinsel falling off
I'm not going to slither in like no. I'm a good boy, okay?
Hey,
I was a positive
Some
commentator.
of the best wizards came from Slytherin, Wolf. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where I like go the other way. I'm like, I am not Hufflepuff. I'm like I'm very creative thinker. I write poetry in my spare time. I should have been in Ravenclaw. Yeah. And they put me with the popular kids in Hufflepuff.
You sound like a guy that'd want to go to Ravenclaw. You know, that's the hipster house in Harry Potter. That was the one.
I wore a lot of dark clothing in high school, and so therefore I think that this just makes sense.
You know, you should be in Slytherin if you're wearing too much dark
clothing.
clothing.
You got some tinsel.
Yeah, no, that's yours. You can have that. It's a gift.
I think I put the hat on too hard.
That's okay.
Okay, we're
I mean, it's missing a few bits. Here are the highlights, by the way, guys. Arthur had a bad time. A real bad time. Young-Jae was great for the early game of this particular game.
This is definitely going to be, I think, the test case game for the Tank Gragas. You know, this is going to be the game that people probably look back at if we see this again as like, well, maybe we shouldn't see this again.
Maybe you should hit your abilities, though.
Yeah, or, you know, use them at all.
Yeah.
This is a nice little pick on the Kale. Stolen by Deft, but not really stolen, but acquired, I guess.
Yes, delivered very nicely.
This was a really nice all-in on the Chovy. I didn't expect that we'd actually see any kills on the Chovy from DICE here, just because Chovy's so safe, but he made it happen. Okay, this is the fight we're talking about, right? Alonely's off on the edge. I don't know if we actually even had a replay of this, but you can see the ult coming through from Maokai, and that was the moment, but he's just zoned out by Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan's just like fighting him, wanting to stop everything, but then the unstoppable force of appeal is just too good.
And Deft is like, okay, time to press the R button.
I think that was Young-Jae. Gale Force quick drawing into a shockwave.
Yes.
So maybe I shouldn't have been giving credit to Chovy for that one.
I mean,
yeah, bad news.
Chovy's shockwave was put in the right place for where he wanted to be, I guess. I mean, he knows what he doesn't want, which is that to come into his face and kill him. And Shockwave's in a good place for that. To prevent that, I should say.
Yep.
This is when Deft is like, oh, I can also kill minions with this watch.
He's like, look, they gave me an S. My performance is fantastic. Never mind. Look, I got it again. Fantastic.
Look at that Chovy damage.
Yeah, Chovy carried this whole series, by the way. Don't let him have Orianna.
He dealt with
the rule.
He dealt with two of the more unusual mid picks as well on the Yone and Aurelia with flying colors. Made it look like it was just another day of solo queue.
Yep. And just like casually farming better than anybody else on the planet and just being really, really good.
Yeah.
Great to see Chovy performing well.
The profile picture of Hanwha Life Esports, when you look at it, actually Deft is like pointing his finger.
Yeah.
And they actually put Chovy like where his finger is. He's like, I know you guys are hyped about me, but you should be hyped about his Chovy.
And I think a lot of people are. I think a lot of people I think we love Deft, but I think we know that he's not necessarily the best AD carry in the region performance-wise right now. We know that he has the potential. Deft has been, you know, in the conversation for best in the world for a very long time. But, you know, he's seemed a little bit lax throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I think Deft has also kind of been best in his career during pretty stable metas, and this is absolutely not that, right? Like he's playing, he's playing Samira, right, which is a very newly relevant champion, and here's that that result screen, but twice the information on it this time than it was before.
This is crazy. I don't know whether I can absorb all of this at once.
5 Ws.
Whoa. And all of them went to League of Legends teams.
That's right, and wait until you see the tournament bracket. It's going to have all the teams in the semifinals.
Oh my
4 for
god. 4. Okay, Hanwha versus Damwon will, I believe, be our first one, which will be happening tomorrow, our Boxing Day special, or for some of you guys, still Christmas Day. And then NONGSHIM versus KT to see whether we will, in fact, have the puck clash from the intro video that is Damwon versus NONGSHIM. But
that's the big question.
KT went 4-0 in their groups. They are looking good. We'll have to see the power of Group B and whether it actually stands up
that graphic
to Group A.
Did confirm the order as well. It was correct that you said.
Yes.
Just making sure.
I knew I'd get something right eventually if I just stayed at it. That's what I felt.
Well, I got the semis, the bracket wrong.
Yeah, me too.
So.
I think yesterday I just said wrong thing after wrong thing after wrong thing and just got everything wrong. So hopefully you guys are just really surprised and excited about the fact that things aren't happening the way that you expected them to. However, those last couple of graphics did make sure that we knew what was going on. So Damwon versus Hanwha tomorrow. The next day we are going to have KT versus NONGSHIM. And I think the second match is going to be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to that one. However, just watching Damwon play is always fun. Checking out Canyon and seeing just how well he's going to navigate the jungle this time around is just always a joy to watch.
I'm all about Showmaker myself at the moment. I think he's really, really good. And then this meta, it's super important for your mid laner to be that anchor.
Yep, and Showmaker versus Chovy is one hell of a matchup.
Yeah.
That's what everyone wants to see. Ghost versus Deft is another one with a lot of emotion behind it after watching, of course, the final in Summer LCK. Because Deft did say, you know, it might have been scripted, but Deft did say, I will never lose to Ghost. And then he lost to Ghost in the next 2 best-of-5s, 3-0.
Yeah, I saw today also that it was like confirmed that basically Ghost actually just broke 50% win rate. Out of all the teams he's been on throughout his career, he actually had not broken 50% win rate. He's been struggling his whole life to be a top-tier bot laner. World's champion, and just broke 50% win rate, so... you know, Deft, we'll see if he can actually keep up with the new blood.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Ghost has been around for a really long time. He's a redemption story, and why it's so cool. He played so well at Worlds. We will be able to get another look at Damwon tomorrow. But for now, I think we're done. I think it's Christmas dinner time, Wolf.
Yeah, we're getting very close to the end of this broadcast. Been a pleasure covering this. My first double day of League of Legends series, or double series day. We got the best ofs. We get to see the evolution of a series, you know.
This is a look behind, you know, what goes into just a regular LCK day as well. It's like your first double best of 3. So I think you passed with flying colors.
Thanks, man. Thanks for carrying me again.
Oh, no, you are more than welcome. I think both of us went a little bit loopy at the end, but that's exactly what you want. And I think the music's getting a little bit louder. So we are going to say goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow for more KeSPA Cup.